He was found crying in a stable, a child no one wanted. Raised in a small village, with nothing but curiosity, he learned to read, to think, to question everything around him. Then one day he discovered magic. Not as power or status, but as something far bigger, a system with no limits. And while others try to become strong mages, he's trying to understand something infinite. Is there a peak to reach, or only a path that never ends? Let's see. Late at night, in the middle of the forest, near a lonely house deep in the mountains, a child's cry was heard. The hunter who lived there immediately took out his axe, thinking a thief had broken in. He left the house, saying that if someone had decided to rob him at home, he was extremely unlucky because he ended up in a hunting cabin. He quietly hid around the corner and thought that, judging by the fact that he had dodged all the traps and escaped, this was no ordinary thief. But his hearing was unmistakable. He abruptly ran into the stable from where the child's cry was coming and was about to hit the thief with an axe, but as it turned out, no one was there. He thought these were just phantom sounds, because ever since he learned that he and his wife could not have a child, he had been hearing similar sounds. But this time, the sound turned out to be true. In the haystack right in front of him lay a baby. He dropped the axe in shock, immediately picked up the baby and pressed his ear to his chest. Hearing his quiet heartbeat, he was convinced that he was real, and a smile broke out on his face. He stood and listened to this soothing beat until his wife Alina entered the stable. Yawning loudly, she asked, "What happened here? Why was he making so much noise?" He asked, "Did he really wake her?" When she saw the child in his arms, her drowsiness immediately left, and she ran up to him in surprise, asking questions, and he didn't even know what to say. He looked at the baby in confusion and said that he thought this was their child now. Years passed. At that moment, something magical happened. When he opened his eyes and waved his hand, a wind suddenly blew, collecting clouds, and soon rain began to fall from them. The dry land became fertile, the villagers sang happy songs. He also protected the village from danger, and thanks to his mystical powers, peace reigned everywhere. No one suffered from hunger and thirst anymore, but he did not stop researching for the sake of the villagers. They considered such abilities to be magical, so they called him a wizard. 12-year-old Chiron Aryan was reading this story right now, and his father called out to him, asking if he was reading a book. MC was very happy to see him, and Vincent, as always, broke into a smile just at the sight of him. He picked him up and started spinning around with him, saying that he was so wonderful. He finished chopping wood, so now they can go home and eat. Chiron said that he had a question: how to use magic. Vincent was slightly surprised and wondered if he really gave him a book about this. His son asked if he had anything magical. He laughed and asked if shooting down a bear with one arrow or felling trees with just a swing of an axe was considered magic. They passed some neighborhood children. One of them noticed Chironi and said that he was always reading, even when they wanted to play with him. What kind of huge book was that? He was curious. He wasn't lying about being able to read, was he? Vincent and his son passed by them, and when one of them said that Chirone was so skinny and didn't look like his father at all, he pursed his lips nervously. The children continued to discuss it, and the mother of one of them said that they found him somewhere. He was weird, so maybe his real parents abandoned him. Vincent clenched his fist in anger and thought, how dare they say such things about his son? He looked at his son with regret, but he wasn't interested in those conversations at all. He smiled broadly and asked, if he can fell a tree with one swing of an axe, then that's magic, right? Vincent distracted him from this topic, saying that since he helped him with work today, they would go to the city together tomorrow and buy him his favorite fruits. MC was very happy and said that he would look forward to it, and he looked at him with a smile and silently apologized to him for sometimes lacking his father's attention. But no matter what others say, he is his son. He patted him on the head, and Chirone thought at that time that he wanted to learn more about magic. The next day, they went to the local city of the kingdom of Tormia, Crius. Chirone was very impressed by the scale of the city. There were fashionable boutiques and street food stalls everywhere. His father stopped at the market, helped him out of the carriage, and told him that until he finished his business, he should wait for him at the store of the boy's grandfather, Martin, and just in case, he would remind him not to go into dark alleys and run into aristocrats. Did he understand him? MC smiled and told him not to worry. He understood everything. After that, his father left, and he began to help the old man. He wrote the price tag on the sign, and the old man noticed that he wrote really well. He was grateful to him, but he didn't need to help him. He could just sit next to him. He told him that everything was fine. He wanted to help him himself. The old man smiled and thought that he was so smart, especially for his age. Their Martin was still just the town prankster. Chiron called out to him and asked, he knows about magic, right? The old man didn't hear him at first, and he, showing him his book, asked how to use magic. He laughed and immediately remembered the basic list of interests of every child: dragons, heroes, magic, and bows. MC looked at him with sparkling eyes, and he said that he also didn't know anything about magic, but there were a lot of books about it nearby. He pointed to an alley behind which there was a bookstore and asked if he wanted to go there. Just let him be more careful and come back quickly. Chiron immediately rushed to the store, promising him that he would come soon, and he, deciding to look at his book, thought that he, too, read fairy tales as a child. He felt so nostalgic, but when he saw the contents of this book, he was very surprised. There were various sketches of how mana circulates in the body, magic circles, and so on. And then the old man wondered, did he just ask how to use magic? Meanwhile, MC was already in the bookstore. He wanted to look at the book, but a formidable woman, the owner of the store, sternly slapped his hand, saying that he was not allowed to touch it. Where is he putting his dirty hands? He asked. Can he even look at it? She said discontentedly that such books are not intended for peasants. They are not like the ones sold in regular stores. She will not allow him to dirty or wear it. She was distracted by a man who had just entered the store to pick up an order, and Chiron looked at the prices and thought they were very high. Where does Dad buy his books? The store owner called the man a butler and said that of course the books had arrived. How will he pay for them? The man noticed a boy quickly leafing through the books, and he thought that everything here was the same, nothing special. After that, he was kicked out of the store and, sniffing his hands, he thought, who knew that reading something here would be so difficult? He had washed his hands before. Looking around, he saw a man carrying a box of books and ran after him, wondering where he got them. The man went into an alley, and right before his eyes dumped all the books into a pile of trash, which shocked him. He stared at the pile of trash for a few seconds, then picked up a tattered book and looked at it sadly. Now he understood where his dad got his books from. He heard female laughter from the side. Two aristocratic women were currently discussing something heatedly, probably books, and he wondered what the difference was between them. He remembered his father's warning never to mess with them, and followed these women, wondering why they had become like this, and he couldn't. Suddenly someone's heavy hand fell on his shoulder. It was a guard. He grabbed him by the clothes and said that this was not a place for children to wander alone. The aristocratic quarter was beyond these gates. Where was he from and where were his parents? He became worried and told him that his dad was somewhere nearby, and the guard's partner told him to wait. He was a little suspicious. He didn't look like a child living in these parts. He was probably an orphan, and it was even possible that bandits had sent him. After listening to him, the man decided to grab Chiron, and just as he was about to do so, he broke free from his grip. The guard only had his jacket left in his hand, and he immediately started looking for him, not understanding when he managed to escape, and his partner called him an idiot and ordered him to find him. He let a child slip away? That was just shameful. MC hid behind a flower bed next to the gate, and when they left, he emerged from his hiding place and shook leaves and any bugs out of his hair. After that, he looked at his tattered clothes and thought that his dad would scold him. He found his shoe, which he had lost while hiding, and behind the wall that separated him from the aristocratic quarter, a man's voice was heard, saying that from now on, the topic of their discussion would be magic. The children were disappointed and asked him to show them how he shoots fire, and MC pressed his ear to the wall and listened. The man told them that they would be scolded for setting fire to the Magic Academy. However, if they answer the question correctly, he will show them a little magic. What ability do they think is necessary to learn this? The children immediately answered that knowledge and effort were needed, since they must study magic their entire lives. Another child said that money was needed. He heard that many things needed to be bought. There was laughter, and the man said that no one had answered correctly yet. Chiron thought in surprise, neither knowledge, nor effort, nor money? Maybe you need to be an aristocrat? The man said that the most important thing in studying magic is called insight. The children did not understand what it was, and he asked, are there anyone here who does not know what 1 + 1 is? Some child exclaimed that it was obvious, 1 + 1 is 2. And then the man asked, can anyone explain why exactly 2? The child was confused and told him that it was natural, and he said that the strange feeling they were experiencing now was insight. There was a time when people did not know that 1 + 1 = 2. Many scientists worked diligently to prove this, but they are able to understand without complicated investigations that 1 + 1 = 2, right? Because this rule has existed in the world from the very beginning. Besides what they study and know, they have a sense of the concept as a whole. Since magic has always existed, they are able to accept and understand it through insight. Therefore, magic is more precise than knowledge and faster than effort. The child exclaimed that this was genius, and the man laughed, agreeing with him. If they hone their talent, they can be exactly such magicians. At this time, MC wondered in surprise if he had the opportunity to be a magician. And then the man said that he would also like to hear the thoughts of the child standing behind the wall. Hearing this, Chiron jumped back in fear and thought, did he notice him? Should he run or answer him? Besides, his appearance is really bad. He has no idea what might happen. Because of fear and excitement, his heart began to beat faster, and suddenly a thought occurred to him. If he doesn't climb over this wall now, he will regret it forever. And he did it, climbed over the wall and saw the man sitting by the tree surrounded by children. It was Alpheus Miri, the director of the Alpheus Academy of Magic and a certified 4th-level mage. He smiled and asked, did he come to keep the old man company? MC stared at him in admiration, then pulled himself together and jumped off the wall. He awkwardly approached him, and the children exclaimed that this boy is not an aristocrat, he is a commoner. They immediately started chasing him away, saying that he is not allowed here, and he looked at them with fear. Then Alpheus laughed and said that everything is fine, let him come to them. What did he say that interested him? He answered him that he wants to see magic, and he asked, has he never seen it? He awkwardly confirmed this, saying that he only read about magic in books, and the children immediately exclaimed that he is lying. What kind of commoner reads books? Chiron bowed to the old man, saying it didn't matter what he did, He just wanted to watch. He laughed and said it wasn't difficult at all. He'd show him a wind-generating spell. The children's attention immediately shifted to him, filled with anticipation. MC stared at him in surprise, after which a powerful gust of wind appeared around him, and then he and the other children were thrown high into the sky. They laughed, and he screamed in fear. After hanging in the air for a few seconds, they began to fall, and Chiron began waving his arms in fear. Seeing the land quickly approaching him, he closed his eyes and screamed loudly in fear, and then children's laughter rang out. Opening his eyes, he found himself hovering in the air a meter above the ground, and everyone else was laughing at him. Alpheus stroked his beard and asked, "How does it feel? This is magic." He lowered him to the ground and MC, still frightened, asked what magic was. Alpheus began to explain it to him in simple terms, but he interrupted him and exclaimed that it didn't matter whether he understood it or not, let him just tell him the truth. Because of his tone, all the other children were surprised. He was very rude to the principal. Even the teachers didn't talk to him like that. Alpheus himself seemed a little angry at this, but seeing his confidence, he smiled. He said that then he would explain everything to him a little more complexly. Magic operates beyond common sense. It is a mental process exploring the truth of reality. Chiron asked if magic is irrational, which makes it actually closer to the truth. The old man laughed contentedly, because he was right, and asked if this is written in the books too. He answered that everything is described there in general terms. Many ideas of great people were considered irrational and rejected, but in the end they were recognized as new truths. Maybe that's why the truth is hidden in irrationality, but that's just his thinking. The children looked at him in surprise, and the director stroked his beard contentedly. Then MC asked what he needed to do to study magic. Alpheus smiled and thought that this was a genius child. Despite the difficulties, he was trying to get the right information to study it on his own. And does he really believe that he will succeed? But, unfortunately, he is a commoner. He said that instead of explaining, he would rather show him, and then asked his student Shumain to enter a state of mind. The girl agreed, and everyone crowded around her in anticipation, and Chiron wondered what kind of state of mind this was. A few seconds later, the girl told the director that she had entered this state, and he, holding out his fist to her, asked her to guess how many coins he was holding in his hand. She said 6, and it turned out to be correct. When the director opened his palm, MC was convinced of this and wondered how she had done it. Alpheus explained to him that when a wizard focuses, their mind becomes so sensitive that they sense everything around them. They say that outstanding wizards can even count the number of leaves on a tree from afar. This overly sensitive mental state is a state of mind. He hid the coins again. The girl tensed up and said that there were now 3 of them, and he continued the explanation. A wizard entering this state sees the outside world using supernatural potential and can ultimately manipulate reality. Opening his palm, he revealed that there were indeed 3 coins, and Chiron realized it wasn't just that she had counted the number of coins. It's the ability to immediately sense the entirety of the situation unfolding before you. Could he do it? The old man said anyone could do it. Let him practice in a quiet place. First, he needs to feel himself, and then erase. If he succeeds in doing this, another world will open up before him. Does he understand what he is talking about? MC answered him that if he does not feel himself, then there will be no way to erase himself, and he contentedly stroked his beard, thinking that this boy continues to surprise him. He suggested that he try right there, and thought that in the end, if he cannot enter a state of mind, then he will not be able to study magic at all. After that, Chiron closed his eyes and concentrated on his sensations and thoughts. Feel himself. What does himself mean? The brain? But that is just an organ. The reality and the feelings he feels cannot exceed the representation of the brain. The brain does not define them, but feels. Little by little, one by one, he erases the things he feels. He does not begin to feel his existence, only the mind remains sensitive. He grabbed onto this feeling, and when he opened his eyes, he returned to the tree and the director asked how it went. What did he feel? MC caught his breath and stared at him in shock, saying that he heard all the sounds. The children laughed at him, saying that of course he heard everything if he was just standing there, and Alpheus smiled regretfully and thought that he hadn't succeeded, but he had expected that. Things that happen in the state of mind are in another dimension. Synesthesia, the aroma of sounds, the taste of light, the feeling of scenery on the skin. He approached Chiron and patted him on the head, saying that he tried hard, and if he continued to practice, he would be able to hear even more sounds. He declared the special lesson over and returned to the academy with the children. He looked at Chiron one last time and thought that it was a great pity. He was a talented child. If he had been born an aristocrat and trained from an early age, would he have been able to achieve the same as these children? But there are many talented children in the world. Meanwhile, MC climbed over the wall and found himself outside the academy. As soon as he landed, he caught his breath and pressed himself against the wall, staring dumbfoundedly into one spot, and thought that he really did it. At that moment, he heard a loud sound. Is this the state of mind? It was as if he was torn into pieces and scattered all over the world. He was the world itself. Overwhelmed by feelings, he burst into tears and ran back to the old man. At that moment, he trembled from this immensity, even if for a moment, but he left his body and became infinity. By accident, he crashed into a man in an alley and fell because of it. He immediately apologized to him, but to his misfortune, the man and his friends turned out to be ordinary bandits. The man grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him towards him, asking, "Are you completely stupid? Shouldn't he pay compensation if he hit someone?" Poor Chiron fearfully apologized to him again, and he exclaimed, "He thinks an apology will be enough? He is from the wolf gang, right? They came to kill him?" A girl's voice was heard. She walked up to them and asked what they were doing here. Did something interesting happen? The man immediately calmed down and called her Miss Amy, and the others began to ask her in a friendly manner what brought her here. Is she bored again? MC wanted to ask her to save him, but he saw that she was an aristocrat and was surprised that she was so young. The man told her that this boy wanted to kill someone, and he was just trying to teach him a lesson. MC excitedly exclaimed that everything was wrong. He accidentally bumped into him. The man immediately hit him, telling him to stop talking nonsense. He hopes they will believe him. Chironi fell down from his punch and started coughing, and the men said that he had to pay them compensation. Where are his parents? Let him drag his mother here, who is hiding after giving birth to such a shameless boy. MC looked up at them, and the man told the others with disgust to just look at him. Have his eyes changed? Is he in such a bad mood? After that, he kicked him in the head, calling him a little idiot, and asked why he doesn't try that again. His friend tried to calm him down and told him to be careful not to break his face, and Amy told them to stop altogether, or they would kill him. She went up to the boy and asked if he was okay. He told her with a trembling voice that he didn't do anything to them, after which he burst into tears, and she told those thugs that they definitely need to stop. Don't they have anything more interesting to do? The man said they were going to sell him to a village in the south. He was a commoner, so there was nothing to worry about. As soon as Chironi heard this, he panicked. He called out to his parents in his mind, and Amy, looking at him thoughtfully, said that a slave should have no flaws. After that, she smirked and suggested that they make sure of it. The men laughed and asked, so she wanted to test him? They approached Chironi, threatening to hit him to make him take off his clothes. But this only scared him more, and Amy, meanwhile, covered her embarrassed face with her hands and wondered what they were trying to take off his clothes. She just wanted to look at his face. Besides, why did he look like that? She was going to mock him a little and then let him go. He's not losing his mind, is he? MC's eyes stared at one point. The world suddenly slowed down, and the bandits' nasty laughter gradually died down. Everything froze. Chiron could clearly see everything that was happening at that moment. A fly flew in front of the bandit's face, a bird attacked the rats, and a bright flash appeared in the sky. MC started looking around, and then this flash appeared right in front of his face, and he seemed to have moved to the tree where Alpheus was demonstrating his spells. He found himself in his memories. That spell, its formula, all the information about it poured into Chironi's head, and the world came to life again. The bandit grabbed him by the clothes and started shaking him, asking if he was deaf. Did it look like he was joking with him? But Chironi didn't react at all. Amy noticed something was wrong and worriedly told him to stop, and at the same moment, powerful currents of wind appeared around the boy, which in an instant threw all the bandits high into the air. MC looked up, and seeing these bandits, he finally came to his senses and realized what he had done. The boys screamed loudly in fear and then fell to the ground with a crash, revealing a horrific scene before Chiron. Some had broken their legs and arms from the fall, while others had broken their chests. Amy landed deftly and called out to the boy in a rage, asking, "Who the hell is he? Where did he learn magic? How could a commoner do this?" From across the street, the guards' voices rang out. They had come toward the loud sound. Amy didn't want to be seen there, so she quickly soared into the air and, pushing off the wall of the building, jumped onto the roof. MC was surprised at how quickly she had moved, and then heard the voices of passersby who had already begun to gather in response to the noise. He turned to the injured bandits and realized they definitely wouldn't believe what he was saying, so he decided to run away. He ran back to that old man's shop, calling for his dad in his mind, and thought that this world was so cold. After a while, Amy returned home to the Karmas estate, the estate of first-class aristocrats. As soon as she entered the estate, she loudly cursed and shouted that she couldn't believe that a child had defeated them, and her father, Shakura, who was already used to this scolding, asked if she had returned early today and skipped class again. She irritably brushed the dust off her dress and told him that she had already learned everything there was to know, and she was no longer interested in it. Stamping her feet in anger, she headed to the second floor, and he sighed heavily, asking when she would grow up already. No matter how much of a genius she was, if she was so irresponsible, one day she might be caught off guard. These words made her shudder, and he thought that she was rather quiet today. Usually, she was constantly making sarcastic comments at him. Before leaving, Amy called out to him and said that if he knew anyone who worked at the Magic Academy, he should introduce her to him. Time passed, and winter had already arrived. Returning home, Vincent immediately began looking for his son, and his wife said that he had gone to the logging area to get wood. The man was surprised and asked, "It's snowing, and he decided to go cut down trees?" He looked at the book in his hands and decided to go look for him, after which he left the house and thought that this spring, when he first brought Chiron to the city, he almost lost him. When he returned to him in tears, he said that he just got lost. But what really happened? At this time, MC was trying to cut down a tree. He had already left several chips on the trunk, but he was unable to do so. He caught his breath and thought that the magic he had summoned that day could no longer be used. He had summoned it unconsciously. It is unknown what intermediate process was missed due to insight, because he has no knowledge of magic, but he is still able to enter a state of mind. He closed his eyes for a second, then opened them, and saw everything in front of him in a different form. He feels everything when he is in this space. The surface, the shape, the smell. He can feel every part of this tree at once. He saw a bright flash on the tree trunk and thought, what is it? He cannot explain, but he feels it. After that, he hit this flash with all his might, and the tree trunk split into pieces with a very loud sound. He looked at it with a grin and thought that even chopping down a tree with one blow is magic. His father became an unwitting witness to this. He hid behind a tree and in shock wondered what he just saw. Was it really a thunderclap? He peered out from behind the tree. Chiron at that time began to saw the trunk and thought that this was the first successful time after 100 attempts at cutting down trees, just like using magic that day. Watching him, Vincent burst into tears and clutched the book he brought him in his hands. That day, MC decided that he did not need chances, he needed extensive knowledge. Day after day, he would practice endlessly for the chance that would one day come. And so 3 years passed. He spent time in the forest as usual. After meditating, he rose from the stump, took an axe, and touched the tree trunk with the thought that he does not see with his eyes, he feels with them. After that, he swung and hit the weak spot of the tree trunk with all his strength, which caused a loud sound, like thunder. The tree fell with a crack, and he threw the axe over his shoulder, thinking that he meditated, so he might as well go home. He entered a state of mind and thought that about 5 hours had already passed, as if he had become one with nature. Leaves swaying in the wind, worms moving in the earth, the sound of trees absorbing moisture through their roots. Even 5 hours would not be enough to enjoy it all to the fullest. He remembered how Althea's told him that if he could, another world would open up to him, and he, smiling, threw the firewood onto his back, thought that this was an apt description, after which he went home. When he approached the house, he saw 2 white horses and a luxurious carriage. It looks like they have guests. Leaving the firewood at the entrance, he entered the house and was surprised. His parents were sitting at the table with a well-dressed man. Olina excitedly told him to come over and say hello. It was the Ogent family butler. The man turned to him and said that it was nice to meet him. He could call him Timoran. Chiron immediately bowed his head to him, saying that they had met for the first time, and that his name was Chiron. The man rose from his chair and said he had come to see him, and he had thought the Ogents were a second-class aristocratic family in the kingdom. Why would a man working for the nobility need him? Timoran placed a hand on his shoulder and said that he wanted to take a look at him first. He roughly lifted his chin, examining him, and asked if he could read. He replied that he had been reading a little since childhood, after which the man turned him around and asked him to explain what he was doing. The man said that he seemed to have a good reputation. He was the son of a woodcutter and knew how to read. He respected his father. Right? MC asked him to wait, and he asked if he wanted to work at the Ogent estate. Chiron stared at him in confusion, and he said that they were going to transport books from a huge home library. In total, there were almost 10,000 books there. Among them were important works that could not be allowed to leak. It would take 2 years. The transport would be carried out by other people, and only the 2 of them would sort them. At the mention of the Ogent family library, his interest was immediately piqued, because he would definitely be able to find information important to magicians there. Timoran said that, however, the only people who knew about it were his family. If even one book were to disappear, or even news of the library's contents were to spread, then he and his family would be dead. Vincent and Olina exchanged worried glances. MC glanced at them and realized why they looked so nervous. The man said that since it was a risk for them, he was offering enough money. They would never earn that much just by hunting, so apparently raising their son well was worth it. Vincent also jumped up and exclaimed that he hadn't approached him for the money. He simply wanted their son to be able to realize his dream. The butler laughed loudly and asked what he was thinking. Maybe he still hoped he would build a career. If he hadn't done it for the money, then why had he asked to take his son? He replied that it was because he had said Chiron would be able to read books. Timoran replied that of course he could, but his job was to supervise the process, not to read. He had said that he wanted Chiron's dream to come true, so why lie to his son like that? Vincent fell silent and remembered the time when they had first started raising Chiron. Olina taught the boy a few words for fun, but when he was 6, he began to read on his own. He has expressive features and thick hair, but what's more important is that he's smart, so maybe he has noble blood in him? If he had been raised by aristocrats instead of them, then he could go to school too. He shook his head and wondered what he was thinking. Chiron was his son. It would be right for a woodcutter's son to learn to work in the mountains, but when he started doing it, he became scared. After all, this boy was raised by a woodcutter, so when he learned that the butler needed a commoner who could read, he begged him on his knees to take his son. He's been reading since childhood, and he's also very smart, but just let him read books. And right now, he said in a trembling voice that he didn't need any money. If he had known what would happen, he wouldn't have begged him like that. He ordered him to get out of his house right now, with tears in his eyes. How dare he mock the fact that his family had little money? Timoran immediately headed for the exit and put on his hat, thinking with a smirk that nothing could be done about it. He just didn't understand. But Chiron declared that he agreed to it. His father called out to him worriedly, and the butler turned to him and asked, "Is he serious?" He wasn't trying to just scare him, but he could tell for sure that even the slightest rumor would make his head roll. He told him that everything was fine, he wanted to work there. He would never divulge anything, even if everything went wrong, he wouldn't be offended. The man smirked and said that since he was interested, he would pick him up in a week. He could refuse if he changed his mind, but once he entered the mansion, he should keep in mind that he wouldn't be able to leave until all the work was done. After that, he left the house and Vincent asked his son why he agreed to this. These idiots just need a man who will die for them. He is to blame for everything, so he will take responsibility. Let him refuse. But MC was very happy. He turned to him and burst into tears of happiness, thanking him for such a valuable gift. Vincent also burst into tears, after which he hugged him tightly and told him not to worry, he can protect him. Let him come back safe and sound. He will make sure that they do not lay a finger on their family. Olina also burst into tears and her husband thought, "You finally raised a good man out of him?" A week later, the butlers from the Ogent estate arrived. They gave Vincent some documents to sign and quickly took them away, after which they led Chiron to the carriage, while he nervously looked back at his parents. He was seated inside and looked sadly at the two men chatting, then came to his senses and saw his parents crying. He reached out to them, but the carriage moved and he couldn't reach them. He grabbed his hand, mentally telling himself to stop doubting. Even though he had been given a great opportunity, it could end well or badly. Could he live happily for 2 years among people of great influence? As they approached the estate, the butlers told him that the Ogent house was located in the city of Krios, not far from the capital, Bashuka. This warrior family has been raising professional swordsmen since ancient times. The previous head was a state swordsman of the 3rd class, and the current one, Bishop Ogent, is a distinguished knight of the 4th class. In short, they control the city's military forces. He looked out the window and said with a smile that this was the landmark of the Ogent estate, the Grand Avenue. They got out of the carriage and MC looked around in admiration, and the man patted him on the back and asked with a smile, "Is he scared yet?" The Ogent family is full of monsters. His colleague advised him to watch his words, or does he want to be hanged? They walked along the avenue and Chiron looked around with the thought that he was beginning to realize that everything was real. They passed by a fountain with a horse, which was the symbol of the house, and he thought that these were indeed 2nd-class aristocrats, the Ogent family. The men led him to the chancery, which was a high tower, and said that there was housing for butlers, and that he would live there too. They led him to Temorin's office, and, taking the necessary documents, he said that he would explain his task to him, so he should follow him. MC excitedly said he would try his best, after which they entered the Grand Library, the sight of which greatly delighted him. Temorin said that the books from here would be moved to a new library, and he was to sort them. Every week, he would be given a list according to which he would search for and collect books. Work was from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., after which it was free time, but he was not allowed to go outside and could not enter the estate without special permission. He handed him the documents and said that the under-butler would tell him the rest of the rules. Did he have any questions? Chiron thought it was worth risking his life and seriously asked when he would start work. He answered that from tomorrow, he would have to start sorting. That was how his work here began. He had already managed to get the hang of it a little. He laid out the documents on the table and thought that he understood why one person was in charge of organizing the books. The structuring had to be consistent. For example, if he had to classify the book, The History of Fencing, everyone would have their own opinion. Should it be placed in the category of professional fencing or comprehensive history? Another fact he discovered while working with structuring systems: all knowledge is interconnected. The basis for their connection is history. Knowledge accumulates along a line called history, the backbone of knowledge. Carefully studying and using history to reinforce other areas will accelerate learning. Of the 10,000 books, about 850 are historical. He will read them in the 2 years he is here to achieve his dream of becoming a mage. Hearing someone enter, he looked up and saw that it was the deputy chief. He immediately closed the book so that no one would see what he was reading, because it was not officially allowed. Timoran approached him and remarked that he was doing a good job of sorting. Was he working overtime? He confirmed this, and the butler headed for the exit, saying that he still had a lot to do, so he should try not to ruin himself ahead of time. All responsibility for this was his. He told him that he would take this into account, and the butler, noticing something, turned abruptly and approached him, which made him nervous. He touched his shoulder, and he wondered if he had been caught reading after hours. But Timuran only brushed the dust off his shoulder. He said that not only butlers came to this library, but also the head of the family and the young masters. He should pay close attention to his uniform and be sure that he did not belittle the dignity of the Ogent family. He frowned slightly and touched a lock of his hair, telling him to do something about it. His hair was too long. After that, he headed for the exit, and MC nervously wished him good night and thought that it was very close. He should be extra careful these 2 years. He needs to focus to stay out of trouble. Maybe he should tie his hair like his father? Night fell. He was still at work and reading a book. The more serious problem is that it is very difficult for him. 3 emperors, 7 kingdoms. 1 kingdom of Tormia is already difficult for him to study, so how is he supposed to understand the rest? Maybe he should memorize it? He immediately dismissed this thought, because if he wants to use the information at any time, he must perfectly understand every event. He was already starting to feel sleepy. He decided to read 1 more line before leaving, but did not notice how he fell asleep. Timuron, who came to visit him, took the book from under his head and ran his eyes over the contents, noting that it was so boring. He reads this book for a full lunar cycle. Does he think he'll succeed through studying? If he were delving into practical books, he would have forbidden him from coming here after hours. He left the lamp on the table and left, thinking what a relief it was that he was just a foolish dreamer. 3 months had passed since Chiron started working in the Great Library. He gradually got used to the work of a sorter and also learned some information from the servants. When the butler came to him for a book, he asked if another young master needed this. They didn't return the books they took last time. If they suddenly lost it, it would be a little awkward. The man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and agreed with him. He continues to question them, but they claim that they will bring the books to the library themselves. To be honest, the aristocrats don't care whether the books disappear or not. Only they, the butlers, worry about that. The most shocking fact for MC was that the nobles didn't care whether the books disappeared or not. But honestly, there aren't likely to be any truly important works in this library. And yet that doesn't mean he's safe now. An aristocrat can only live peacefully when the commoners are loyal to him. Peasants risk their lives for things the nobles wouldn't even remember. To prevent the slightest mistake, the servants become cold and heartless. He set to work and smiled nervously, thinking that it didn't matter whether the nobles cared about him or not. It was better for him to just live quietly. At that moment, a guy ran into the library, cursing some old man, and Chiron looked at him worriedly, wondering if something had happened. The guy ran up to him and exclaimed, "What's so terrible will happen if he rests a little today?" Seeing his blue hair, MC immediately realized it was the Lord's youngest son, Ryan Ogent. A disgruntled old man's voice was heard outside the library, asking Ryan how he dared to run away. When he catches him, he will add 100 more laps around the yard. Cursing nervously, Ryan grabbed Chiron by the shoulder and asked him not to tell him that he was here, and he mentally noted that he was huge. After that, the guy crawled under a small cabinet to hide there, and at that moment an old man ran into the library, shouting that he knew that he was hiding here. He approached Chiron and asked, "The blue-haired boy the size of a peanut came here, right?" MC thought, if he is the size of a peanut, then what is he in his eyes? He smiled nervously and said that apparently they are talking about the junior master. But who is he? He answered him that he is a fencing instructor. He is a teacher who has the right to beat this peanut. He better tell him seriously where he is, if he does not want to get a couple of punches. Chiron did not argue and gave Ryan to him, saying that he is hiding under a bookshelf. Upon hearing this, Ryan exclaimed, "Is he crazy?" Afterwards, the man pulled him out from under the shelf, and he nervously said that it was just a misunderstanding. Then the man threw him over the table, and he fell to the floor with a thud, causing MC to wince. Then he dragged him along with him, telling him to forget about the lessons, and that he would have to train his spirit again. Ryan glared at Chiron, and quietly said that he would pay for this, and he smiled nervously, and thought that he had great authority with the teacher, so he didn't have much of a choice. According to rumors, the teacher sent the young master to the mountains for a month. Time passed. He read 1 book in 20 days, and after fully understanding it, he mastered 82 more in 4 months. As expected, it's only difficult at the beginning. The following books no longer contain radically new information. If he lays the foundation by reading about 200 books, the remaining 650 will be much easier to digest. While reading history books, he began to have doubts. Was it right to study history now? But the more he became acquainted with the activities of magicians of the past, the more convinced he became that this was the right path. If scientists explore theory, then magicians put it into practice. Therefore, a magician and a scientist are the same thing. However, not all scientists are magicians, since they cannot enter a state of mind, a state of heightened sensitivity of the mind. That is, if he adds a huge amount of information to this state of mind, which will become the basis of knowledge, perhaps he can become a real magician. He was distracted from reading by Ryan's loud shout. He called him an idiot and shouted in rage that he had been through hell while waiting for this day to finally come. He felt uneasy with his persistence and asked if he was really here for this. Ryan approached him discontentedly and confirmed this, asking if he knew how many difficulties he had endured. He climbed the cliff again and again, and every time he felt his arms weaken, he thought he was going to die. But he held on thanks to the thought of revenge. MC thought it was worse than he thought. He was very angry. Ryan asked if he was not going to answer him. He thought he hadn't suffered enough. He asked him for help, trusted him, but he still gave away where he was hiding. He felt sick at the sight of such a coward. He told him that he hadn't turned him in, he just told the truth. And then he grabbed him by the clothes and told him not to make fun of him. Then he could have told him right away that he would not fulfill his request. He remained silent and thought that powerful people prefer to use logic that suits them, and then asked what he should do. Ryan was slightly surprised and thought that at first glance this was an ordinary butler who had recently appeared here. But why was he so unperturbed? He smirked and said that this was great. Does he also disdain him? Now he will explain to him in more detail who he is. They left the library and went to the training ground, which made Chiron nervous. Does he plan to beat him until he vents his anger? He's better off just enduring it. Better this than dying. He can't miss the chance his parents gave him, risking their lives. Ryan threw him a wooden sword, He deftly caught it, after which the guy pointed the weapon at him and firmly stated that this is a duel. He is not a coward unlike him. As punishment for disdainfully treating the man destined to become the greatest swordsman, he will take the blows of his sword. MC became agitated and exclaimed, "What did he do that was so cowardly?" He answered him that as a servant of the Ogent house, it was his duty to protect them. But he turned him in to the teacher because he was afraid of punishment. He gave it away, turning a blind eye to the fact that he was in trouble. Chiron immediately noticed that his gaze had changed, and Ryan continued, saying that even if his family didn't respect him, he wouldn't tolerate the same attitude from a boy like him. He assumed a fighting stance and said with a smirk that they were beginning. Considering the difference in their skills, he would allow him to attack 3 times before he began. His gaze made MC nervous. He was definitely an Ogent. A wooden sword was strong. If he broke even one bone, he would have to go home. But what should he do? An idea occurred to him, and he decided to give it a try. After all, he had 3 tries. With a shout, raising his sword above his head, he attacked Ryan, but Ryan immediately parried his blow, saying that he had 2 tries left. The force of his blow reverberated in his hands. He gripped the sword tighter and attacked, and Ryan parried again. He smirked and said he had 1 try left, then laughed and asked if he'd ever even held a sword. Chiron gritted his teeth nervously. He knew he only had 1 chance and decided to take advantage of it. He entered a state of mind and swung his sword, and Ryan asked, "What is this position? It would be harder to block." He parried his blow and said it was his turn, but then the wooden sword shattered into pieces with a crack, which surprised him greatly. Looking at this, MC caught his breath and thought his risk had paid off. With the first strike, he sensed the essence of things. With the second, he calculated the enemy's speed, and with the third strike, he finally attacked him. It was a thunderous strike that he had been practicing for over 3 years. Meanwhile, Ryan looked at his sword in confusion, then looked up at him and asked where he learned fencing. He answered that it wasn't fencing, but a thunderbolt. He didn't understand what he was talking about, so he explained to him that his father worked in the mountains, and he usually went with him to chop wood. But his strength wasn't enough to cut down trees, so he learned this technique to compensate for his lack of physical ability. Loggers call it a thunderbolt. Ryan stared at him in confusion and thought, what kind of nonsense is this brat talking about? Did he learn this while cutting down trees? He trained in swordsmanship for 15 years. Is it possible to learn such a technique while chopping wood? As a child, his older brother Rai defeated him when he first learned how to wield a sword. His father was so happy. He was only 12, but he had already mastered the secret technique of Ogent. And since he's so far superior to his peers, the teacher has nothing more to teach him. Ignoring Ryan, Bishop happily told Rai that he'd inherited his genius, and they'd throw a grand banquet to commemorate this day. Ryan was very upset and offended. Why couldn't he catch up? And now, in Chiron, he saw his brother and shouted that he couldn't accept this. MC was perplexed, because he'd won fairly, and when he saw what he was doing, he became very nervous. Ryan pulled out a real sword, tossed it into his hands, and said that both their weapons were destroyed, so victory was forfeit. If he could master a sword strike, he needed to learn how to use it properly. In a month, right here, they would duel with real swords. Chiron nervously glanced at the sword in his hands and thought that he might die. He looked up at the young master with concern and asked him to think again. He had never trained in swordsmanship. He replied that this was precisely why he was giving him some time. If he was so talented that he learned it while chopping down trees, he would figure it out somehow. And he shouldn't even think about running away. He would fight to the last. A new day had dawned and MC was working as usual. He clutched his head and sighed heavily. He realized what had happened. The Ogent family's specialty is the inheritance of black and blue hair. The head of the family, Bishop Ogent, has 3 sons and a daughter. The eldest son is a 6th-rank professional swordsman. The eldest daughter also has incredible talent, but she chose music instead of fencing and became a pianist at the palace. The second son, Rai, is called a genius. Unlike his talented dark-haired brothers, Rian has no special talents. Even the best teacher declared that he had no ability. Everyone who worked in the estate knows this story. He started pulling his hair and wondering why he did that. He should have just taken the hit. He had hurt the pride of a man who had been compared to his relatives all his life. It seemed to him that all nobles were outstanding. He thought that he would stay alive simply by doing his job. If he died, his parents would grieve. Since time was short, he decided to get down to business. Collected books on fencing, and sat down to study. After all, he would become a wizard and was confident in his endurance. Since he lived in the mountains, he could survive if he learned to defend himself, and he needed to do everything in his power. At this time, Ryan was training. He ran 100 laps and even broke his record, which made his teacher immensely happy. He asked, did something really happen? He was training so obediently. He caught his breath and cursed, exclaiming, is this training? His teacher was indignant, and he exclaimed that he was still standing. Didn't he have anything harder? He thoughtfully touched his chin and asked, something happened to him, right? He assumed it was Rai again, and seeing the fire in his eyes, thought he learned something new, but he had already awakened his schema. He agreed to train him harder and said that if he died, he would not be responsible for it. Meanwhile, Chiron learned about the schema. The schema is both an imaginary body and its schematic representation. If a magician has a state of mind, then a swordsman has a schema. All people have an idea of their body, but a schema is an extremely precise embodiment. Thus, masters of the schema completely understand their body and can even participate in the movement of its cells. He slammed the book shut and thought, isn't this the complete opposite of a state of mind? Should he try? He closed his eyes and concentrated. The first thing he feels is himself. It is simply like a state of mind. For the state of mind, he must erase himself, and for the diagram, he needs to dig deeper into the core of his existence. If he can pull back the veil at this point, he will complete the first stage of the diagram, but investing effort in a process that is the complete opposite of the state of mind is ineffective. Did that girl he met 3 years ago also use the diagram? She was able to do it at such a young age. That's quite impressive. He left the library and picked up the sword, thinking that he would prefer to use the state of mind to learn the basics of fencing. He decided to start with slashes in 8 directions and began to swing the sword. Meanwhile, Ryan was also training. He hit the pole in front of him with all his might, and his teacher, calling him a fool, asked him to stop, otherwise his muscles would tear. He continued, answering him that they hadn't torn yet, then hit harder and cursed loudly, asking why the muscles weren't bursting. Why weren't his arms falling off? His teacher watched this with concern. He swung his sword again and cried out with tears in his eyes. Why can't he use the diagram? The man also shed a tear, stopping his sword and saying that was enough for today. Ryan didn't argue and threw the sword to the ground, after which his teacher wiped the sweat from his back and asked what he was thinking about. He told him that he was thinking about dying from the pain in his arms, and he said that in his reports he never wrote that he had talent. Ryan noted that this was why he was straining himself so much, and the man said that he still believed that he was good at something. Has he ever thought about what he's good at? He smiled weakly and told him that he knew what he was bad at, and he noted that that was why he wasn't a genius. The guy pouted resentfully and turned away from him, telling him to stop. He already knew that. His teacher smiled and said that geniuses know they are geniuses and what they are good at. Therefore, by working hard, they are guaranteed to achieve what they want. But what they truly fear is striving for something they cannot achieve, the fiery will to achieve results in what they are not very good at. This can be called the mortal enemy of geniuses. Ryan chuckled and said that this was the best consolation he had ever received. After that, he clenched his fists and thought that since he had no talent to begin with, he just had to work hard until he found it, and then he would definitely win. That very day came. Before going to the duel, MC decided to practice a little. What is fencing? It is a set of dynamic strikes, the purpose of which is to eliminate the opponent. On the other hand, it is also a set of psychological combat techniques. For example, an imaginary enemy. It may seem that he has the ability to attack in an infinite number of directions, but in fact, there are only 8. For a month, he learned to deliver slashes in the 8th directions and block his opponent's movements in them. His opponent attacked, he took the blow, and then began to parry them, closely watching every movement of the sword. After that, everything around him seemed to flash. He threw the sword and laughed, thinking, is this the path swordsmen chose? The world of fencing really is endless, just like the magical world. He took the sword and went to the training ground, mentally apologizing to his parents. He might not be able to return, but he regrets nothing. Even though he stood at the crossroads of life and death, he was lucky enough to see this amazing world. Rian had prepared everything for their duel and was already waiting for him. Seeing him arrive, he invited him to begin and drew his sword. Afterwards, he thought, only a month has passed, but this guy radiates such confidence. Back then, he really might not have studied fencing, but now he is so calm, even though this is the first time he holds a real sword in his hands. If this guy is truly as talented as Rai, he should definitely win. He warned him that he was starting and rushed to attack. Chiron concentrated and mentally noted that he had amazing swordsmanship. His skill level was higher than his. However, he sensed the path of his sword. Closely watching his every move, he began to dodge blows and thought in surprise, is he looking at a sword? Isn't this guy afraid of this? MC looked at him confidently and thought that he couldn't resist the fear of death. Death, the source of this fear, is in the future, and the future is an illusion that doesn't yet exist. If you don't imagine what will happen next, then anyone can jump off a cliff. Meanwhile, Ryan realized he wasn't blindly prepared to die. It was as if he'd absorbed all his emotions, but he wasn't afraid of something like death either. He swung his sword and lunged at him. Chiron realized the blow would come from the right and deftly blocked it. Afterward, his opponent began to land countless blows, thinking that even if he did, there was a wall he couldn't overcome using cheap tricks alone. MC barely managed to parry his blows, both heavy and fast. Their speed began to exceed the frequency at which he could sense the sword's direction using synesthesia. Ryan struck again. Chiron missed it and was wounded in the chest. Realizing he was losing, he decided to use all his strength. And when the guy lunged at him again, he clung to the ground and ran to the side, dodging it. Then he caught his breath and thought, what's wrong? Ryan pounced on him, delivering a heavy blow, and he thought, how can this be? He's definitely out of his mind. His opponent smirked and thought, did he only realize this now? This is the Ogent family's swordsmanship. Created for training with two-handed swords, he won't be able to withstand his heavy blows. He puts his entire body into each strike, and he will crush him with his strength. Giving him some time to catch his breath, he pounced on him again, and MC, parrying the blow, thought it was strange. If he had raised the sword up after cutting his ribcage, it would have simply cut him, and that would have been the end of it. Why does he only use attacks with a wide swing? And then he finally realized his understanding of swordsmanship is worse than he thought. Although he knows how to use certain techniques, he lacks insight. In this case, he will reduce Ryan's combat capabilities, which he can calculate. As soon as he changed the plan, he could easily parry his blows and strike back, which confused Ryan. He parried his blow and thought, why is he suddenly attacking? Isn't he tired? Realizing that these are all basic moves, he cursed and thought, why is it so hard for him to block them? He began to get nervous. Chiron noticed that his stamina had significantly decreased and decided to keep the rhythm to maintain his. Ryan panicked. He started breathing heavily and thought that this can't be. He immediately remembered the day when Rai defeated him. After talking with his father, Rai looked at him and smirked. Because of this, he was now very angry. He pounced on Chiron and ordered him not to dare mock him. He will become the best swordsman in the world. MC parried his blow and thought, is he giving up the fight? What kind of stubborn tactics does he have? Is he even thinking now? He wanted to look at his sword path, but it didn't work. He couldn't see anything. There were too many random possibilities. The guy rushed at him with a loud scream. He looked at his sword and noticed something, and then a loud clang was heard. Chiron somehow knocked the sword out of his hands, and it fell not far from them. He stopped, trying to catch his breath, and Ryan lowered his head and thought, is this really possible? At the last moment, he changed his grip in an instant and parried the blow, causing him to drop the sword. Who is he anyway? MC at this time looked at him in fear. He didn't think he would really win. But what will happen next? Even if it is a duel, he is an aristocrat. Since he hurt his pride again, he doesn't know what will happen. Ryan admitted that he lost, then scratched the back of his head in annoyance and let out an exasperated sigh. He looked at Chiron and said that he won. Since he was the loser, even if he decided to kill him, he wouldn't dare say anything against it. He stared at him in shock, then smiled nervously and asked, is he kidding me now? He started shouting and asked, does he think he'll be left alive if he kills him? How could he say something like that? Ryan smiled, saying that they had put their lives on the line, and he would admit his defeat, and then MC exclaimed that he was the only one who was going to risk his life, and he was just trying to survive. Their fight was absurd from the start. Why was the blame on him if he was the one hiding because he didn't want to train? Ryan called him an idiot and exclaimed, who's blaming whom? It was all because he was a loser. Even if they were meeting for the first time, he should have shown respect in this situation. But Chiron didn't let him finish and angrily cursed loudly, sending that respect to hell. Did he even think about the terrible situation he got into? Because of him, he was stuck between the headman's son and his fencing teacher. If he were a person worthy of respect, he would never have put his butler in such a position. Didn't it occur to him that a person deserving of recognition would proudly meet his teacher face to face? Now Ryan realized from his side it looked like an ordinary cool duel, and from Chiron's side it looked more like mockery of a simple peasant. And even with a death threat for the disrespect shown, MC completely lost strength and fell to the ground, exclaiming that he really thought he was going to die, and he thought, don't people say something like warm compliments to each other after a duel? He watched him cry and wondered where the cold-blooded warrior he fought went. He was sure that in front of him was a genius, but he wasn't laughing at him like Rai. On the contrary, he met him face to face, gathering all his strength. He asked his name, and he distracted himself from his suffering and answered him. Ryan told him his full name, which made him even more nervous, and then he extended his hand and offered to become friends. Time passed, and during his time working here, Chiron sorted 7,028 books out of 10,453. Timoran even praised him for his excellent work this year. It has already been a year since he began working in the Great Ogent Library. Since the number of books he needs to sort has decreased, his productivity has increased. Moreover, he only has 200 books left to read out of his goal of 850. He reads about 3 books a day and will soon be able to completely fill the knowledge base he dreamed of. He also tried his hand at fencing and learned the essence behind fear. Thanks to this, it seems to him that the duration of his state of mind has increased. Remembering the duel, he sighed heavily. He really thought he was going to die back then. Even though it was difficult for him at first, he won't give up and will gradually achieve his goal. There's another important point. Nothing can compare to finding a good friend. After that duel, Ryan began to frequent the library and hang around him. He picked up a book and remarked that there were so many of them. Did his family really read them all? MC confirmed this. The head and second young master often visit the library, and the guy clicked his tongue, saying that it must be great to be smart. After Chiron became close to Ryan, he realized that despite his enormous height, he was gentle and sweet. This was expected of the youngest in the family, and he really did act that way. He drawled that there was too much to read here, and when he casually threw the book aside, Chiron immediately appeared in front of him and asked him with a frightened look not to damage it, otherwise he would die. The guy was initially scared by his unexpected appearance, then laughed and told him not to worry. Could a book be more important than a human life? Even if he burned the library to the ground, he would protect him, so he shouldn't worry. He grabbed his head with the thought that he wouldn't hate him if he kept quiet, and said that he thought he would be safe if he just stood aside. By the way, why is he here today? How about training? He answered him that he was in basic training now, he told the teacher that he wanted to study in the library for a while. MC nervously clenched his fists and said that then he should start studying quickly. And what is he doing? Ryan, like a capricious child, began to wave his arms and legs, saying that it was too boring and he could only watch him. He didn't become lazy or anything like that. He's like a fire that can't be stopped once it's ignited. As long as there's a chance, it will light up again and again. But after 10 minutes, Chiron finally made him sit down at the table and start studying. Ryan asked, I thought he said he wanted to become a mage. Does he really need to read so many books for that? He's read as many as 800. Is he really crazy? MC told him that he's actually falling behind. He didn't have the opportunity to study before he came here. But now that he's read 600 history books, he knows almost everything. He quickly flipped through the book, and Ryan thought that it amazes him every time. How can he read so fast? At this rate, he'll just get sucked into the book. Besides, they're the same age, but Chiron is more mature. He decided to read a little too and said the book was quite interesting. In the preface, the author posed a question. If a swordsman and a mage fought, who would win? MC immediately looked up from his book and began listening attentively. The author had scoured the world for the answer to this question. In the book, he writes that when he closes his eyes, he sees the shimmer of Mount Arjuna, towering over 6,000 meters above sea level. In those mountains, there is a carnivorous tree that devours birds. At this point, Ryan decided to end it, as it was too boring. MC immediately became indignant and exclaimed that he was very interested in this. He asked how he could be interested in this. There were no pictures, nor anything about fencing. MC got up from his seat and ran up to him, then opened the book and indignantly asked how he could say such a thing without reading a page. So who would win according to the author? Ryan asked, were the swordsman and the mage crazy enough to fight like that? Suddenly, Rai's voice was heard above them, saying that it was obvious the swordsman would win. Chiron immediately stood up and bowed to him in greeting, and Ryan irritably asked, how was he supposed to know that? Rai took the book, and Chiron and Ryan simultaneously became nervous. They both had a thought. He didn't hear their conversation, did he? If a servant talks so freely with a noble's child, he won't get off with just a spanking. But Rai didn't seem to pay attention to it. His brother laughed nervously and asked why he was so confident about the swordsman's victory. Was he taking his side because he was a swordsman himself? He told him that this could be told just by looking at the situation of swordsmen and mages on the continent. Ryan chuckled and said that they were talking about battle. What does situation matter? He doesn't mean that they choose opponents on the battlefield based on their military rank, does he? Rai ignored him and turned to Chiron, asking what he thought about it. This made him nervous and thought, what does he want? It's probably difficult to understand him even at normal times, but with so many thoughts in his head, it's even more difficult now. He just needs to give him a suitable answer. He said that if a swordsman and a mage are on the same level, he thinks it will be difficult for the swordsman to defeat the mage when he enters the spirit state. But if the swordsman uses all his strength in battle before the mage casts a spell, he will win. Rai didn't let him finish and said with a smirk that he was wrong, the mage would lose. MC immediately looked down, and Ryan gritted his teeth in irritation and thought that it had always been like this. Ever since they were children, whenever he met someone unpleasant, he liked to trample on what was important to him. Rai said that he seemed to like history. He's heard of the armor of the 5 gods, right? Ryan looked at his friend worriedly, and his brother said that he meant an artifact that destroys the spirit state, anti-magic. As soon as he mentioned this, Chiron's gaze changed. Ray grinned and said he thought he liked the story. He's sure he's heard of the armor of the 5 gods, right? An artifact that destroys the spirit state. He's talking about anti-magic. The innate ability of mages is the spirit state. Fighting a mage in this state is akin to dueling sharks in the deep sea. However, something can evaporate the water and deprive the sharks of their senses. MC imagined people covered in mana, towards whom the knight approached, and thought, anti-magic. If the spirit state can't reach this armor, then neither can magic. What mage could fight someone who uses such a powerful artifact? But that's just a theory. Anti-magic is originally an expensive technique created from the mana flowing in the dragon's heart. Also, since it has fluctuating qualities, its effectiveness rarely increases, no matter how much money is invested. Even Yakra, the master of vibrational equation, could only unlock 65% of the 5 gods' armor's full potential. That's why it's so expensive. Ray said, of course it's unaffordable. The cost of each element is equal to the annual budget of an entire kingdom. Ryan slammed his fist on the table and asked in displeasure, what kind of nightmare is this? How will a swordsman become stronger then? Ray replied, the problem is that those who created anti-magic are mages. Ryan cried out, what? Why would they need it? Ray asked again, isn't it obvious? Since there's such a huge demand for it, it's the perfect way to make money. Wizards are literally lining up to use it, so there's no need to buy such a priceless artifact. Does he understand now? Mages are a pathetic class of people who sell their people's weakness for profit. Ryan cried out, his words are too cruel. MC interrupted him and said, but that's the essence of mages. Ray cried out, what did he say? Chiron replied, as he had mentioned, anti-magic was created by wizards. It was used to restrict magical activity in places where it was prohibited. It was also successfully used as defensive equipment in magic schools. Although it could be used against wizards, this does not diminish its value as the fruit of intellect, voluntarily given for the good of the entire world. Therefore, he thinks, based on this fact alone, it is difficult for him to confirm that a swordsman is more powerful than a mage. Ryan laughed quietly, which angered Ray even more. He shouted, ideas and reality are very different. Anyway, the fact remains that a mage cannot win in a fight with a swordsman. He left the room, and MC exhaled loudly. He winked and said he thought he was going to die. Ryan hugged him and laughed loudly. He said, "He's incomparable, Chiron." It was the first time he saw his brother with such an expression. If his tongue were a blade, he could become the best swordsman in the world, a breath of fresh air. Chiron thought, as Ray had said, ideas and reality can report, but an investigative mind ruthlessly experiments even on its own weaknesses. Can one really say that this intellect exists for the sake of world peace? 6 months later, Timoran signed the report on the current status of the library relocation and said, "Good." He placed it on the table and said, "They finished faster than expected." The servant said it was wonderful that the relocation was completed 6 months early, but he was even more pleased that the books that had been neglected for 20 years were perfectly sorted. However, he didn't feel sorry to let such a useful man go. If only they had used some excuse to extend the contract. Timoran sipped his tea from his cup and said, "Of all people, only he was the one who was talking nonsense for some reason. He should better watch his work." The servant cleared his throat and asked the butler to excuse him. Timoran thoughtfully took a sip from his cup and said, "Shirone Arian." MC was sitting at the table at that moment and thinking, closing a book is easy, but closing a book after reading hundreds of its pages is something else entirely. It's just a dream. Finally, at that moment, Ryan burst into the library and shouted, "Shirone, did he hear that he finished working? Is he not going home yet?" He widened his eyes in surprise and said, Did he really finish everything?" MC smiled and answered, "Yes, there's nothing more to read here." Ryan grabbed his hand and asked, "Really?" He laughed out loud and shouted, "He is amazing. Did he really do it? He congratulates. This is amazing." MC said, "Ryan, before he leaves, can they go to his place and play together?" Ryan asked in surprise. "What? Seriously?" Chiron asked. "Is this so unexpected?" Ryan said with tears in his eyes. He just hid their friendship for so long. He felt quite sad about it, and therefore it was unexpected to hear such words from him. MC asked again, "Really?" He thought, well, he regretted it too. They met most often in the library and hardly spent time together. Ryan ran past the library and shouted loudly, and upon noticing other people, he immediately calmed down and wanted to work hard. All this year he was curious about how his friend was living. Ryan shouted joyfully, "Great, they will go. His whole family left today." MC asked again, "Right now?" After a while, MC looked around in admiration and thought, "Here he is. This place is a little scary." He asked, "Ryan, are they really allowed to walk through the main gate like this?" Ryan said not to worry. The relatives will be back late in the evening. They went inside the house, and Chiron said, "So quiet." Ryan asked, "Okay, right? There are only servants here." MC looked around and thought, "This huge door leads to a room? There is one room here the size of his whole house? This is scary. So he really is from a rich family." Ryan said, "Here, this is his room." MC looked ahead in surprise and thought Ryan's abode was the smallest room at the end of the corridor. He laughed lightly and asked, "Is this the training ground?" Ryan said, "Welcome to him." Chiron thought, it looks like a small room where he goes after training, and Ryan lives here. After a while, Ryan was very nervous, and MC watched him with a smile. Ryan scattered the cards to the sides and shouted, "He's not playing anymore. He lost again." Chiron laughed and asked, "Another round?" Ryan clenched his fist and asked, "Was he cheating using his state of mind or something like that, right?" MC asked again, "What? Who does he take him for?" He has a habit of pushing the card forward when he takes an ace. Besides, it is obvious how much time he has to decide whether it is a pair or not. Ryan asked, "What the? How does he determine that?" MC replied, "Sometimes observation yields the best results when he doesn't focus on anything specific. When he watches the enemy as a whole, rather than just his individual actions, he can predict their plans." Ryan clutched his head and muttered, "Don't focus on anything specific and see the big picture? Then will it help awaken his scheme?" Chiron stood up and said, "Perhaps." In the end, it helped him get into a state of mind. Ryan lowered his head and said, he feels like he understood, but at the same time, he doesn't. MC looked out the window and said, "That's interesting." He picked up a book and asked, "Ryan, can I borrow this?" He was tired of reading only history books, so for the first time in a long time, he saw a novel. Ryan slumped onto the table, and MC said, "Oh my God." He looked at his watch and asked, did he say his family would be back late tonight? Suddenly, he heard music and thought, is that the sound of a piano? There's only one person in this mansion who can play the piano, the court pianist and Rian's older sister, Reina Ogent. She stopped playing and turned around and asked how he liked her piano sonata. Chiron's eyes widened in fear and thought, she noticed. He said, "It's very cool." MC thought, what should he do? Reina said, "It's the first time she sees him here. Is he new?" Chiron answered, "Yes, he's been sorting in the library for a year." Reina asked again, "So he's that kid?" She's heard that not everyone can do it. That means he's quite smart. Has he ever played the piano? Chiron thought, he can't let his guard down. She's a professional who uses a diagram when she performs. He answered, "No, never." He thought, and Ryan definitely said that the worst person in the estate is his sister. Reina asked, "Then she'll teach him. Will he sit down?" MC thought fearfully, "What? Sit here?" Reina smiled and said, "It's okay." No one would scold him because she had given him permission. Chiron thought she was being persistent, and he was in no position to refuse. Besides, when else would he get a chance to sit at the piano? He sat down next to Reina, and she said, "So these keys are C, D, and E, and here are the symbols on the sheet music." She placed her fingers on the keys and told him to try pressing these 3 at the same time. Chironi thought slightly embarrassedly. "The echo sounds great." Reina said, "Good start." MC apologized if it was asking too much, but could he try playing? Reina looked at him in surprise and thoughtfully answered, okay. MC said, it might be unpleasant to the ear. Reina said, everyone starts like that. She thought he knew more chords besides the ones she showed him. MC began to play the piano with concentration, and Reina thought in surprise, really? Everything is wrong. Nevertheless, he confidently pressed the keys. Should she stop him? She smiled and thought, it's so strange. He's making mistakes in everything. But at the same time, the melody sounds similar. It's like he's completely imitating her performance. Chiron was carefully watching the keys using his vision. Reina watched him in surprise and thought, is he gradually starting to play correctly? Chiron raised his hand and pressed the keys, which scared Reina. She thought, what is this? She can't call it acting, but he has a strange insight with which he understands the essence. Why is such a child a butler? He looks very cute. MC apologized and said, he's just... Suddenly there was a loud scream. Stop making noise, she, terrible witch. Ryan stood in the doorway and screamed loudly. Since she came home, let her go to bed. Why is she hysterical? He calmed down and asked, Chiron? What is he doing here? MC replied, well, the thing is, Reina asked, do they know each other? MC replied, no. More precisely, he thought his friendship with Ryan could be exposed. It was like he had committed a crime. Ryan asked again, Chiron? He was his friend. Chiron fell to the floor and screamed. What is he saying, sir? Ryan said not to worry, this evil witch has a rotten soul, but she doesn't care about such things. MC looked at him in surprise and thought, what? How come they don't care? Doesn't it matter? Reina asked. So his name is Chiron? It's okay. If Ryan says they are friends, then everything is fine. Sometimes he is a little pathetic, but he takes responsibility for his words. So, what was he thinking when he was playing just now? She really cares. Ryan asked again. What? Was it Chiron? And he thought she was hysterical. The wall of common sense built over 16 years collapsed. MC thought, the lady doesn't care about her brother's friendship with a peasant? He said, anyway, Rian, why did he lie? His older sister is a kind and beautiful lady. Rian frowned and asked again, what? He ordered him not to be so naive. She's a witch. Who knows when that woman will try to swallow him whole? Reina asked to be forgiven. Her little brother is a bit retarded, but she's glad he has a friend like him. Let him take care of him. MC said, nothing. In fact, he owes him. Reina said, oh my god, he's so cute. Rian smirked and asked, why doesn't he just take him since he's so cute? They'll make him part of the family while he's here. Reina asked again, are they so close that he doesn't even mind giving him his older sister? Ryan asked again, what is she talking about? She's not the prey here, Chiron is. She grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and screamed, does he think he can act like a jerk since everything is so cute? Ryan screamed. It hurts. MC looked at them, puzzled, thinking that just when he thought he understood nobles, they confused him again. Ryan asked, what's she doing home anyway? She just left. Rena dusted her hands and asked, didn't he hear? Ray was taking the certification test. She came to pick him up. They were leaving tomorrow. And a little later, Grandpa was coming to see a friend. Ryan's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, what? Crazy, it's really time already. MC thought about the certification test. A certification license is a standard and order for swordsmen and mages, recognized not only in the kingdom but throughout the continent. About 1,000 people take the test each year, but only about 30 pass. There's also a non-certified license. If he graduated from an institute approved by the kingdom, such as the Alphea's Magic Academy, he could become a non-certified 10th rank mage. He can increase his rank by gaining achievement points through associations or guilds, but people obviously flock to where the money and fame are. Even though the uncertified license exists, there is still a constant demand for the certification test. It's surprising that Ray would take it at such a young age, 18. Rian said, geniuses are different from others. The family fully supports them. Reina turned around and told him to hang in there. She would go prepare everything for dinner. She patted his head and said, the seafood arrived from the royal palace, so she needed to cook it herself. She was glad to meet Chiron. They would meet again, wouldn't they? MC looked at her in surprise and said, yes, goodbye. He wondered if he would have a chance to see her again. After all, he was leaving the mansion tomorrow. He said, Ryan, his sister, does she have a boyfriend? Ryan widened his eyes in surprise and Chiron said, it doesn't matter. He was just curious. Let him forget what he said. Anyway, Ryan smiled, showing all his teeth, and screamed loudly, sister. He started to run, and MC said, it doesn't matter. He ran after him and thought he didn't watch his language because he was sad. Ryan screamed, sister? Chiron asked. He ran to the balcony and screamed, does she have a boyfriend? All the maids turned around in surprise, and MC quickly grabbed Ryan's face, covering his mouth with his hand. The maids started asking again, what was that? A boyfriend? Reina laughed and said not to pay attention. The children were just fooling around. They finished cutting the fish, so it's time to cook it. The maids answered, yes, mistress. At that moment, Louis was standing behind the wall and watching what was happening. He turned to Hannes and asked, does the young master have guests today? Hannes answered, nothing was planned. Head butler Chiron. Louis said, it sounds familiar. He thinks he remembers. He ordered to tell Temeran to come to his office immediately. After a while, screams were heard in the forest. The teacher said, enough. 10-minute break. Ryan began to breathe heavily, and the teacher thought he took up the matter again. A year has passed, right? Last time it went out pretty quickly, but he is sure that everything will change as soon as Ray gets to the royal palace. The problem is in the circuit. Suddenly a scream rang out. Young master. Lady Reina asks him to return to the mansion right now. Rian asked again, sister, if it is about brother, he is not interested. Let him tell her. Let her do what she wants. The servant screamed, no sir. She said that the temporary butler Chiron is in danger, on the verge of death. Ryan choked and screamed, what? Why? He thought he was returning home today. The servant tried to catch his breath and said, Head butler. Louis has sent a report to the head of the family. He doesn't know anything, but the mistress said it's because of his relationship with him. Ryan put on his jacket and said, "Teacher, he needs to see his father." He asked again, "What happened?" Ryan answered, "The butler, whose name is Chiron, is his friend, and he thinks his father found out about it somehow. He's sure he will forgive him if he puts in a good word. He will continue training later." The teacher said no. Ryan turned around and asked puzzled, "What, teacher?" After a while, MC was kneeling in the hall in front of the Ogent family and looking at them with fear. Bishop said, "Chiron Aryan, he will be executed." The maids started whispering. How did this happen? A commoner dared with a nobleman. He should have known about the line that cannot be crossed. Timuran looked at them displeased, and Reina asked her father to wait. She had something to say. Bishop asked, "What is there to talk about?" He looked at the sheets of paper and said, "In the report provided by the head butler, many servants testify to how carelessly this child treated Rian. Since he read the contract, he should have no objections. Does he have anything to say?" Chiron answered, "He had one question." He raised his head and asked, "If he is the young master's friend, then what will happen to him?" The servants began to ask, "Doesn't he understand what is happening now? The boy should beg for mercy." Reina thought, even in such a situation, he is worried about Ryan. Bishop asked displeasedly, "Does he dare ask him such a thing? He is a fool, like all commoners. What does he think could happen to the noblemen hanging around him?" MC exhaled and said, "It is true that Ryan is his friend. They have been friends for a year and will continue to be friends." The servants cried out in fear, "Boy, why isn't he scared?" Bishop said irritably, "So it seems he is treating the Ogent family carelessly." He called the head butler and ordered him to deal with him quickly and not let others know what happened. The servants grabbed MC by the arms, and Reina ordered her father to wait and listen to her. Bishop said he confessed. He had already decided everything. In the name of the head of the family, once he made a choice, there is no turning back. The guy asked, "Boss, isn't that too much?" The servant replied, "He sees no reason for everyone to die because of one person. This house is their life. To protect it, they need to get rid of even the slightest flaring up conflict. Now he may think that this is wrong, but later he will be grateful for such a choice." At that moment, Ryan ran into the hall and shouted, "He will not allow this to happen." Reina looked at him joyfully and screamed, "Ryan!" MC looked up at him, and he asked who was going to kill his friend without permission. Bishop answered, "He." Ryan asked, "For what?" "He did not commit a mortal sin, but simply became his friend." Bishop said, "One does not need to sin to deserve destruction." He can't even imagine how difficult the circumstances of a noble family are. While his family copes with this difficult situation, he can enjoy the privileges of an aristocrat's son. Ryan screamed, "These privileges don't matter if he has to get rid of his friends for them." Bishop frowned and said, "How childish. He's asking why his friend has to die. Friendship with a noble implies an equal relationship. Does he really think this peasant sees him as a comrade? On what basis? There are many people in this world who want to sit on the necks of aristocrats." Ryan screamed, "Chiron would never do such a thing." Bishop asked, "So he should believe him?" He ordered him to prove that he and Chiron are really true friends. Ryan asked puzzledly, "Prove?" He thought they were lost. If he says he can't, then it's over. He said his feelings. Ryan thought, is it possible to prove someone's feelings? But he can't just say something random. If he were Chironi, he would easily crush him. He widened his eyes and thought, if he were Chironi, he looked at MC and thought, this look that analyzes everything. He had the same look when they fought. He remembered his words at the table and thought, overall, the person right in front of him is his father, a second-class noble, the head of the Ogent house, a black-haired family, a certified 4th rank, and he is also a knight. That's right, this is not just a quarrel between father and son. This is a sword duel. 13 minutes ago, Rian shouted, "Teacher, how not? His friend can die." The teacher asked, "Is he talking about that boy working in the library? But he is a commoner." Ryan shouted, "Teacher, he didn't know he was one. He said it himself. If a person can be talked to by crossing swords, then he can be his friend." The teacher asked, "Ryan, does he know what is most important for aristocrats? They must get rid of anything that undermines the family's reputation. Has he ever thought about the pressure his friend is under when he realizes that he is no more important than a gnat? After he thoughtlessly befriended him, let him not even try to argue to solve this problem." Ryan clenched his fist and said, "But he can't just stand there and do nothing. He was the one who asked him to be friends in the first place, and he doesn't want to be a coward." The teacher looked at him carefully and thought, Ryan is determined, he is passionate, honest, and innocent, but one cannot become a great swordsman by relying only on these qualities. He has high hopes and will root for him. The teacher handed him the sword and told him to take it. He will let him go if he takes it with him, but if he is not ready for this, then let him not dare take a step from here. Ryan frowned and said, "Teacher, he will never forget this." The teacher told him to remember, abandoning a friend is like abandoning a part of himself. Ryan thought this is a sword duel with his life on the line. Currently he laughed and said, as expected of him, "Father, he almost defeated him. Prove that they are friends?" He believes it. He believes that he and Chironi are friends. The fact that he is his friend is proof. Bishop became more and more angry and shouted, "Nonsense. It's not about wealth. Even now, the reputation of many nobles is sinking to the bottom. He is ready to completely abandon his son in order to prevent the fall of the family." Reina screamed, "Father!" Ryan said that if it is necessary to protect his friend, then he will gladly leave. Bishop shouted, "You brat." He ordered him to raise his sword. If he really considers this boy a friend, let him risk his life. Ryan drew his sword from its sheath, and Bishop asked perplexedly, "He dared to raise a sword against his father?" He replied, "It is not directed at him. He is just showing his confidence." Bishop put his hand to his chest and said, Yes, he doesn't even get along with other nobles because he is far from their level. Now he keeps someone worse near him to assert himself. Ryan replied, this time he's wrong, father. Chiron, he's a friend who's better than him. He wants to help him shine brighter. Bishop pointed his finger at MC and shouted, did he turn his head? He convinced him that a nobleman and a peasant could be friends? Chiron replied, no, he didn't do anything like that. Ryan ordered Chiron to stay put. He would protect him. Chiron called out to him and said, he's not responsible for all this. He would take responsibility. When he wanted to be his friend, he assumed that one day he would have to choose between friendship and his life. Even if it meant he died here, he would never regret being friends with him. Ryan burst into tears and shouted, yes, that's exactly what he wanted to say. Even if he was banished, they would still be friends. Bishop froze in surprise at what he heard. And Raina thought, even if they were immature, they were still people with their own feelings and emotions. A true friend is someone who would never turn their back on him. Everyone has such a person, or dreams of such a person. All the servants stood with tears in their eyes, and only Luis was very angry, looking at this. At that moment, loud laughter and shouts were heard. This is amazing. Raina looked up and joyfully said, grandfather. He cried out. He never thought he would see such a performance at his age. Being young is truly wonderful. Raina thought, now everything will be fine. Since grandfather, Bishop looked at him and said, he sees. He has already arrived. Raina said that it would take longer. Grandfather replied that he arrived early because his friend ran away with a young maid. Chiron looked at him in surprise and thought, this man, he is General Tormia, a third-class swordsman and Ryan's grandfather. The previous head of the family, Klumf Ogent, sat down on a chair and said, it's as noisy here as ever. Youth is the best time. Bishop said, not in this situation. Their family's image has sunk to the bottom. Klumf suggested he not jump to conclusions. He had observed this situation from behind the scenes, and it was obvious that many here had something to say. So why don't they hear other people's opinions on what's happening? The first witness, the eldest daughter, Raina Ogent, said that although she had only met Chiron yesterday, she could see that he was a smart and talented child. Moreover, he had fulfilled all the requirements of the contract and was supposed to leave the mansion today. Given these circumstances, it is very difficult to say that Chiron had any ill intentions towards Ryan. Ultimately, she does not believe that his actions tarnish the family's reputation. Klump spoke thoughtfully. He understood. In that case, what does he, his second grandson, think? The second witness is his second son, Ray Ogent. He said he didn't like the boy. Bishop grinned and thought, that's it. He knew he could rely on him. Ray said, however, he didn't care. Bishop asked again, what did he mean? He didn't like him, but he didn't care. Ray folded his arms and said, exactly. He didn't like him, but he didn't care who Ryan was friends with. He just wanted this to be over and for them to go to the royal palace. Raina looked at him, puzzled, and thought, this character. Klump laughed and said, that's why there's no dream more interesting than home. And in conclusion, he offered to hear the opinion of the one who knew Sharona the longest, the deputy butler. The third witness is the deputy butler, Temeran. Louis coughed and waved his hand. He thought, he's sure, he knows. They are not the ones allowed to voice their opinions. They are people who carry out the will of their masters. Temeran said, Chiron did the job assigned to him, and did it perfectly. Louis' eyes widened in surprise, and Temeran said besides he finished 6 months early. Louis hissed irritably, what is he doing now? Klump asked. Did he know they were friends? Temeran replied, he knew he was often with the young master, but not that they were friends. However, in his opinion, if Chiron were a simple child, he didn't think he could sort those 10,000 books. MC looked at him in surprise and thought, the deputy butler. Raina smiled and thought, excellent. The atmosphere smoothed out. The only one who wants to punish Chiron is father. Klump cleared his throat and answered curtly, no, he couldn't approve. Bishop looked at him puzzledly and asked, father? Raina asked, grandfather? Klump said, no. He understands that they are true friends. Either way, it's time to finish. If this continues, rumors will spread and become a weakness that political opponents can use against them. Everyone in this family holds an important position in the kingdom. Even Ray has a certification test coming up. What can he do with such a large family? Chiron, he's a smart kid. He hopes he'll understand. Raina looked away and said, however, Klump looked at the irritated Rian and smirked. He thought, he knows he's determined, Rian, but how can you not realize what he's talking about? He also understands the enormous weight of countless lives at stake. He asked what he thought. Chiron. He was grateful to him for teaching his naive grandson about true friendship. But can he end this now? MC looked down sadly and said, he can't. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Ryan cried out, Chironi. MC put his hand to his chest and said that if he was a hindrance to Ryan, he would never see him again. However, that doesn't mean he can't continue to consider him his friend. He and Ryan are friends. If they take this into account, he will follow any of their orders. Ryan gripped the hilt of his sword and thought with tears in his eyes. He was ashamed. Chirone will not die. That is already a relief, so he thought deep down. But he already knew that abandoning a friend is the same as abandoning himself. In any case, this cannot be negotiated. Ryan raised his sword and shouted, he hereby declares. Raina looked at him in fear and shouted, don't. She knows what he wants, but you don't have to do this. Ryan stabbed the sword into the floor and shouted, Rian Ogent, the third son of the Ogent family. From this moment on, he becomes the sword of Chironi. The bishop shook with anger and asked, what? Terrible. He screamed loudly, he is a fool. His scream echoed throughout the area. The history of the Knight's Oath dates back to the formation of the Kingdom of Tormia. During the years of chaos, both small and large countries fought for territory. Ataulf I, the strongest of them all, was able to unite and create Thormia. However, the new kingdom had to rebel against powerful neighboring countries. Therefore, instead of exile, the defeated kings were allowed to govern their own territories, and during this, the knightly oath was born. As a reward for their pledge to become the Lord's soul sword, they were granted the status of nobles. This is how nobility was born. Therefore, breaking the oath means becoming worse than a stray dog. Ryan asked, how can he? He can't take it back. He thought to himself, Master, he thinks he's caused a stir today. Chiron ran up to him and grabbing his arms shouted, Ryan, what is he doing? Clump said, Ryan, if he really said that he would become his sword, then that means this child is so competent, right? Let him answer him. Is Chiron truly brilliant, or does it shine so brightly in his eyes because he's not? Ryan smiled and shouted, the sword doesn't judge, it only protects. Clump started laughing, which made everyone tense. He grabbed his head and shouted, that's right. They, immature ones, need to do at least this much to reach the top. He's good with words, but with such disgusting swordsmanship. It's a pity that his friend has a sword like him, Ryan shouted. Grandpa, Clump said, okay, enough, it's over. He put his hand on MC's shoulder and said, Ryan may not be the best swordsman yet, but he will never point his blade at him. Let him take care of his grandson. Chiron smiled and thanked him for his approval. Clump pointed his finger at Luis and said, since the two of them became sworn friends, he can't let them go that easily. He ordered the head butler to take the carriage that Chiron was supposed to ride home in and bring his parents here. Luis answered fearfully, yes, right now. He thought, this is real. He will never understand what nobles are thinking. After a while, Ryan shouted joyfully. He was so happy. Did he see his family's faces? It was amazing. MC said, Ryan, a knight's oath. He shouldn't do such a thing for him. Ryan said, Chiron, he didn't do it because he is his friend. He is different from his older brother. He has the power to attract people. He just decided to bet his life on such a person. Chiron asked embarrassedly, what? Those big words again. He feels under so much pressure. But if he decided to protect him, then he needs to work even harder. Ryan turned pale, and MC asked, is something wrong? Ryan answered, nothing. He just hit a sore spot. At that moment, Reina entered the room and asked, Ryan, did he really lose to Chiron in a duel? She looked at Ryan and asked, what's wrong with him? He ordered her to get out, and MC asked, what is he talking about? His sister helped them so much. Please let her in. Reina replied, exactly. She provided important information for the other side. Ryan asked again, what are Dad and Grandpa doing? Reina sat down on the bed and replied, everything is bad there. Because he blurted out the knight's oath. They are thinking about a new plan of action. Anyway, Dad wants to clear them out with Chiron and send them to the Kaizen Fencing Academy. He said that Chiron has a talent for fencing, right? Chiron asked in surprise. Really? Reina smiled and replied, of course. Since he is now a member of the family, she told everyone about his talent to see if there is a chance that they will want to invest. Apparently, they want to make him successful for the sake of Ryan's future. Ryan screamed, are they sending him to school without his consent? Just when he can finally play with Chiron whatever he wants. Reina kicked him in the back with her heel and screamed at him for being so stupid. What is he trying to do after causing such a ruckus? Ryan screamed loudly. Chiron won't be going to fencing school anyway. He's a future mage and he's already unlocked his spirit states. Reina asked again, what? A spirit state? Chiron? She asked him to wait. Does that mean he took a knight's oath as a future mage? Can a swordsman really be weaker than a wizard? Rian, with tears in his eyes, ordered her to get out of there. Which? Reina said. So he used the synesthesia he senses through his spirit states to predict Ryan's moves and win. He had a good idea. Apparently, it's possible because the power of his spirit state is quite strong. Chiron asked, is that so? Ryan, with tears in his eyes, sat on the couch, hugging his legs. Reina said, he's amazing. She heard at school that the higher the level of concentration, the stronger his state of mind becomes. And what's even more amazing is that he achieved such a level of concentration with a sword in his hands. MC smiled, and Reina thought, if he remains so shy, he will never be able to start a relationship. She looked at Ryan and said, then she will talk to Grandpa about Chirona's career path. Of course, on the condition that he attends the fencing school, Ryan. He asked again, what? Then what will happen to his teacher? Reina replied, Teacher Kate already knows about it, so he decided to complete the contract tomorrow. He said that he will give a farewell speech in the morning. Ryan asked in surprise, what? He looked at the sword and thought, Teacher? The butler peeked into the room and said, young Master Chirone's family members are already here and are waiting in the reception hall. The head of the family said that if he wants, he can meet them first. Reina looked at MC and asked, well, Chirone? He said happily, he's coming. A moment later, he was descending the stairs, accompanied by butlers who asked him to be careful. The steps were very steep. MC said they could talk to him like before. He hadn't become a nobleman yet. The butler cried out, it's not allowed. Let him not talk like that. Another butler said, they'll be executed. Chirone smiled and said, no need to worry. He wouldn't tell anyone. The boys replied, they can't anyway. After a while, he opened the door to the reception hall and shouted, Mom, Dad. His parents got up from the sofa and cried out, Chirone. He quickly threw himself into their arms, and after a while, he thought they've lost so much weight. They probably hadn't slept at night, worrying that he would return to them dead. Olina told him not to worry. They lived peacefully and ate well. Vincent asked, But why were they called? If he had already finished work, then he should have returned home. They're not keeping him here and not allowing him to come back, are they? MC replied, nothing like that. They just gave him a good opportunity. Vincent looked at him in surprise, and Alina asked again, a good opportunity? Chiron replied, yes. He started telling his parents everything. After a while, Vincent laughed and said, he says that while he was working in the library, he became friends with the young master, and he gave him a knight's oath, and he was allowed to remain friends with him? MC happily answered, yes, that's right. Vincent asked Chiron to tell the truth. He screamed loudly. It can't be that a smart kid like him would say such nonsense. He started patting him by the shoulders and shouted, someone is treating him badly, right? Yes? MC replied, no, it's all true. Vincent hugged him and screamed loudly, his God. Everyone said that those who ended up in the house of aristocrats cannot return home in their right mind. Alina screamed, Vincent. A voice rang out, young master. The head of the family arrived. Members of the Ogent family entered the room. The bishop said he was pleased to meet him. He was the head of the family, Bishop Ogent. Ryan bowed and greeted his father. He is Chironi's sword, Rion. Reina said she was the eldest daughter, Reina. She had heard of them. Chironi's parents froze in surprise, and then quickly stood up and bowed. They greeted him and said, they are Chironi's parents. Such great people honored them with their attention? Reina asked again. Chirone hadn't told them yet? Vincent asked again in surprise. Will they excuse him? Were his words true? He thought, it can't be. This can't be. After a while, they were all sitting at a large table, and Chirone's parents were puzzled, thinking, what? Alina looked around and whispered in fear, darling, there are so many forks here. After a while, they were already sitting in the hall, and Vincent could barely breathe from fear and thought, a nightmare. What's going on? His hands were shaking violently, and he thought, he doesn't know what a knight's oath is, but it can't be that they would show such goodwill to the woodcutter's family. He needs to find out everything. Vincent apologized and said he was grateful they were so generous to his son, but he was still a little worried. The young master of the noble family of Ogent had sworn to Chiron. He couldn't believe it. Bishop replied, yes, to be honest, it was a little unpleasant. But still, for Ogent, a family that honors militarism, a knight's oath is unquestionable. If they had treated him so disrespectfully simply because of their status, Ryan's honor would have been tarnished. Also, from now on, they would use respectful communication, so there was no need to feel uncomfortable. Their family would support them and wouldn't turn their backs on Chiron. Clumph said happily. He hadn't heard him speak properly in a long time. Bishop said, Father, he's very loud. MC thought that making such a difficult decision for the sake of his family and treating people with honor and respect was in keeping with Ogent's status. And although he had no choice but to take the peasant under his wing, he doesn't intimidate anyone. Bishop said, to get to the point, surprisingly, their son uses his state of mind. A state of mind isn't something you can achieve through hard work, but a talent you're destined to be born with. As far as he knows, his goal is to become a mage. So if he wants to obtain an unofficial magic license as soon as possible, he thinks the Alphea's Magic Academy, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the kingdom, would be suitable for him. He's not saying that Chiron must enroll in the academy to become a mage, but not doing so, given his many privileges, would be foolish. So he doesn't advise refusing. Besides, he must go to this place to meet the standards of the Ogent house. Clumph cleared his throat and said, he hadn't said the most important thing for them. Bishop said that if their son graduates from the Magic Academy, he will become a wizard. Vincent's eyes widened in surprise, and he cried out, his son will become a wizard? MC thought, a Magic Academy. Vincent looked at him and said, is this really like a dream? Their son. Bishop said, however, the main problem is his affiliation. Vincent looked at him in surprise, and Bishop said, magic schools are elite. They don't enroll anyone except the children of aristocrats. Therefore, Clumph said, there's only one option. They would like to adopt Chiron. Vincent turned pale and thought, what? Clumph said, this is the only way found during the family meeting. He handed over a document and said, he has a young cousin who does not have children yet. If they add Chironi's name to the family registry, the problem will be solved. They have no intention of stealing their child. Everything will be only on paper. Thus, Chirone will become a nobleman. Vincent thought, Chiron will become a nobleman. Who else on earth would be given the chance to change their origin? But if that's the case, it's like they're letting their child be stolen. Let Chiron tell his father what to do? He looked at MC's calm face and thought, what if? Had he made his decision in advance? MC placed his hands on his parents' hands and said, never. He's his father's son and he can't become someone's adopted son. Vincent cried out, Chiron. Reina asked him to listen. It would only be on paper. They will of course treat his parents as his real parents. He will be able to fulfill his dream. Nothing will change. Clumph said he will become a noble. Such a good opportunity isn't given to everyone. MC frowned and said, if he has to replace his father, he'd rather live as a peasant. Clumph said discontentedly, a commoner won't be admitted to a magic academy. Chiron said, then he won't go to that academy. Clumph cried out, he won't become a mage. MC replied, and he won't become a mage. Clumph rose from his chair and cried out, Chiron, why is he so unwavering? The world is not easy. There are things you have to give up to achieve success. If he can't do it, then his dream was insignificant? MC answered, maybe so. Clumph asked again, what? Vincent, with tears in his eyes, remained silent, and Chiron said, no matter how beautiful his dream, There is what he received from his parents. If his parents are the roots, then his dreams are the fruits nourished by them. The ability to read, the chance to work in their house, it was only possible because his parents are his roots. The one chance he received was nothing compared to the countless opportunities given to him by his family. To say that he should give up his roots is the same as telling him to dry up and die. He thanked them for the offer, but his only parents are these two people. Everyone froze in surprise at his words, and Clump thought, guilt? Morality? No. What is he trying to say? Vincent bowed and cried out loudly, please let them adopt Chiron. Please, he begs them. Chironi asked puzzledly, father? Clump replied. He understood what he meant, but it was also important to consider Chironi's wishes. Vincent said, Chironi was not his biological son. Alina screamed, Vincent, what is he saying? Vincent said, they can't have children. Chironi was a child they got by chance. He's sure he's from a noble family. He doesn't deserve such a son. Everyone around widened their eyes in surprise, and he said, if he becomes the adopted son of aristocrats, then he can get to the right place. So this is not a rejection of his roots. Bishop thought, really? Everyone here guessed it. Chiron is completely different from his parents. Isn't this statement a rejection of his son? Chirone grabbed Vincent's hand and cried, Dad, what is he doing? How can you say such a thing without discussing it? Vincent frowned and asked to be forgiven. But since he was an adult, he should have known about it. MC asked, does he really think he didn't know? The only reason he didn't ask him is because a person can only have 2 real parents. He dreamed of it, and now he wants to have 6? Vincent said. He just didn't want him to give up his dream because of him. Chiron screamed, who would give up on that? He will try and eventually he will have opportunities. But he burst into tears and screamed. Did he even think about his feelings? Who wants to be abandoned by his parents twice? Vincent took his hand and said, just what? What did he do? He hugged him and said, Chiron, it's his fault. He will never abandon him. He asks you to forgive his stupid father. He is his everything. Everyone watched closely as Vincent said, the things they do for their children sometimes hurt them. Clump said that being a parent is indeed difficult, but they also sometimes suffer, trying to raise children without anyone's help. Bishop clutched his head and looked at the crying Ryan. He said he heard that there are some agreements at the Althea's Magic Academy. Father can negotiate them. Clump looked at him and asked again, what? He thinks an old man like him can do something? How can he convince these stubborn Altheas? Bishop asked. Is it really impossible? He heard that they are in his debt. Clump replied, well, for a man with principle to the core, stubbornly pushing is the best method. Bishop smirked and said that he did the same when he handed over the position of head of the family to him. Clump said it was for his own good. 3 days later, until Ryan left for fencing school, thanks to Ogant's mercy, his family was able to stay in their house. Father still apologizes to him. He's worried about how many years he can last this time. For the first time, he and Ryan had free time. MC slept in Ryan's room and they talked at night. 3 days later, Chironi was looking at the mansion and hearing sobs from behind, turned around. He asked Ryan not to cry. He asked how he could not cry. When he got on the carriage, he would have to go to fencing school. They were really saying goodbye. Why can't he enroll next year like him? MC replied, they don't even know if he will be admitted with special rights. He suggested meeting during the holidays, and they will write each other letters every day. Ryan put his hand on MC's shoulder and said, Chiron, he must become a mage, and he will become the strongest knight and will be the sword that will protect him. He promises. Reina punched him in the back of the head and ordered him to focus on his studies. She worries about him the most. She told Chiron not to worry. For now, let him spend time with his family. Their grandfather will definitely make sure he gets accepted. MC replied, okay, and thanks for their help. Reina smiled and thought, Chirone is a special child. At first, she thought he was just a cute younger brother, but he is really a very sensitive boy. Even in such a terrible situation, he didn't give up his beliefs. She said, Chirone, maybe when he graduates. She fell silent and with a slight smile on her face thought, what was she even thinking? He should live in the new world of the Magic Academy. She put her hand on his shoulder and said, never mind. She told him to try hard. He will definitely become a wizard. Chirone asked her to take care of Ryan. They got into one carriage and MC went to another and waved at them. The carriages set off and Ryan looked out the window and shouted, Chirone, when he gets to the Magic Academy, let him tear everyone there apart. MC smiled and thought, Rian Ogant. He told him the same thing. Chirone Aryan, the meeting of these two passionate youths will go down in history as the beginning of an event that destroyed the fabric of this world. Sometime later, in Alpheus' office at the Magic Academy, Clump said, since he's been thinking for half an hour, does he think he can expect a positive answer from him? Alpheus replied, even though he's been his good friend for 50 years, he can't accept his request. Clump shouted, what did he say? Does he know how much he suffered because of him in his youth? Given his empty self-praise, there must be a good reason, Alpheus replied. Anyway, special agreements weren't created as a backup plan for nobles. Every year, there are many applications, but special agreements also have their own requirements. Clump said irritably, what a mean old man. He made him wait for him. But he didn't even think for a second. He laughed and said, but this boy is different from the others. Alpheus looked at him in surprise and said, that sounds interesting. He hadn't seen such an expression on his face for a long time. Clump replied, he's not asking him to accept some incomprehensible child. On the contrary, this is his youngest grandson's friend, and he is really something. Does he know what he thought when he saw him? He thought he was looking at him in his youth. Alpheus smirked slightly and asked, if he is so talented, then why doesn't he enroll here himself? Apparently he has some problems. Clump answered, yes, there is a huge problem. He is not a noble. Alpheus asked again in surprise. Is this really a blonde-haired child with blue eyes? Klump said. His first impression of him was that he spoke very well. He thought he was a really smart child, able to manipulate adults. But when he offered to adopt him, he remembered Chiron's words and shouted, "What does he think about this?" Refused to become a noble. Alpheus said, he understands the truth of cause and effect. Klump answered, yes, without cause there is no effect. However, not many people realize this and go astray. A new opportunity may always arise, but when people give up their beliefs, they ultimately lose everything. They will never give up on what they believe is right. Doesn't this remind him of his younger self? Alpheus replied that the fact that a person doesn't compromise means that everyone can either consider his opinion correct or condemn it. He considers this dangerous. Klump skied and asked, he still hasn't forgiven himself? He did what he had to. He taught so many talented people. Isn't it time to let go of this resentment? Alpheus laughed and said, he says he must forgive himself. That's arrogant, his friend. The reason he teaches children is because he doesn't want anyone like him to appear. If this child, as he says, is like him, then there's no guarantee that he won't follow the same terrible path, right? Klump looked at him carefully and said, he was a genius, Alpheus. A genius that is born once in a century. He was called the light of the Milch family, but one day he took a wrong turn and almost lost everything. But in the end, he came back. Of course, he didn't expect to be an old-fashioned headmaster in such a remote place. Alpheus asked again, what? Yes, the heavens themselves helped him back then. A talentless fool became an official third-class swordsman. He worries about the future of the kingdom of Tormia. He laughed out loud and then went to the window and said, without a cause, there is no effect. Klump asked, maybe it was fate, considering that he knew him. The boy who disappeared 4 years ago returned. Alpheus laughed and said that he didn't believe in fate. He thought about it, but the talent, hindered by status, changed its route for 4 years and now stands right in front of him. Is this really fate? He turned around and said, he will accept Chiron. In the spring, 3 months later, MC said, Mom, Dad, he will definitely come back. Chiron Aryan is already 17 years old. He hugged Olina, and she said, her favorite son. She misses him already. Chiron said, he will write often. MC asked, does his hair look good? He never went with it, so he is a little awkward. Olina answered, Miss Reina said that short hair is now in C among the nobility. Let him behave naturally. Vincent asked thoughtfully, has he forgotten anything? MC put his hands in front of him and said, Dad, he is already 17. Kiss. Vincent interrupted him and said, if he will not, then he will. MC screamed loudly, and his father kissed him on the forehead and said, Chiron, he is proud of him. MC asked, is everything really okay? The head of the family said that he will find a house for him in the city. Vincent asked, God, is his father a hunter or what? He is attached to the mountains and fields. MC thought, well, yes, Vincent said. No matter how much he refuses the Ogent family's expenses on him, they continue to impose it on them. God. Chironi thought his admission to the academy could be a celebration for the entire village, but his father didn't tell anyone about it. Apparently, he refused to live in the city because he didn't want to be blackmailed by his family. Timuran asked him to get in. Please, they will escort him to the academy. MC waved from the carriage and shouted, he'll be right back. And so began his first day at the Magic Academy. He rode inside, feeling awkward. After a while, Timuran opened the carriage door and said, young master. He helped him out and said, they have arrived at the Alpheus Magic Academy. Payment for the tuition fees and materials is on him. His task is only to study well. MC thanked the assistant butler. Timuran said, he's just doing his job. Chiron said, until now, he couldn't thank him. Thank you for considering him worthy. He will never forget his kindness. Timuran said, no matter how talented a peasant is, he will always remain a peasant, and he will never become better than a noble. But not everyone is given such an opportunity. When he enters the school, many aristocrats will look at him with distrust. But he must be persistent. If he can endure, he will reach the end. MC thanked him and said that he will definitely become a mage. Timuran said that if he is ready, he asks to follow him. It is necessary to register him at the school, Alpheus Magic Academy. This is a place called the Cradle of Geniuses. What will he learn here and who will he meet? The military shouted. They will do their best to serve them. They bow. After a while, Timuran said it was time for him to go. If he needs anything, he should contact him. MC replied, yes, thank you very much. Chironi looked around and wondered who would greet him. Should he look around while he wait? Alpheus Magic Academy uses a 10-class system. There are 420 students in total, 30 of which are in the graduating class. Only 10 graduate from here every year? A voice came from behind him, so it was Chiron. MC turned around and greeted the director in surprise. Alpheus laughed and said, they met before? He remembers him? MC bowed and replied, thank him for that occasion. Alpheus replied, everything is fine. They will still have time to talk, so he suggested that he take a walk first. He needs to take an entrance test. Chironi asked again, a test? But he doesn't know anything. Alpheus said not to worry. It's just a simple assessment that will determine his class. Does he know how to enter a state of mind? MC replied, yes, he can. Alpheus laughed and said, this is amazing. He thought he discovered the state of mind on his own. It would be wonderful to teach him from childhood. He didn't recognize the diamond when it was right in front of his eyes. Even though it's late, he must teach him the basics. There will only be children in the hall for the entrance test, so if they come early, it will ruin his reputation. He asked, does he want to look around the school? After a while, they were walking down the hall, and a student was walking towards them, reading books that were floating in the air. MC thought something strange just passed by. He asked, the principal? Alpheus answered, This is the office where classes are held, and the beginner's class, from 10th to 8th grade. Chiron looked around in surprise and saw different students. He said, everyone uses magic here. Alpheus answered, that's right, but the place they are going to is a little different. They came to the top-ranking class from 7th to 4th grade. Chiron looked around and thought, the atmosphere is different here because everyone around him is his age. The guy asked, a large amount of energy that will reduce the atmosphere to a state below freezing? Wouldn't the condensation of the refrigerant be more efficient? However, the downside of this is that the backlash will be accelerated. How about this? If they redirect the timeline instead of energy? MC turned around and thought, what? They seem to be speaking the same language, so why doesn't he understand anything? An explosion occurred behind him and the guy started coughing loudly. He greeted the director and Alpheus said that he thinks there was a problem. The guy replied, yes, he was conducting an experiment on sound amplification, but an error appeared at the output. MC turned around and thought, do they even care about this? Alpheus said, apparently, the input and output balance was wrong. Let him check the homogeneity of the electricity. The guy thanked him and said he will try again. Chiron thought, the director is not stopping him? Moreover, this student will try again? It's like he is in another world. Amy passed by them, attracting everyone's attention. After a while, he stopped near the stand and thought, is this a notice board? The distribution of the entire middle class. In first place is Karmas. Isn't she a first-class noble? Amazing. All the people listed here have the same abilities as him. But if you think about it, she towers above them. He also wants to try. He wants to compete. In this place, he will study again from the beginning. He wants to take first place in the rankings. His thoughts were interrupted by a shout. Amy, they will go together. Chiron thought, saying, Amy, does she mean Karmas? First in the middle class? He turned around and saw her, experiencing the terrifying mana. He remembered the terrible scream. Where did he learn to cast spells if he is a commoner? Currently, Amy passed by him and only glanced quickly. Serial caught up with her and shouted, Amy, who did she tell? They will go together. Chiron thought, he hoped she didn't notice him. He's begging. Serial asked, did she see the guy who just passed? He's perfect. Is he a new student? He's a bit old for this. He was probably transferred to them, right? Amy answered thoughtfully. How strange, she'd seen him somewhere. Serial asked again. What? She's interested in him. She doesn't care about guys anyway. Amy replied, no, it's not that. He just looks familiar. Serial told her not to lie. Let her be honest. She fell in love with him, right? Right? She's right, right? Amy replied, no. She said that's not true. Amy Karmas, she ranks first in the middle class. As the most popular girl in the middle class, she constantly rejected confessions from seniors and classmates. She is the most exemplary among all the model students. The only person who knows about her dark past is going to enter this academy. MC shook and Alpheus asked, is he cold? Chiron replied, not at all. After some time at the third testing area at the Magic Academy, the director said, he sees they are not finished yet. Excellent. He told MC to watch closely what this child is doing. The boy went to the center of the room and Alpheus replied, when he enters the spirit state, he will feel the letters on the floor change. Let him say what he feels, and they will determine the size, strength, mobility, and position of his spirit state. He will only need to answer the teacher's questions honestly. Chiron answered, yes. He thought it was interesting. Ted said, so, Cammy, can he do magic? The boy answered, yes, he can levitate things. Ted laughed and said, charming. He said, okay, let him try entering the spirit state. Kami answered, yes. He closed his eyes and said, he entered. Ted asked a question. What is the farthest number? Kami answered, 6. The professor asked in surprise, 6? The director said the number 6 means that the diameter of the state is 6 meters. MC answered, he got it. The professor asked what color he feels the most. Kami said, red. He thinks he's entered a red world. They wrote down in the report, divergent type. This is a person who has a predisposition to large bursts of activity. Someone said, divergent type. This means that the fortune is quite large for his age. The woman asked, does he see a huge tower? Kami answered, it's on the left. Sina asked, what's the temperature there? Kami answered thoughtfully, it's quite hot in here. He was sweating a little. Sina replied, good work, Kami. The students this year are amazing. Ted said, yeah, for example, the size of that boy's fortune, Mike, is a whole 12 meters. He thinks their students are getting better every year. He wrote down in the evaluation sheet, he uses the state of mind well, but his endurance is a little behind. He said next is Shirone Aryan. Alpheus told him not to be afraid and to show his abilities. MC answered, yes, he will try. Ted wondered, so this was the boy who had passed through the special selection the principal had mentioned. Sina thought what a strange choice. The boy was already quite mature. He had borrowed the name of the Ogent house. Isn't his family famous? They probably just recognized his talent later. Well, he might be good, but he would be quickly buried at this school. Ted asked, Shirone Aryan, can he do magic? MC answered, no, he hasn't studied anything yet. Ted asked a question, right? Even if he hasn't studied anything, he should be capable of some things. Alpheus thought, that's exactly what they would think. Magic is the process of releasing knowledge from the mind. Children of nobles are taught a lot, and they naturally come to use magic, but this child has no such knowledge at all. Ted said, I see. While in the circle, he needs to enter a state of mind. He can't enter into this, right? MC replied, he will try. Ted thought, fortunately, he doesn't think this is a severe case of nepotism. Chiron clenched his fists and covered himself in mana, plunging into his consciousness. He looked around in surprise and thought, so that's what it looked like. Ted said, now Chironi, let him name the farthest number. MC was silent, and Ted asked, Is Chiron a student? The woman laughed and said she thought he was confused. The director turned to Chiron and said, he just needs to answer honestly. They are not comparing him with the others, they are simply looking for the best way to teach. Chiron answered thoughtfully, he sees the number, but it is so far away that he can't make it out. Ted asked again, he can't make it out, but he shouldn't see it, he needs to feel it. MC answered, no, not in that sense. He feels it, but the number is very long. Even now, it continues to grow. Ted thought discontentedly. Seriously? He said, that's normal, so let him start with the first digits he sees. Chiron said thoughtfully, 3.14. Ted cried out, what? Sina said, Chiron, 3.14 isn't among the set numbers. Is he sure? MC asked again. Yes, but that's what he sees. Sina thought, really? Of course, there were several cases where the number pi was shown. This means the size of the fortune exceeds the limits they set. Could it be that his fortune exceeded 30 meters? The woman asked. Then what color does he feel the most? MC answered, blue. Everything here is colored blue. The professor started whispering. If blue, is it a convergent type? Is his fortune still as large? Convergent type means durability is better than fortune size, the opposite of divergent type. Alpheus thought, Clumph, he understands why he was so adamant, but this is not a talent that matches his level. The professors wrote everything down in their protocols, and the man asked, how many spheres are hovering around? Chiron thought, is he asking about these things? There's no need to count each one, he can feel them. He said 867. The woman's hands shook from what she heard, and she whispered, 867. Alpheus thought it was a little dangerous. Sina adjusted her glasses and asked, Chiron, how cold is he now? MC replied, he's very cold, he's frozen. Sina said as expected. Ted looked at her in surprise and wrote down in the protocol, convergent type with outstanding durability. The woman said, good work. Now they need to confer about which classes they will be placed in. So, please, all applicants, have them wait in the hallway. Everyone left the room and the old man laughed loudly and said, what an interesting student. Sina said, exactly. How can a 17-year-old's state size exceed 30 meters? The professor said the state size exceeds his concentration, but this student's concentration is about 87%. The old man said, moreover, it's pure concentration without the use of any enhancing skills. What is he, a monk who trained in the forest for a long time? Ted asked, could he by any chance have lied? Everyone looked at him, and he told them to think for themselves. A state of mind with 90% concentration and a diameter of 30 meters. For a 17-year-old boy who doesn't know magic. This is nonsense. What if he just told them big numbers? Sina looked at him and said, but, Mr. Ted, she thinks he's forgotten that there's no point in students lying. If they get into upper-level classes, they won't understand the curriculum. Not to mention, they won't be able to pass the tests. Why would students lie like that if they came here to study? Moreover, it seems even the teachers have forgotten that the number pi is displayed as an error code. This isn't something a simple student would say to attract attention. Ted skayed in displeasure, and Alpheus entered the room and asked, so where should he be sent? He means Chiron. Sina stood up and said, headmaster. The 6th grade studies the development of the state of mind and its theory, and the 5th grade begins teaching actual magic, right? Sina Oliver, a certified 6th rank mage, said she thinks this student's state of mind is fully developed. Therefore, she recommends the 5th grade. Ted said, and he objected. Sina frowned in irritation, and he said, he's a 17-year-old boy who doesn't even know magic. If they send him to a high-level class, he'll only become arrogant and cause them trouble. Therefore, he believes they should teach him the basics. Sina turned around and said, that may be so, but not all students are like him, Mr. Ted. He cried out, what? Let her be honest. She wants to send him to the 5th grade because she's in charge and wants to get this student. Sina screamed, what's wrong with wanting to teach a talented student? They continued arguing, and the other professor stepped aside and said, Mr. Ted is right. He may be talented, but he's still a young student. How about teaching him step by step, starting from the 10th grade? The woman said, if they send him to a basic class with little kids, he might lose his motivation to study. What if we postpone the assignment and just keep an eye on him? The old man said, he thinks the 7th grade will do, a high-level class that teaches the basics of mental well-being. If this child is truly talented, he can easily transfer to a higher grade. The principal listened to him and said, as expected, they're right. Chiron will be a 7th grader. The Magic Academy has a 10-class system. Depending on their grades, students are assigned to 10 classes of varying difficulty levels. They are divided into 3 groups. Elementary grades, from 10th to 8th, focus on developing their spiritual state. High-level grades, from 7th to 4th, provide students with knowledge of magic and spiritual development. Finally, senior grades, from 3rd to 1st, undergo rigorous training to prepare professional mages. After a while, a voice rang out in the academy. A new student had joined their class today. Everyone started whispering. He was immediately placed in the middle class. They thought he was quite mature, but he was so handsome. MC said he was Chiron Aryan. He hoped they would get along. He thought he had finally entered the Magic Academy. The Alpheus Magic Academy occupies approximately 76 kilometers of mountainous territory, including dormitories. It has more than 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Although leaving the premises is only permitted during holidays, it doesn't cause any inconvenience, as everything necessary is located within the school. Classes end at 5, and after that, students have free time. They go to the 24-hour library or form study groups with other students based on similar interests, fueling their thirst for learning. All of this was the driving force behind the creation of a prestigious school. As expected, classes are difficult. There are many subjects here that require a lot of knowledge. Even nobles who have studied since childhood find it difficult now. However, he will do his best and catch up with them. The basis of knowledge. According to the chronological order of history that he memorized, all knowledge in the world accumulated gradually. After a while, the professor said, "The morning classes are over." They all worked hard. MC thought that practical classes on state of mind would begin after lunch, but the schedule didn't say where they would be held. Who should he ask? He looked around and thought he was lucky. There was a girl his age here. He approached the girl and asked if she knew where to go to the training camp today. She turned around and cried out in surprise. Is he talking to her? Chiron thought she was very shy. For some reason, he felt calmer. She said he must not know yet. Practice is today at the second joint training ground. MC asked again. Joint? What does that mean? Maria answered. Twice a week, all the middle classes train together. There will be a briefing today. Chironi thought, together with all the middle classes? Is that possible? After a while, voices were heard on the second joint training ground. Hello, upperclassmen. Thanks for last time. Upperclassmen. Let her please sit with them. Hello, upperclassmen Amy. Serial waved at them and said hi. MC looked at this and thought, how popular. If it was possible, he definitely wouldn't want to run into her. Unfortunately, they have joint practices twice a week. Even so, since she's ranked first, she'll soon be promoted to a senior class. The upperclassmen and underclassmen are actively conversing and have strict rules. Will he be able to stay in the shadows? Athela Romi, a teacher specializing in the use of state of mind, a certified 6th tier mage, greeted all the middle classes. Her name is Athela, and she'll be teaching them again. There should be students here who only got into this class this year, right? But she also sees a lot of familiar faces. There was a newcomer in their class today. Everyone started talking among themselves. Is it true? Who is it? MC thought, horror. This is a dangerous turn of events. Athela asked, Chiron, should he stand up and greet everyone? MC stood up in fear and swallowed saliva. Serial put her hands to her head and began to look around. MC greeted them and said, he is Chirone Aryan. He started in the 7th grade. He hoped they would get along. Everyone started clapping for him, and he thought, he doesn't know anything. Serial happily asked, Amy, isn't this the guy she saw yesterday? She thinks his name is Chiron. Amy thought about it. She was hearing his name for the first time. Who is he? He looks familiar. She's sure she saved a lot of faces with her red eye. The girl asked, does she know him? A high school student? According to her sources, the teachers are very focused on him. Serial asked, is it really? The girl said, they say he showed amazing results on the entrance test. Serial said, God, she likes him even more now. I wonder what family he's from? Amy activated her eyes and frowned in surprise, remembering the MC fragments. She smirked and said, he's a nightmare. The Karmas lineage is considered a generation of geniuses. It is said that their unique ability, red eyes, is passed on only to the heirs of Karmas. This gives the ability to accurately remember specific events, and therefore the concept of learning is meaningless for them. The youngest daughter of the Karmas, Amy, was recognized as the most talented of the entire family. Shakura said obviously since she was his daughter. She completely inherited the Karmas' genius. Some time ago, the butler asked, Miss? Shakura asked, what is it, Amy? She replied, she's bored. She was tired of everything. She thought discontentedly, family this, family that. How were they involved in his efforts? She had achieved so much without their help. She could do whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted. But one day, Amy's life turned upside down. The moment she accidentally met a peasant boy in an alley. In the present, she looked at MC and said, nightmare. Serial looked at her and asked, Amy? She had cognitive dissonance, and the girl asked, a high school student? Amy looked at them in fear and said, no, the shoes. The shoes are uncomfortable. She thought, she doesn't believe it. Red Eye's memories can't be wrong. Serial laughed slightly and asked, so what were they talking about? Amy frowned and thought, she thought he was a noble. But he was that commoner all this time. How did this guy get it into the Magic Academy? For Amy, her past is a dark, shameful secret. She grabbed her head and thought, she wants to die. She cleaned everything so that not a single little thing would remind her of the past. He doesn't remember her, does he? Memories from 5 years ago slipped through. Amy imagined MC saying, Amy, a high school student? She's not who she claims to be. They know that Amy was hanging around with street thugs 5 years ago? Do they think that's it? Of course not. So at the academy they call her heartless? Really? In fact, Karmas is very interested in guys. They understand. She tried to undress him and Amy tore a sheet of paper out of the book and began to crumple it. She thought, no, never. She won't allow such a misunderstanding. She needs to prevent this. MC sat down and started shaking. He thought he was shivering for some reason. Athela said, oh cool. What is a state of mind? Someone answered, it's the mental state of a mage. Athela answered, that's right. It's the conscious mental state of a mage. The first type of it, the sphere form, since it's the easiest to focus on. But in practice, it may be ineffective. She will show them on the visible state. She covered herself in mana and began to spread it across the court. MC thought in surprise, this is it. He can see her state of mind with his own eyes. The diameter of the visible state is 10 meters. Athela said, this is the basic form of the state of mind, a sphere. As she said earlier, in practice, it's hardly applicable. She will show a simple example. She snapped her fingers and said, she will use magic to hit the target. The diameter of her state is 10 meters, but the target is 20 meters away from her. She uses a fireball, fire-type magic. Chiron thought happily, finally, he'll see how magic is used. Athela said, First, a small flame, and now they'll see if it can hit. She directed a stream of fire toward the target, but it evaporated. The student said the fire had disappeared. Athela said, as they could see, magic is usually unable to extend beyond its zone, so it only retains its form within the spirit state. But they can expand the area toward the target, like now. She directed mana towards the target and said, they've reached the goal. Everyone cried out in surprise, and the student told her neighbor to look at the surprised faces of the 7th graders. They're so cute. MC thought, he didn't even know you could do that. Changing the shape of the spirit state area. Athela said, but this method has a major drawback. The guy asked, what's wrong with that? Athela replied, changing the shape of their state requires tremendous concentration. In a real battle, when every second counts, constantly changing the spirit state is simply ineffective. That's why they use it in 4 forms. The 4 forms of the spirit state are defense form, attack form, target form, and evasion form. These are the 4 ways to shape the spirit state. They will start with the defensive form, which is represented by a cube. It prevents the spirit state from being destroyed by an attack. The more faces, the higher the defensive function. Next, the star shape, the attack form. Thanks to this, you can sense the target's movement. This form is most useful when fighting a large number of enemies. Next, this is a target form designed for long-range combat. However, it's not very good against fast-moving targets. The main thing to worry about when using this is the rotation speed. The distance between the ends and the center is large, so it's like turning. Someone asked if she uses this technique without even straining herself. The guy asked if she thinks they can do it. Chiron thought with a similar method, it would be possible to use a 10-meter diameter spirit state in real battles. Athela said it's no secret that even 5th grade students can use it successfully. They'll start with an example. The girl asked in surprise, does that mean if they succeed, they'll immediately get into the advanced classes? In 8th grade, she had perfect grades for using spirit state, so it should be a piece of cake. Athela activated her mana, surprising everyone. Did spirit state extend beyond her body? MC thought, he doesn't understand. Spirit state is the mental state of a mage. Is it possible to separate thoughts from the body? I wonder what's at the center of this? Athela said the evasion form is insanely difficult to use, so much so that only specially trained mages can use it. The advantage is that while the mage isn't in the center, the spirit state has no movement barriers. Thus, there's no need for instant casting. The range of effect is infinitely vast. Instant casting, because in the evasion form, the spell is immediately aimed at the enemy, without the need to aim. Everyone was very surprised, and the guy asked, how does their teacher make something like this so easy? It's hard to breathe in the spirit state. The girl replied that 6th-tier mages are on a completely different level. Chiron thought, behind her gentle appearance lies incredible skills. Athela laughed lightly and asked, they'll be upset if they miss practice during the first lesson, right? The person who won first place in rapid fire. A loud cry rang out. Yes, Athela said. 4th grade student Amy Karmas. Please let her come out and demonstrate for everyone. The girl said she's so cool, first in her class. Serial said, and now she's the star of the show. All the guys will fall at her feet as soon as they see her. Right, Amy? She widened her eyes in confusion and thought, she doesn't want to be the center of attention right now. One of the 4 forms of the state of mind is the form of the target. The advantages of this are effectiveness at long ranges. However, it is weak against fast-moving targets and a large number of opponents. But if it is supported by someone who is able to simultaneously rotate the zone and control the state of mind at high speed, then the disadvantages disappear. At that moment, Amy unleashed several attacks at once. This would be an unstoppable force for enemies at long range. At that moment, the students cheered, as expected of Amy. She's amazing. Typically, participants in rapid-fire training use 4 forms, but despite this, the high school student always takes first place, using only the target form. The next second, one of the students asked if he could ever become such a magician, and the protagonist, visibly nervous, thought that even though he was a beginner, he could tell that her technique was inimitable. Not only did she rotate the state of mind zone while standing still, but she also swept away everything in her path and destroyed the targets in one fell swoop. Her expression suggested she had complete freedom of action, elegant in every move. Then, one of the students put his hands behind his head and said, wonderful. If he could date a high school girl, his school life would be completely different. At that moment, his classmate laughed and told him to dream. Amy isn't interested in guys even from noble families. Hearing their conversation, MC thought he understood why the boys were crazy about her. Not only is she a first-class aristocrat, she's also excellent in everything. She's an incredible person. So why was she hanging out with those bandits back then? At that moment, the system reported that rapid fire had been completed, level 9 reached, and the time spent was 20 seconds. At that moment, Amy walked forward and looked at the protagonist, who looked back at her in surprise. At that moment, the students were surprised. What? High school student Amy? Did she really just glance at the new student? Huh? Then she calmly looked ahead and thought she glanced at him without thinking. But she couldn't help herself. He was so annoying, but her suspicions were confirmed. The students continued shouting. Do the two of them know each other? No way. He was only admitted yesterday. At that moment, the protagonist thought he was now sure she remembered him. Amy wondered if he spread rumors about her past, she'd get into trouble. Should she shut him up? No, she needed to calm down. She was the academy's top student. Even if he blurted out something, why would anyone believe it? One awkward movement and there would be further misunderstandings. Then Serial approached her and asked, Amy, did something happen in the visible area? She blushed. She jumped in surprise and replied, nothing. After the demonstration, the class is split up for practice. Sina stepped forward and said, 7th grade students, they will begin with a defensive form. It would be wonderful to create at least that. After all, mages need to stay focused to survive on a chaotic battlefield. At that moment, the protagonist looked down and thought, the trick is to feel how he compresses and condenses his consciousness, consolidate his state of mind, and create a structure, then raise its boundaries to prevent destruction. He thought, did it work? On the other hand, until he saw it, he couldn't be sure. It would be easier if he could use the visible zone. Then he approached the teacher and, awkwardly calling her, asked if it was possible to use the visible zone. She looked at him and was surprised. The visible zone? Why? She looked away and said that the upperclassmen should do it first. He thought, you shouldn't think about others when learning magic. After all, the opportunity to improve your skills doesn't always appear. Meanwhile, Sina turned to him and smiling slightly said, it seems no one uses this. Great, it's good to try it first. Then the students began to shout, wow, a newbie! How interesting. So cute. At that moment, Serial put her hand on Amy's shoulder and told her to look. A newbie in the visible zone. She took a sip of her drink and then abruptly spat it out and shouted, what is he doing? What can an ordinary 7th grader do? She asked in surprise. Amy, why has she been acting so strange lately? At that moment, everyone gathered near the training ground, and the MC stood in the center and closed his eyes. A special board said the visible zone diameter was 0 meters. Then he opened his eyes and thought, here they met. He thought, his state of mind. At that moment, energy scattered in all directions, and those present shouted in surprise. Such a big size? The diameter of the visible zone began to rapidly increase, and the protagonist thought, now that he thinks about it, was he told the size of his state of mind on the entrance exam? How big will it get? He raised his hands up and thought, wait, the diameter of the visible zone reached 20 meters. The others said in surprise, is he really from the 7th grade? Isn't 13 meters the maximum? The 5th graders stood with their mouths open and chattering among themselves. Is he sure he didn't blow this out of proportion on purpose? If that were the case, its density would have decreased to the point where it would look like a soap bubble, wouldn't it? And the protagonist thought at that moment. He barely stopped himself. Lucky. Now he was creating a protective form. Then he thought in surprise, what was going on? The boundaries weren't rising. On the contrary, it was collapsing. But it was still good when he was training? At that moment, Amy asked anxiously, he wouldn't succeed the first time, right? And MC thought, was he scared by what he saw? No, his attention wouldn't have wavered from something like that. What was the difference between what was happening outside the visible zone and inside? Something had to be the cause, he realized. He was mistaken, because the teacher had shown everything so calmly. They concentrate when they change their state of mind, which means that when he tries to reduce it, he also concentrates. If the problem is that he makes his state of mind smaller than it is, then he said, then he just needs the normal size. The energy spread even further. The others shouted, what? It's gotten even bigger? The visible zone's diameter began to widen again, and Amy smiled nervously and said, damn it. The others shouted in surprise, it's huge. That bastard. Can a state of mind really be so huge? Then the protagonist extended his hands forward and thought, now that it's not converging to one size, he'll compress it. The next second, the energy transformed into matter with angles, and the others were amazed. Wow! The newbie actually managed to create one of the shapes on the first day. The protagonist himself began to look around, thinking in amazement that he placed his hand on the wall and thought, it's like being inside a precious stone. At that moment, the teacher adjusted her glasses and thought, even though the fact that a convergent type excels at defense had helped him, she was still amazed that he'd managed it on the first day. She'd heard he'd impressed the teachers on the entrance exam. At that moment, Serial turned to Amy and, smiling, said, it must be true that Chiron has attracted the attention of all the teachers. What does she think, Amy? For a moment, she laughed nervously and wondered how she could have forgotten. That bastard was the beginning of her humiliation. Looking at how he's doing here, he definitely has someone helping him. Soon enough, he'll be able to make up for the difference in grades. His influence will only grow. She's changing her plans. She needs to secretly get closer to him. Then the teacher approached the protagonist and thought, his omnipotence is excellent, even if he spent his entire life training in the mountains. He noticed her and said, teacher, the zone's size has shrunk considerably. She adjusted her hair and replied, yes, that's true. As the size decreases, the density increases. With such density, his state of mind can withstand almost any physical impact, and therefore, it can withstand magic. Good work. He can break out of the state of mind. He smiled and thanked her, and then he walked out of the area, and the other students shouted, wow, new guy. They were congratulating him, and he let out a surprised yelp and wondered, why is everyone looking at him? He abruptly walked in the opposite direction and shouted words of gratitude. Watching him go, the teacher adjusted her glasses and thought she acknowledged his insight in creating a protective form. But his convergent type and unusually large mental state clearly helped him. She needed to continue observing him. Countless glances, expressing a wide range of emotions, were fixed on Chiron. The others were chatting. It seemed he would quickly reach their class. He has incredible talent, a thirst for competition. One of the students had said, surprisingly, on the first day. Interest and admiration, envy, and finally, a creepy look. At that moment, Amy stared at him without looking away. The next day, another glance was fixed on Chiron. The teacher entered the classroom and the students shouted, wow, Teacher Sina. Teacher, she should tell them about her first love. And MC jumped in surprise and thought, oh, it's that scary teacher from the entrance exam. Sina Oliver stood at the podium in front of the students. Chiron didn't know it, but she was actually a 5th grade teacher. The students started chatting. Cool. Who would have thought they'd hear her lectures? And she intended to devote her free time to the 7th grade. She thought, Professor Ted is so limited. If they'd sent this talented student to the 5th grade, he'd probably catch up sooner or later. She came to teach Chiron herself. She adjusted her glasses and thought, Chiron, she'll advance him faster. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought, it seems she's noticed him. He's probably making this up. And then one of the students said, this is their first lesson. Will she say anything interesting? Is it true that she's dating Professor Ted? At that moment, disgust appeared on Sina's face. Then she waved her hand, then concentrated energy in it, and sent an energy crystal forward. She asked, can anyone explain this spell? At that moment, the classroom windows became covered with frost, and she asked, what is cold and what is freezing? At that moment, the students were saying they were cold, but she said that means they don't have enough energy. The phrase cold energy doesn't exist in this world. So, while temperatures can increase infinitely, they can't decrease infinitely. They call the state of zero energy absolute zero. With that, she shattered the crystal, then smiled and added, if you take a small amount of energy at room temperature, you can easily create ice crystals. But what happens if you break it down into small particles, creating a convection current? They immediately produce temperatures so low that it's experimentally proven to be deadly. At that moment, the students panicked, wondering if they could die. Then Sina turned around and asked, how does a wizard absorb energy? She walked to the board, picked up some chalk, and added, how does a wizard use magic without tools? Then she drew a picture of a person and enclosed them in a circle. She said that a mage controls the world within the limits of their state of mind. Within a certain territory, a mage becomes like a god, displaying synesthesia, touching light, seeing a scent, or smelling a touch. Mages' special senses give them the ability to manipulate reality. But even with such powers, what if they don't know what they're capable of? To activate a spell, one must possess abilities similar to those of a god, namely omniscience and omnipotence. Mages use this to activate magic. No matter how omnipotent they are, without knowledge, they cannot. Despite their extraordinary abilities, wizards must understand the structure of the world, as well as scientists. The protagonist wondered if this was precisely why he couldn't use magic. He had no idea about omniscience and had only cultivated omnipotence. Then the teacher added that in the future, they would study various subjects here. A state of mind is only half of what magic is capable of. If they don't work hard, they will never become worthy mages. And now they will begin their lecture on basic chemistry. The students shouted that they were counting on her support, and MC thought he could become a mage. Sometime later, the students met near a bench in the courtyard, and one of them asked, she's going to the library today, right? Her classmate said she had to. An exam was coming up soon, and the guys gathered in the cafeteria were discussing what his research topic was. He needed to develop something first. After classes, students usually went to the library or participated in study groups. The protagonist spends every day in the library, and despite this, he barely catches up with the aristocrats in his academic performance. He's so tired from lack of sleep, but he likes studying here. After all, he's striving to fulfill his dream. I wonder if anyone has invented a spell that eliminates the need for sleep? The next second, his foot left the ground. He wondered why his body was so light. He rose into the air and cried out in surprise, what the hell? Is he flying? What's going on? He saw a shadow behind him and thought, a human? The next second, he fell to the ground in the forest and screamed loudly. He sat up and began to look around, then looked ahead in surprise. At that moment, Amy, standing in front of him, removed her hood, and he thought, Amy? He knew he would run into her one day, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Is this really the same girl from 5 years ago? Then she spoke, and his expression, as she suspected, remembered her. He asked in surprise, what? The next second, she raised her hand and concentrated fiery energy into it. She directed it towards him and smiling maliciously added, that's why she will get rid of him here and now. A little earlier, the protagonist was being beaten, and Amy said, enough, otherwise he will kill him. She thought that at first, she was going to just let him go. Then he looked at her with eyes full of tears, and she thought, but when he sobbed, she wanted to see him cry even harder. But now, she continued to concentrate the fiery energy and thought, this guy, this is exactly the same person as 5 years ago. Then the protagonist closed his eyes and said, of course, he remembers. Then she ordered the bandits to pull off his clothes. She covered her face with her hand and screamed for him to stop. She remembers, and everything was wrong. He was wrong. She spread her arms out to the sides and screamed that it was just a misunderstanding. He asked, what? She screamed, so. Then she blushed with embarrassment and said that she was not a pervert. He asked in surprise, huh? She put her hand to her chest and smiling screamed that it was not she, but the bandits who wanted to undress him. She did not order them to do such a thing. He said really, she said that she wanted to see this. She screamed, no, he must forget. Nothing happened. She's never been interested in guys at all. He asked in surprise, did she really drag him here just to talk about this? And she asked in surprise, huh? She thought, of course not. Why is she making excuses to him? Then he thought, it seems she's afraid that he'll spread rumors about her. They're both worried about that. Then he asked, can't she just say words of apology? She was surprised. What? Then he stood up, brushed off his clothes, and added that he understands that she wants to forget that day. The top student in the advanced class, popular, but they can't change what's already happened. Wouldn't it be easier to apologize and get it over with instead of making up an excuse? He thinks that would be the best solution, she thought. Apologize? Okay. She needs to collect her thoughts. This guy wants to settle things with words. He says clever things to confuse his opponent and get him under his thumb. He dared to challenge her. Who does he take her for? In that case, then she chuckled. Apologize? Well, he had to see, Mr. Half Commoner. What benefit would she gain from apologizing? He indignantly asked what she had said. She said thoughtfully that she meant they would assume she asked for forgiveness. Could she be sure that he wouldn't betray her and everything would remain between them? If she apologized, that would mean admitting her guilt in what happened. Wouldn't she then be at a disadvantage? He asked in surprise. Did she think there was anything to be gained from apologizing? Surely it was just common courtesy towards the person she had offended, and not an act for personal gain. Then she laughed loudly and shouted that he had no idea how things worked in this world. She thought, another attack of correct speeches, their roles would be reversed. Then she added, there was no point in wasting her energy if she didn't gain anything from it. He's talking such nonsense. It'll be hard for him to survive at the academy if she leaves him alone. He thought, oh my god, the urge to pretend to be the perfect student and the vile nature hasn't gone away. Then she thought, he's speechless. Maybe she should ask something? Then she asked, does he know what the scariest thing about the academy is? He looked at her questioningly, and she said the upperclassmen. If he misbehaved in front of an upperclassman, not only the advanced classes would become his enemies, but his classmates as well. Everyone would know he was a common peasant, and that he was breaking the school rules. So she wanted him expelled? Because she was afraid he would spread rumors about her? She covered her mouth and said, not now, of course. She would wait and observe him. She would decide if he was trustworthy. He asked what she meant, how she said that from now on he had to bring her coffee every morning. She needed to see how he carried out his errands and then decide if he could be trusted. He shouted indignantly, what? Why him? She came closer and asked, wasn't he a special student as far as she knew? It must have been hard for a commoner to get here. It would be sad if he were expelled, right? Then he looked down and said, well, if she began to trust him after he became her lackey, he agreed. She pulled her hood up and said, great, he must behave well because his future depends on it. If he tells the teachers, she will kill him with her own hands. The next second, she jumped up and disappeared into thin air. And the protagonist landed on the ground and thought, yes, it's better this way than being expelled, but he doesn't know if she'll accept what he's asking for. This is a failure from the start. The next day, the first library. The students turned around in surprise and muttered, isn't this the new guy? At this moment, MC walked forward, holding a cup in his hands, and said, Miss Upperclassman, her coffee. He handed the drink to Amy, and Serial stood next to her and, covering her mouth in embarrassment, began to tap her on the shoulder and shouted, wow, Amy, what's going on? She adjusted a strand of hair and then picked up the cup of coffee and said, oh my god, he almost dropped it. After that, she turned around, and Serial shouted in surprise, she's just going to leave? She replied, there's no time, I need to study. At that moment, the protagonist blushed with embarrassment and thought, what the hell? The people watching were saying, I think he confessed to her. But why did she leave without saying anything? What was he going to do? Serial ran after Amy and asked if he was interested in her. She replied that she wasn't. She was just raising the younger one. At that moment, she thought, so good. How does it feel to be humiliated? Soon, he'll turn into a stereotypical elementary school student with an unrequited crush on her. She imagined the protagonist spreading rumors about her and thought, no matter what he said, no one would believe him. Could revenge be more fun than this? All her worries over the past 5 years seem to have evaporated. She feels great. At that moment, the MC lowered his head in embarrassment and thought, this is just bullying. What the hell did he do? He clenched his fist and thought that if he gave in to his emotions, he would be the only one left at a loss. She doesn't believe him? If he needs to gain her trust, he did it perfectly. Everything depends on his intelligence. From that moment on, 10 days later, the students were shouting, he's back! Here he comes again! The Academy's biggest romantic. Did you hear that he's been confessing his love for 10 days straight? At that moment, Amy smiled and, crossing her arms, said, the audience grew even larger. The protagonist walked towards her, and she thought, since so many people are watching this show, most likely, they don't suspect a thing, they will quietly end it. The next second, Serial asked, and will she reciprocate Chiron's feelings? She shouted. What? What is she talking about, Serial? Reciprocate? Has she forgotten who she is? She put her index finger to her cheek and said, but the rumors had spread so much, and besides, she'd never even looked a guy in the eye. But she takes coffee from Chiron every day. They're all waiting for the birth of the legendary couple. And Amy thought in surprise, what? At that moment, the protagonist handed her the coffee and said, high school girl, here's her coffee. The assembled students began joyfully shouting for her to take it. The protagonist asked, he didn't spill it, right? He thought it would be better if she took it quickly. She looked at him indignantly and thought, is he making fun of her? The others shouted for her to take it. The MC smiled, holding out the coffee, and wondered why she wasn't taking it. He also needed to go to the library. At that moment, Amy looked at him irritably and shouted that she was tired of this too. With these words, she knocked the glass of coffee out of his hand, and the others watched in bewilderment. Serial covered her mouth and shouted, Amy? Then Amy added, Does he think she'll fall in love with him just because he brings her coffee? She pointed her finger at him and shouted, he's a student and he doesn't study at all. He just follows girls around. She turned around abruptly and told him not to bring her anything else. At that moment, Serial looked between her and the protagonist and apologized. The others said it was rude. Then Serial asked, what's wrong? What if bad rumors spread? She shouted. Who cares? People have nothing better to do. Once she reaches senior year, all this will end. At that moment, the protagonist leaned over the fallen cup, and the onlookers said that he thought Amy was a cold princess. Was she really such a bad person? Poor Chiron. At that moment, the protagonist thought, really? He doesn't have to do this anymore? The others continued to watch him and say, oh no, he's been emotionally wounded. How sad. And MC himself thought, hooray. That evening in the first library, Amy was sitting over notes and thought, damn, she did it to stop the newbies from spreading strange rumors. But in the end, she created this herself. It's good that she finished it before it got worse. But that doesn't matter now. Karmas's red eyes, or as they say, self-created memories. It's a skill that allows you to remember your state at a specific moment. And for the last 10 days, she remembered what Chiron looked like when he carried out her errand. She thought his reaction was funny on the first day, but the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, the eighth day, the ninth day, the 10th day. The rest of the days, his gaze didn't change. Not even his pupils moved. What does that mean? No matter how much a person tries to hide their feelings, their gaze still gives it away. Since it's impossible to control your nervous system, if Chiron was able to follow his eyes, he was either controlling his emotions like a robot or was being completely sincere. At that moment, Serial was sitting in front of her and, noticing that she had closed her textbook, asked, Amy, are you leaving already? She put the textbook in her bag and said yes. She was a little tired. In response, she offered to go with her, but she said no, she didn't have to go, she could stay. Serial asked, as expected, if it bothered her that she didn't take Chiron's coffee. She replied that she had already said that it wasn't. She asked if she wanted to talk about something. She should just tell her, okay? She replied, yes. She was grateful. And then she went out into the hallway and said she was tired. She thought that because everything hadn't gone according to plan, her head was in a mess. She needed to rest a little. At that moment, she approached the stairs, and next to them, leaning his back against the wall, stood Jake, smiling and looking at her. He asked if she finished early today. Amy. She looked at him and thought, Jake. He folded his arms over his chest and, smiling, added that he thought he would have to wait for her until midnight. In response, she asked why he was waiting for her. That boring? He replied so that she would not be so rude. He heard gossip. They say that slobbering Chiron is clinging to her. She put her hand to her head in irritation and said, anything but that. Did he come to mock her? Then he handed her a glass with a drink and, removing the lid, said, of course that is not true. Here, she should take it. This is the best coffee with nutmeg. You won't get anything like this at the academy. The great Amy deserves all the treats in the world. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing now. He replied that he was trying to win her heart, as she could see. Unlike that pathetic boy, he was the future heir to the title of the royal bailiff. He was perfect for her, right? She looked at him, then said that she didn't find his disgusting jokes funny at all. He asked, disgusting? She asked. Was their relationship so good that they had such a conversation? He thought she didn't know that his company tried to humiliate her at every opportunity. He said, 1 second. Apparently there was a misunderstanding. Didn't she think that talking to him like that was too much? He came closer and added, her attitude toward him is also her attitude toward his entire family. He cannot forgive anyone who dishonors their honor, even if she is from a family as famous as the Karmas. Does she understand? She replied, pathetic idiot. He indignantly asked, what? And she asked, wasn't he being too arrogant because he was famous at school? He was nothing without the support of his family. A loser who created a strange group of people secretly poisoning others. Do they even know what honor is? He shouted. Seriously. She wants to stand out by being in first class, but does she know who has power over the Karmas family? They may be considered outstanding, but they have no power. He came even closer and added, with his influence, his family could bankrupt and destroy them in an instant. Did she understand now? She sighed and said that now she understood. Yes, that was the look of a villain. Unlike Chiron, his eyes were like those of a rotten fish. He asked indignantly, what? She was saying that he was worse than this brat. Then he waved his hand and shouted, good. It seemed that the order of his actions should be reversed. Before trying to win her over, he needed to remove the obstacle. He would make it so that this guy could no longer use magic. He would show her how great he was. Before he could finish speaking, Amy waved her hand and knocked the coffee glass out of his hand, causing it to shatter, and Jake shouted in surprise, what an arrogant idiot. He clenched his teeth in irritation and shouted, she just has a pretty face. The next second, Amy used her energy and asked what he would do to whom. He thought in fear. Could she use 4 forms so quickly? He asked, is she crazy? Doesn't she know that it's forbidden to use magic here? Then she laughed and shouted, what can just a cute guy do to her? At least Chiron doesn't show off, relying on his family. He's the one who takes responsibility for his decisions. She's betting that he won't get to him in half a year. He shouted. She really is. He thought she filled the entire area with oxygen. If he enters the zone, will she set it on fire? He won't defeat the first in the advanced class, but he will humiliate her in return. He grabbed the railing and skied in irritation. he ran down the stairs. He shouted that she won't get off that easily. Then Amy leaned her back against the wall and sighing said that she hasn't been this worried in a long time. She thought, why did she do it? Because she was intimidated? Was she afraid he'd find out about her and her secret? She remembered the protagonist saying that if he needed to earn her trust by running errands, he'd do it. She looked away and then, noticing the spilled coffee on the floor, said, damn, she thinks he'll stop coming from tomorrow. However, her mind was clear. A couple of days later, there was a small commotion caused by Amy. After some time, MC took a note from Serial, which said that Chiron was with him. She should come to the 14th training hall at 6 p.m. before he castrated him. If she told the teachers, he'd make her regret it for the rest of her life. The protagonist looked at Serial and said, so that's why high school student Amy went to save him? The note was signed by a dark mage, and everything turned into chaos. The sound of bells rang out all around, and MC walked down the street reading a textbook. The students looked at him and started talking. It was him, the guy who hit on Amy. It was interesting, but he felt sorry for him. He thought, after that incident, how can he walk with his head up? He remembered Amy knocking the cup of coffee out of his hand and thought, well, it was all over pretty quickly. He thought they would bully him longer. Could it be considered that the doubts about him were dispelled? Then he looked to the side and thought, isn't that upperclassman Serial? He remembered that she said that she was apologizing for the coffee. Love is war. Good luck, he thought. Nevertheless, he liked Serial. She was always by Amy's side. Did something happen? Then he called her, and she turned around worriedly, and then screamed in fear. He screamed too. She grabbed his clothes and screamed, why is he here? Where's Amy? Amy, he screamed. What is she even talking about? She held a note towards his face and shouted for him to look. Was he really okay? He wondered what it was. Then he read the contents of the note and asked, was he kidnapped? Who was it? A dark mage? He looked at Serial, who was trying to hold back her tears. Half an hour ago, a henchman approached the girls and said, hey senior, is she still okay? Amy asked, how dare he talk to her? She already told him to get lost, and he laughed and said, for her own safety, she shouldn't be so rude. He handed her a note and added that the boss wanted to see her. But the girls walked forward, and Serial, sighing, told her to just ignore him. Amy said, that's why he's still in 5th grade. Henchman added that he said that if he passed on this message, she would follow him. She should accept the invitation if she didn't want her boyfriend to be killed. Serial turned around and asked what he was talking about. Disgusting. She suggested that they hurry to the library. The next second, Amy snatched the note from Henchman's hand, and Serial was surprised. Amy? She started reading the note and thought, Chiron was kidnapped? It was him. Jake? That jerk. Then, she clutched the note in her hands and shouted, okay. She threw the note on the floor and added that it had nothing to do with him. And Serial looked at the fallen note and asked, what is it? Then the student walked forward and, waving his fingers, said that he was just a messenger. After that, Serial picked up the note. After reading the contents, she shouted in surprise, a dark mage? Aren't they just a bunch of bad guys? Bullies who take and bully good students. Why did they kidnap Chiron? What did this have to do with her? At that moment, Amy began to get nervous and, looking away, thought, because that night she couldn't stand it and struck back. Then Serial suggested telling the teacher. She, like Chiron, could be in danger, and Amy bit her lip and thoughtfully said, teacher. She thought that was true, but it wasn't that simple. If the Council of Professors started looking into everything, she would have to explain her relationship with Chiron, and her past would be revealed. If it came to that, they would find out that he was a peasant. She recalled the events that had happened, and then handed Serial her bag and said that she would go alone. If she didn't return by 7 o'clock, she must tell the teachers. She cried out in surprise. What? Why? How could she go alone? She didn't even know how many of them would be there. But she walked forward and, turning around, added that she apologized, but she had her own reasons. She shouldn't worry. Even if there are 10 idiots like Jake, they are nothing against her. In the present, the protagonist shouted, did high school student Amy go to save him? He thought, it can't be. Is that a terrible girl? He looked at Serial and shouted, she says she went alone, right? Then what are they doing here? She shouted that Amy said that she had her own reasons why she can't just ignore it. This was the first time she asked for such a favor and said to wait until 7. The protagonist said thoughtfully, an unexpected situation. He thought that they still had an hour to spare. The reasons why Amy didn't want to tell the teachers about it, keeping their secret, they are interconnected. Does that mean she went to this lengths to keep his secret too? Then he said that he had to go. He threw his bag on the bench and said, senior, please, she must wait until the designated time. She shouted in surprise for him to wait, but the protagonist ran forward and thought, the 14th training ground is towards the mountains. He wondered if he would make it in time. Then he was surprised. He couldn't feel the ground under his feet. And at that moment, Serial hugged him from behind, and they rose into the air. She shouted that, if he just ran, he wouldn't make it in time. She'd better go with him. They would be transported using photons. He had to hold on tighter. He shouted in surprise, what? The next second, his body glowed, and they flew forward at lightning speed. The students looked out the window and asked in surprise, what? Who was using magic? The protagonist screamed in fear. After some time, they arrived at the right place. He shouted, wow. Serial said that when teleporting, there was a chance of getting stuck in a tree, so they would just fly. The next second, they landed, and MC started shaking and grabbed the tree. He thought there wasn't even time to prepare. Then he emptied his stomach, and Serial ran towards the 14th training ground and shouted, Amy, where is she? She tried to catch her breath and, looking at her watch, added, there is no one here. Isn't that strange? They were 10 minutes early. The protagonist wiped his mouth with his sleeve and said that he thought they were in a different place. most likely taking into account that they could tell the teachers about the mentioned notes in the note. Serial shouted, "Then what about Amy?" He thought, how well thought out. This is not the time to worry about his identity being revealed. She may be in more danger than they think. Then he tried to catch his breath and said to the upperclassmen, "Please, she must go back and tell the teachers everything. She will get there faster without him." She looked at him in surprise and said, "But Amy said about the reasons for waiting until 7 o'clock. He replied, "It doesn't matter. The reason is him. Nothing would happen if he helped, so he asked her to hurry." She grabbed her head and asked in surprise, "Is it him that's the important reason?" She screamed, "Is it because of their relationship? The rumor about the two of them secretly dating true? What else doesn't she know?" Then the protagonist clenched his fists and shouted, "Now is not the time." The longer they waited, the more dangerous the situation became. She clenched her fist and shouted that she understood he was in danger too, so he had to wait here. In response, he sighed and thought that he had long since gotten used to the mountains. The next second, he released his energy and thought that he would try to find a clue. He found it. There were tracks. He leaned over the tracks and thought that these were left by two people, not long ago. And it broke off halfway, flew away. Then he looked up and wondered what that sound was. There, what happened? He saw a column of smoke rising into the sky. At that moment, smoke burst from the hand of the henchman. He asked, "Oh my god, did his hand shake?" He almost hit her with the fireworks he had prepared for her magnificent entrance, Amy. She looked at the fire next to her, and then several students jumped from the trees and surrounded her. They shouted, "Has Miss Amy really come?" As expected of the boss, he lured in such prey. And then Jake approached them and said, "Guys, you should be polite to your dear guest." At that moment, Amy folded her arms and said, "It looks like there are a lot of kids here with nothing better to do." He asked, "Did she really come alone? Did she value this guy so much that she obediently showed up?" She replied, "No need to set the whole house on fire to catch a couple of rats." He smirked and noticed how confident she was. She thought she could defeat such a crowd of people? This time, he had a plan. She replied that she didn't give a damn about his plans. "Where's Chiron?" At that moment, the guys burst out laughing, and Jake shouted, "That idiot is probably stuck in the library reading a book, and he has no idea what his friend is about to go through." At this point, the henchman started clowning around. "Books. He loves them." He started laughing and added, "Why do they even care about that kid? Everyone here has gathered just for her. They're crazy with the desire to get revenge on her for what she did to them." Jake frowned and, still smiling madly, added, "Of course, she greatly disappointed him yesterday. He'd pay her back properly. So, she had to get ready." At that moment, Amy sighed and, smiling, said that with Chiron here, everything would be much easier. Like he said, it would be difficult with these people around. She concentrated energy in her body and asked, she just needed to get rid of them, right? He asked, "What?" He started to get nervous and said, "No, it can't be." The next second, Amy sent a flash of fire behind herself, hitting a student, and the henchman, whose hand was covered in fire, began to shout, "It's hot!" The others began to scream in fear. "Crazy. She really did it." Jake started to run to the side and shouted they need to come to their senses, and then put out the fire. The target form is weak in a battle with many opponents. They have to move quickly, but hold their positions. At that moment, they rose into the air and tried to dodge the attacks, but Amy hit every target. She smiled and asked, who would allow him? She released fire energy from her hands and launched several fiery flares. The students, shielding themselves from the fire, shouted, "She has to stop." He said it was the target's shape. How can she spin it so fast? Then the fire hit another student, and Jake, continuing to fly forward, thought, what the hell? This is different from what he saw in the training hall. Does she have experience in real battles? But no matter how good the technique, there will always be a weak spot. Then he stood in the air and thought, against the target's shape spinning horizontally, he needs a vertical attack. He concentrated a wind blade in his hand and then aimed it straight at Amy. He grinned and thought he had hit it. But at the last second she pulled back and he screamed indignantly, "What?" And she smiled, looking at him and said, "It's called a pattern, kid." In response, she used a fire punch and he screamed, "Damn it." There was a small explosion. Jake, covered in fire, flew towards her. He shouted, "She's a crazy fool." And Amy said, "So that's why his grades are so bad. It's because he wastes time on stupid things." Jake pointed his hand forward and screamed at her not to look down on him. She looked at him and asked, "What is he doing?" "His attacks are useless. She won't let them go that easily." The next second, she was surprised. Clots of energy were heading straight for her, and she gasped loudly and thought, what the hell is going on? She grabbed her head and screamed loudly, and the students directed energy at her and screamed harder. They were catching her for ages. At that moment, Jake grinned madly and shouted, "Checkmate. She'll probably go crazy if she doesn't dispel her state of mind right now. She's under anti-magic." She screamed, "Crazy idiot. How dare he use forbidden magic?" She thought, damn, she can't recover even with red eyes. The next second, streams of wind fettered her arms and legs, and Jake laughed and shouted, he finally caught her. Stupid idiot. He adjusted his hair and asked, "What's this? Already want to accept his offer from yesterday?" It was in her best interest to answer correctly. He took out a knife and added, "Right now he really wants to do something." She clenched her teeth and screamed that she was warning him. If he touched her, she would kill him. She thought she couldn't break free. Her scheme wasn't working. She stopped training after 12 years. There had to be a way out. Then he laughed and said, "But really, it seems she still doesn't realize her situation." "Oh right, guys are so clingy, right? He'll help. He'll just fix her face, and they'll stop chasing her right away." He walked up to her and pointed a knife, hot from the fire, at her. He laughed loudly and shouted, "Yes, exactly what he wanted. She should have been shaking with fear like this from the start." She should beg for a chance. She should beg. Come on. In response, Amy closed her eyes and thought, damn. Her strength is leaving her. She remembered the past and thought, this is how he felt. At that moment, they heard a shout. Stop. They looked away in surprise. At that moment, the protagonist held a stick in his hand and shouted, sick idiots. Then Jake looked at him in surprise and asked, what the? This guy. And Amy shouted in surprise, him. MC held the stick out in front of him, breathing heavily, and Jake shouted, what? Alone? He grinned, then laughed loudly and shouted, their prince has arrived. The students behind him started laughing, and one of them shouted, Prince? Who is he? What is he planning to do with that branch? Amy screamed, idiot. Why did he come here alone? And the protagonist thought, even if there were more of them, it was impossible to imagine that they could defeat the best student of the middle class. In any case, Serial should have called the teachers here by now. He just needed to stall for time. He managed to defeat Ryan in a duel. He could handle this. He concentrated his energy around himself and shouted for them to get away from the high school student Amy right now. Jake looked at him and asked, are you crazy? Letting her go so they could attack together? Then the protagonist ran forward. One of the students asked, is this brat just running at them? Jake laughed and said, guys, they should disperse. Then MC looked ahead in surprise and thought, that's not it. Balls of energy rushed toward him, and then he grabbed his head, dropping the shelf from his hands and screaming loudly. He fell to the ground, and the others began laughing loudly and shouting. As expected of the prince, he didn't disappoint. What the hell was he planning to do with that stick against a mage? Then Amy shouted at him to quickly snap out of it. This is anti-magic. The protagonist thought, anti-magic? What the hell? Amy screamed. He could lose the ability to use magic for life. He'll go crazy. Can he hear her? He thought. His senses are drifting away from him. His consciousness feels like it's shattering. He remembered Athela's words about mages needing to stay focused until the very end. The protective form allows one to maintain concentration even on a chaotic battlefield. It can withstand almost any physical impact. Therefore, it will withstand both magical and psychic attacks. In the end, anti-magic and one's state of mind are waves. If he can increase its density so much that they can't get through. A trickle of blood burst from his nose, and then he pointed his hand forward and began concentrating the energy. The henchman was surprised. What? Trying to resist? Jake chuckled and said, did he feel like a rising star? He was just a rookie. Then Amy shouted, they're increasing the power. He should give up, you idiot. He can't take it. Then the others were surprised. What the hell is this? Their dark energy began to reflect off the barrier covering the protagonist. The protagonist rose to his feet and thought, more. He needs more facets. Then the henchman shouted, what the hell is he doing? The student next to him screamed, everything is reflecting off him. Jake, standing in front of them, screamed, don't panic. Emotions are knocking down the waves. Do they want the anti-magic to hit them? Then the protagonist took a step forward, and the anti-magic began to bounce off the barrier even further. Jake shouted at him to stay back. Then the anti-magic aimed at one of the students, and he screamed, no. Several more students were struck by their energy. They clutched their heads and started screaming loudly, begging for salvation. At that moment, Amy thought, what the hell is going on? Because she can't use the spirit state, she has no idea. And then she looked at her hands and thought, it worked. The anti-magic is gone. Using fire, she removed the restraints from her hands, then walked forward and said, wow. She looked at the protagonist and thought, unbelievable. To think such a cold and solid spirit state exists. At that moment, the protagonist thought he felt something moving under his feet, like he'd stepped on a tiny worm. At that moment, a terrified Jake pressed himself against a tree and screamed, what the hell is this, a joke? There are 6 of them. How could they possibly lose to one weakling? That idiot, that one. He must be an anti-magic specialist. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Jake kept screaming. That's why he got into the school with a special recommendation. He thinks he can beat him in a magic duel? He concentrated energy in his body, and MC thought it was a big problem. Streams of wind concentrated in Jake's hands, and the protagonist thought he didn't even know how to use magic. Then Jake grinned and shouted, what should he cut off? Before he could finish, Amy's fiery fist hit him on the cheek, throwing him far to the ground. And then she added another blow and shouted, it's over, you idiot! The protagonist ran up to her and shouted, a high school girl, she needs to calm down. But she screamed, what was he trying to do to her? He has to do it again. He has to repeat all those words, idiot. MC continued to hold her and said that if she continued to use the scheme, he would really die. He grabbed Amy from behind and started to pull her away. Then he fell to the ground and, looking at Amy, who had fallen on top of him, asked if she was okay. He was surprised when she rolled over on his body and asked, Amy? She should wake up. The protagonist wasn't sure if she had lost consciousness. He thought she had fainted from exhaustion. Then he said that he was grateful. She came here to save him. The next second, she abruptly stood up and, raising her hands, shouted that she was full of strength again. Then she turned to the protagonist and shouted, that's right. How did he, such a weakling, have the courage to come and even fight? The protagonist rose up on all fours, holding his stomach, thinking that he knew it. No thanks. Then Amy coughed into her fist and, holding out her hand, said that they needed to get out of here. If the teachers caught them, they were finished. He grabbed her hand and said that the upperclassman Serial should have told them everything. She screamed in surprise. What? She said she couldn't. Why? He replied, What else could they do? This was an unexpected situation. Then Amy put her hand to her head in irritation and said that he just didn't understand how things were. They would be in trouble if the academy got involved. The wizards would try to find out the exact reasons for what happened. They never let things slide. Then she screamed. Did he want their secret to be revealed? He asked in response. Is that really the most important thing now? At that moment, Jake looked away and thought, what? A secret? And Amy waved her hand to the side and screamed, damn, they just have to run. They'll think about the consequences later. MC asked, why are they running? The next second, a bright flash of light fell to the ground behind them, and Amy, gritting her teeth, turned around slightly and thought that she was asking for it to be an elderly, carefree teacher who would turn a blind eye to everything. At that moment, Ted, a 6th tier fire mage, and Sina, a 6th tier ice mage, appeared behind them. She thought, she's finished. They were the most hot-tempered teachers in the entire school. Then Serial ran forward and shouted, Amy, is she okay? Are you hurt? What's wrong with her head? She replied that everything was fine. How did they get here so quickly? The next second, Ted sent a flash of energy into the sky. The protagonist thought, a fire sun spell. He'd heard it was very difficult to use. Then Ted noticed the students lying on the ground and shouted, what the hell is this? He turned around indignantly, then grabbed Amy by the shoulders and screamed, how could she, a model student, end up in such a situation? She's not hurt, right? Then Sina approached the protagonist and said, Chiron, they arrived after learning they were in danger. Will he explain to them what happened? He replied, confused, that. At that moment, Jake approached them and shouted that he could. He spread his arms out to the sides and said that he thought he could explain everything. The others looked at him in surprise, and then he smiled and, putting his hand to his chest, said, to be honest, he requested a duel out of personal animosity, since this often happens with people their age. Sina was surprised. A duel? She was told there should be a threatening letter, and they also used anti-magic. Does he mean he doesn't know the school regulations? He continued to smile and shouted, it's because Amy is too strong. This is the only way they could resist. She must be attractive. Actually, they suffered the most. And by the way, Amy was the first to break the rules by attacking him at the library. That's why he requested a duel. He was angry. Didn't they find it strange that she didn't tell the teachers everything right away? At that moment, Amy shouted in irritation, what kind of nonsense is he talking about? He himself threatened her back then, and then he even wrote that he kidnapped Chiron. He asked, did they kidnap him? Today, she also attacked them first. And then he pointed his finger at the protagonist and added, and Chiron, instead of calling the teachers, rushed here without telling them. Those two are hiding something. Now do they understand? The teachers? They are the real culprits. The next second, Amy clenched her teeth in irritation and shouted, he's an idiot. And he asked, why don't they tell the truth? He laughed and thought, now she feels afraid of the dark mage. He's going to blow this whole situation out of proportion, no matter the cost. After he uncovers the secret of theirs, the local newspapers, the national news agencies, even the church will know. He'll spread the rumors everywhere. At that moment, Sina said, stop talking nonsense, Jake. She stepped forward and added, he and his friends used anti-magic and violated the rules for its use by using it for an attack. They knew that Amy and Chiron's minds could be damaged, and they probably would have lost their lives. She thought that was sufficient grounds for expulsion. The next second, Jake laughed maniacally and shouted, she thinks some teacher could expel him? At that moment, Ted leaned over to Sina and said, teacher, the Artius house is essentially the lifeline for the entire academy. Without their donations, before he could finish speaking, she asked, isn't it the teacher's job to guide students on the right path, Ted? If he can't even do that, the academy will be better off without him. Then Jake laughed out loud and shouted, great, they'll see who ends up getting expelled, him or her. The world revolves around money. Money. Everyone bows their heads before this. She should take this chance to see how this world works, teacher. He then laughed loudly, and Sina pointed her hand forward and said that before that, it wouldn't hurt for him to learn a few things himself. She waved her hand upward, spreading powerful streams of energy around. The others began to cover themselves with their hands, and MC thought how cool. Amy thought, how did they even come to this? And Ted shouted in alarm, teacher, you can't kill students. At that moment, streams of energy concentrated around Jake. He covered himself with his hands as his body became covered in ice. He screamed loudly, and sharp icicles rushed towards his face. The protagonist thought in surprise, impressive. Even his clothes weren't touched, so she controls the smallest details of the spell. That's why they call her a genius of ice magic, she said. Jake, does he really think he can achieve everything by throwing money around? He shouted, stop talking nonsense. She has to put these things away. The next second, she snapped her fingers, and the ice flew in all directions. Then she said that they already knew that he had harmed many students, but the academy turned a blind eye, not punishing him for his misdeeds. Jake dropped to his knees and, holding his hand, shouted, because his family has plenty of money, and she shouted that he should not be mistaken. The academy is not a place where they teach them for money. On the contrary, they teach them something that cannot be bought. He shouted, and what? She answered, their dream. He wants to become a mage? At that moment, he looked at her in surprise and remembered how he called her. Teacher Sina, if she promotes him to the 5th grade, he will become an excellent mage and repay her. She said, the dream that he shared with his friends, they were training to become wizards. Isn't that what they had come all this way for? At that moment, Jake began to remember what had happened, and she asked if he now wanted to destroy the precious memory of this place with his own hands. He looked up at her and said, "Teacher." Then he lowered his head and said he was sorry. MC thought about what was most precious to him. Jake and the other dark mages repented. They all dreamed of becoming wizards again, but that would happen much later. And now, as soon as their wounds were treated, they would pay for their actions in the punishment room. At that moment, screams came from the punishment room. "It hurts. Take it easy. He shouldn't move. It was just a scratch." After all, the inevitable had happened. At that moment, Ted, sitting at his desk, tapped his pen on the table and asked, "Chiron, why didn't he report it right away? He should have told the teachers about situations like this first, but instead, he went to save a much more skilled high school girl alone. They needed a good reason for this." The students looked at the teacher silently, and then Amy sighed and said she understood. She would tell the truth. The protagonist looked at her and thought, right, it's impossible to hide forever, even if he doesn't know who the principal revealed this secret to. Then she said, "Frankly, Chiron," he thought, his origin. She smiled and, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, said, "Her boyfriend." The others looked at her in bewilderment and shouted, "What?" In her imagination, Amy screamed, "Please, she's asking for help. Anyone. She's asking. Anyone." The bullies stood in front of her, laughing and shouting, "They're deep in the mountains. Who would even come to her aid?" If she had accepted their feelings, nothing would have happened to her. At that moment, a horse approached them and reared up. The bullies shouted, "Who is he?" The next second, the protagonist kicked the bullies. They shouted, "He's behind you." And Amy, looking at him, screamed, "He." He waved his hand and said that he had come. "Amy." Then he picked her up in his arms, and she shyly said, "Chiron." He said, "Amy." They both blushed with embarrassment. She called him again, and he called her Amy. At that moment, the students shyly screamed, "Wow, is that really true? How romantic." And Sariel, standing in front of them, raised her index finger and said, "Of course, it's the absolute truth." She saw everything with her own eyes. The next second, Amy put her hand on her shoulder and indignantly asked, "Sariel?" She screamed, "What kind of rumors is she spreading here?" After some time, rumors about the students began to spread on the notice board. The students were whispering in the courtyard, "Amazing, so jealous." And Amy indignantly screamed, "Sariel, is she tired of living?" She didn't even see anything. With that, she clenched her fist, and Sariel, with an awkward smile, said that she already knew what happened. She said they were dating, so at least they'd already kissed, right? After all, everything worked out, and now those annoying guys wouldn't bother her. Then Amy folded her arms and, looking away, said that she was right. That was good. The day of the incident, Ted slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "She was lying, right?" The Amy he knew wasn't interested in a relationship. Wasn't that right? And Chiron had just entered the academy. She said, honestly, she'd seen Chironi before when they were younger. Meeting like this within the walls of a magic academy, I think that's called fate. She smiled awkwardly, looking at the protagonist and, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, asked, "Right?" He started whispering, "But what about the last one?" Before he could finish speaking, she kicked him in the knee and he cried out in pain. He laughed awkwardly and said it was true. He thought it would be better to pretend to be in love than to reveal their past. Sometime later, the girls were sitting in the cafeteria, and Sariel, still smiling happily, said that she thought so from the very beginning. Really, Amy is stupid. So stupid. Today is a shared lesson, right? She will see Chiron. She will meet him after school. They will have dinner together, and then they will have a date in the library. She said that they will focus on studying properly. She was surprised. What? Not fun at all. And Amy, looking at her, thought that she was busy. She did not have time to feign love. And Chironi should lead a quiet school life. He's doing well. Wait, she definitely does not like this. Sometime later at the second training ground, Sariel shouted, "Chironi, he should come to her." He smiled, waved his hands, and greeted the upperclassmen. Sariel ran up to him and asked how his day was. He missed Amy, didn't he? He laughed lightly and, adjusting his hair, asked, "What nonsense?" At that moment, Amy thought that's what she was talking about. Exactly that. They were pretending to be a couple, but his behavior, it was as if he had drawn a line between them. Then she cleared her throat and, stepping forward, put her hand to her chest. She said that in private, he could speak informally. After all, they were closer than just acquaintances. An upperclassman and an underclassman. The next second, Sariel looked at her in surprise and thought, my God, this was the first time she'd heard such words from Amy. Could this really be the famous power of love? She said that since they were in a relationship. And then the MC smiled and said that everything was fine. She was still the eldest after all. Well, then he would go to his group. Sariel said, yes, okay. Then she looked in surprise at Amy, who turned around and called out to her. She asked, what's going on? After a while, the protagonist took his seat in the classroom, and conversations could be heard all around. Did they really want to put everything on display? Romantic nonsense even in class? His abilities are zero. He got into the academy thanks to his face. Stop wasting time on dates instead of studying. That's why he still can't use magic. At that moment, MC clenched his fist in irritation and thought, 2 days ago, rumors started spreading. 2 days ago. Everyone gathered near the notice board. After a while, in the 7th grade classroom, students began to mutter. Guys, have they heard the news? High school student Amy is dating a new student? Of course. Looks like they revealed their relationship to the teachers. This can't be. Amy was supposed to be his. How could someone like him? They'll cry together. Then the girl sitting at the desk said she was jealous. The ones who were attracting everyone's attention became a couple. Then the student next to her said that she wanted to stake a claim on the newcomer. The others said, it is true what they say. Birds of a feather flock together. And indeed, He believed that they should be congratulated. At that moment, one of the students stood up from his seat and, folding his arms across his chest, asked if they didn't find something strange. The others asked, What was he talking about? He replied about the new student. They should take a look. He placed the document on the table, and the students were surprised. The first midterm scores? What is this? Wow. Him. Chiron is last in his class? 30 points in all subjects? He thought he was an excellent student. He had heard that Chiron couldn't use magic. The others were surprised. What did that mean? The student asked, Isn't it obvious? He was accepted on special terms. He got in thanks to his family and spread rumors that he was a genius because he wanted to get a girl from a noble family. The others were like, wow, that's unfair. The son of rich parents, who had never lifted anything heavier than a spoon in his life, just showed up at the academy and started dating a girl? So he got in thanks to connections? That's very suspicious. They all work so hard for their own futures. There's no forgiveness for him. Why does the academy turn a blind eye to such injustice? The next second, the protagonist opened the door to the classroom and looked inside in surprise. He thought something was wrong. He was sure it had been noisy before he arrived. Then he walked forward and took his seat. Nat looked at the student and said, Next lesson, but he walked away from him without saying a word. He thought he didn't even need to ask why. They spoke loudly, as if they wanted him to hear them. Amy could suffer because of him. In the present, everyone was gathered for the state of mind practice for each class. MC concentrated his energy and heard the others complaining. Why is he training here? His state was interfering with his. Irritating. It was uselessly large. Then Athela approached the protagonist and asked, Chirone, how are you doing? He looked at her and said, Professor Athela, the evasion formula is complicated. When he tries to separate his spirit from his body, it feels like his consciousness is following him. She smiled and said, that was how it should be. He's a convergent type, after all, who follow their nature, causing their mind to form a sphere. This type doesn't mesh well with the evasion form and requires additional manipulation. He said, I see. Then she asked, how are the others? He said thoughtfully, he thinks it's going without a problem. She smiled and said, excellent. Then wouldn't he like to demonstrate it in the visible zone? He was surprised. Excuse me? Right now? She said that if he was in a bad mood today, maybe another time. He was the only 7th grader who could master all 4 forms. Chiron. She wanted to see it. She looked at him and thought he had expressed a desire to use the visible zone on the first day. Was he afraid of the other students' reactions? Children at that age were quite sensitive. However, someone who knows their worth must be steadfast. Then he said that he would try. He asked her to appreciate his efforts. The others looked at him in surprise, and the 7th graders began to talk. It seemed he was going to do it again. He probably wanted to look good in the eyes of his girlfriend. Yeah, that's the only thing he was good at. After that, the protagonist walked forward, and Athela suggested that everyone watch closely. He should show them all 4 forms one by one. He said yes. He thought that the ability to change forms was one of the conditions for moving on to the next grade. If he manages to advance even a little, he will stay away from the 7th grade, change his position. Then he sighed loudly and closed his eyes. He thought, first, the defense form. He concentrated energy around himself, and Amy, watching what was happening, thought, did it become stronger after meeting the dark mages? And the other students began to talk. Wow, 144 facets. His defense form is top-notch. This state of mind can be called armor without exaggeration. The next second, the protagonist changed form, and Athela, watching what was happening, thought, he knows the basics perfectly well, and changes form faster than 6th graders. There will be no problem with his promotion to the next grade. And MC thought, and the last 3rd form, evasion. He sighed loudly and thought that he had never succeeded in this. He didn't want to show it in front of everyone. However, for the sake of the teacher's instruction, he needed to show his failure. At that moment, the 5th graders were surprised. He was going to switch to the evasion formula? To do that, you need to be at least a 5th grader. An evasion formula? Come on. The protagonist said the key was to move to the center of his state of mind before it shrank and disappeared. He thought, it's just like during practice. When the state is close to him, he can move it. But as soon as it moves away, it feels like his consciousness is sent after it. He'll try again. Then he sighed loudly, and the other students started muttering, what is he even doing? Isn't he a genius? He was putting on airs, and now what? Is this what he calls an evasion form? Amy, watching him, said he was doing pretty well, right? What happened? Cyrielle asked, Chirone's state of mind. Why is it fluctuating so much? Maybe because of all the attention? She said unlikely. It's not enough to throw him off track. What's going on these days? At that moment, the protagonist thought, why do people enjoy other people's failures? No, why do they all wish for his failure? He knew it. At that moment, the student said he was overthinking. He had to stop hesitating if he wanted to do something. He had to act. He had come here to become a magician, right? And he was thinking, who? No, wait. What was he even thinking? He had come here to become a mage. The next second, he concentrated his energy even more intensely, while the others watched in surprise. He wondered if it would separate or disappear. Then he screamed loudly. Sometime later, a student incident report compiled by Ted. The details were that the perpetrators, 6 students, had used anti-magic, which was prohibited on academy grounds. The use of anti-magic at an acceptable level had resulted in psychological trauma for the student. However, a 7th grade student, Chiron, had used a form of defense to protect himself from the effects of the anti-magic. After reading the report, Sina thought he had resisted using a normal form of defense. Anti-magic is so dangerous that even specialists need an artifact as a medium. as dangerous as it is difficult. Even though they didn't use anti-magic properly, defeating 6 of them means Chiron has more mental strength than those students combined. Is this innate talent? Then she turned around, hearing her name being called. Sometime later, Othello was sitting in a chair, holding a cup of drink in her hands, and Sina asked if Chiron had successfully used the evasion form. She replied, yes, just yesterday. And yet, it had only been a month since he started studying it. Thanks to the visible field, he was able to see it clearly. It lasted about 4 seconds. Sina said, amazing. Then she took a sip of her drink and thought, as expected, her intuition was right. Othello said that she wanted to offer her something unusual as motivation for the students. Sina adjusted her glasses, laughed slightly, and said, it seems they are thinking about the same thing. A few days later, the 7th grade was in chemistry class. Sina stood by the board and said that their lesson was over. The others were like, wow, that was unexpected. She said that she ended class early to make an important announcement. Student Chiron, she would ask him to stand up from his seat. He stood up and asked in surprise, what's happened? She said that a decision had been made to promote Chiron to the 5th grade early. He would be joining him starting tomorrow. He mustn't forget to check the schedule. The others were surprised. Did they hear? He skipped 2 grades. The student said, impossible. Just to get into the next grade, you have to study for 2 years. They thought, how much support does his family have if he can skip 2 grades? Then Sina said that she hoped they all devote themselves to their studies. That's all. The next second, the student stood up from her seat and shouted at her to wait. She objected. She thought it was very rare to skip 2 grades. How could a student who can't use spells be promoted early? Sina thought in surprise, unable to use spells? The professor hadn't mentioned anything like that before. Then she asked, is that true, Chiron? He thought, he can't, can he? He felt everyone's gaze on him, and then said, that's right. He can't use any spells. Sina thought, unexpectedly, even simple magic should be learned out of curiosity. Then she said, and yet in the 6th grade they don't grade magic. There are no obstacles to transfer. Then the student slammed his hand on the table and shouted that he would never accept this. Clearly, this is discrimination. Teacher, didn't she say that mental state isn't the whole story of magic? What else is Chiron good at? He will only accept her decision if he can use at least some spell. The others joined in and started shouting, yes, and if you compare grades, they will easily surpass Chiron. He can't even learn the theoretical material properly. If he transfers, they'll report it to the student council. Sina thought, oh no, there's something behind this she hadn't suspected. Then, she said she'd take their opinions into account. It seemed she'd rushed the news. The final decision would be announced after the official teachers' meeting. Sometime later, she sat in her office and, looking out the window, thought about how angry the students were. She didn't think this was a simple protest against injustice. It seemed like some personal conflicts were involved. Then a student approached her and called her over. She looked at her and asked, what's wrong, Maria? She said she wanted to tell her something about what happened earlier. Maria said it all started about a week ago. At first they simply ignored Chiron, but now they've started spreading rumors about him and interfering with his studies. She lowered her head and tears began to flow from her eyes. Then she said that she saw everything and knew who started gossiping and inciting others. Bullying is so cowardly. She began to cry even harder, and Sina sat across from her and thought, so that's what's going on. Then she thanked her and assured her that she would sort everything out. In the book Conversations of Great Scientists, the physicist Torkelin quoted words that greatly impressed him. He said that people should get at least 6 hours of sleep, although he himself, as a student, slept only 4. Then the interviewer asked if this meant his conclusions were wrong. After all, he had become a great scientist despite lack of sleep. He pointed his finger at him and said that such teenagers are not just people, they are superhuman. Whether they sleep or not, it doesn't matter to them. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the wall clock, then sighed tiredly and thought, is it already that late? He started getting ready to leave the library and smiled at his classmate. After that, he went out into the courtyard. He remembered what Timorin said, young master, once he gets to the academy, many children of noble birth will look down on him. He needs to be patient and keep moving forward. If he can endure, he will achieve his goal. He thought that he will endure everything for the sake of the people who believed in him. Sometime later, the graduation building, the Iron Gates. MC looked at it and thought, whoever gets in his way, he will become a wizard. A few days later, he got out of the shower and dried his hair with towels. Then he turned around and thought, who is there? He looked at the wall clock and thought, at such a time. He remembered the bullies and thought, is it really them? Then he heard a voice outside the door. Chiron, does he have a minute? He opened the door and was surprised. What? Teacher Sina? She stood in front of him and asked if she could come in. He said yes. Then he went to the kettle and asked if she wanted some tea. She said no need. She wanted to talk earlier, but he wasn't in the room. She apologized for disturbing him at such a time. Then she went to his desk and thought, so that's it. When she first saw Chiron's grades, she noticed something strange. The scores in all subjects are low, but at the same time, they are the same. It seems he is trying to improve his knowledge in all subjects at once. He studies not for immediate results, but for the future. It's not that he can't learn magic. Chiron deliberately avoids studying it. But why did he come now? Didn't he receive a proper education when he was younger? At this moment, he sat in a chair in front of her and thought. Apparently, since it was not a lesson now, he was a little embarrassed. She sat across from him on the bed and thought about how he always stared at her intently during class, but he was actually shy. Then she asked him how he was finding the atmosphere at the academy. He replied that everything was great and that he enjoyed studying. She said she'd heard that his classmates had been bullying him. He smiled awkwardly and said that everything was fine and that she didn't need to worry about him. She said he could be honest with her. It wasn't something he should hide. Then he nodded and said that he really was fine. It was a shame, of course, that he couldn't make friends, but he couldn't do anything about their attitude toward him. She asked if he wasn't upset with his classmates. He replied that of course, he wasn't insensitive, but he also had no desire to force himself to maintain contact with them. He would stay true to himself and not dwell on it. Come to think of it, even if everyone in 7th grade thought he was wrong, that was only the opinion of 40 people. He believes that somewhere in this world there is someone who can understand him. She thought, is that so? Then she nodded and closed her eyes. She said that she understood what he meant. She would take this into account at the faculty meeting. She thought that he wanted to transfer early. After a while, she said that this was the end of her speech about Chiron's early transfer. The other teachers looked at the documents and were surprised. Is this really possible? Just think. An entire class bullying a child simply because he doesn't know how to use magic. And they were in the meeting room of the Alphea's Magic Academy, a faculty meeting. Those gathered said that this is a normal story for elementary school. Many children are quite stupid. Some have no talent at all. Since they are dealing with discrimination in the class, they should agree to Chironi's transfer. He will be able to graduate in the next 4 years. The more young graduates the academy has, the better. At that moment, Ted said he had some objections. Alpheas asked if he was against it. For what reason? He waved his hand and said he knew Chiron was talented. The problem was he couldn't use magic. He didn't think it was worth ignoring the other students' negative reactions. Sina looked at him and said, as she'd mentioned earlier, Chiron was putting off learning magic and aiming for more extensive knowledge. A teacher shouldn't interfere with a student's learning plan. He replied that he wasn't raising a question about his methods. It was just that she, Teacher Sina, was clearly biased toward him. She looked at him indignantly and asked, what? The other students might be weaker than him in terms of omnipotence, but they were head and shoulders above him in omniscience. Such a decision could negatively impact the students and reduce their motivation to study. A teacher shouldn't invest in just one genius, should she? With these words, he smiled, and Sina said indignantly, not only is he following the lead of having children, but he's also going to turn a student's talent into dust. Then they simultaneously slammed the table. The others thought, they're starting again. Well, they have such personalities. It's surprising that they even managed to become wizards. Then the academy director laughed and waving his hand said, that's enough, they should sit down. And then he spread his arms out to the sides and added, both sides are right. Professor Sina thinks logically. However, Professor Ted's words also make sense. He, out of love for the academy, is concerned about the balance among the students, and he understands this. They should stop giving preference to students. Ted smiled, looking at him, and said, his words, by God in your ears, director. Then he said, well, he raised his index finger and, smiling, asked, why don't they do it like this? The next morning, the students gathered near the notice board and shouted in surprise, what is this? They looked at the high-level class notice board. It announced an exam for promotion to a high-level class. Many objected to the decision to promote students early, so the academy is giving all 7th graders a chance for early promotion. They want to determine who is eligible for early promotion in the following manner, so they ask all students to take this into account. The criteria are, first, the student will be selected through an exam. Second, only one student will be selected and will be promoted directly to the 5th grade. Third, the exam topic is magic, and the spell to be evaluated is teleportation. Since they expressed the opinion that an exam on the ability to use a state of mind is unfair, it was decided to change the spell to teleportation, which is studied in the 5th grade. The students cried out in surprise. All 7th graders are allowed to take the promotion exam. If they succeed, they can skip a couple of grades and get straight to the 5th. Teleportation? He knows how to use that? Of course not. That's a 5th grade spell. The theory is simple, but in practice, it's more difficult. One of the students shouted, what do you mean simple? She knew a senior who made a mistake and ended up in the hospital for a year. The student next to her shouted in surprise, what? Then how are they supposed to do it? So they're really not going to transfer anyone? At that moment, the protagonist approached the bulletin board, and the others focused on him. He looked ahead and thought, teleportation. The so-called bullying of the 7th grade loner had become widespread even among high school students. After class, the students gathered at the bulletin board for high-level classes were chatting among themselves. Do such things still happen? A loner? Such a pity. And back in 7th grade? It seems it's because he can't use magic. They don't even teach this in 7th grade. So what's the point? Apparently it's because he's dating Amy. They're just jealous. At that moment, Amy stood in the crowd of students and thought, was he being bullied? So that's why he avoided her? Didn't want to drag her into this? At that moment, Serial stood next to her and said thoughtfully that they said 7th grade students were very immature, so this wasn't new. Something similar almost happened to her, but she managed to transfer early. Then she turned around in surprise, looking at Amy and shouted, where is she going? She answered, to Chiron. She was surprised. She should stop. What was she thinking? She replied irritably that she really wanted to hit him. How dare he remain silent under such circumstances? Besides, she would gather everyone from the 7th grade. Then, Siriel screamed. Was she crazy? This was not allowed. She was indignant. Why not? It concerned her too. She had to imagine herself in his place. Would she want the man she loved to know that she was an outcast? If she butted in, it would only hurt his pride even more. At that moment, she stopped and thought, really? Who cares? He doesn't even like it. Why didn't he tell her anything? At that moment, Siriel approached her and said thoughtfully, and that's it, teleportation to a 7th grade student. He'll have a hard time with it. At that moment, Amy thought, if only the problem were the difficulty of the spell, but it was too dangerous for someone who had never studied magic. Siriel looked at her and asked, maybe she should go and teach him, Amy? As a sign of reconciliation, she shouted indignantly, but he won't accept her help. She doesn't even have time for this. Exams are coming up soon. She said, right? I almost forgot. She apologizes. Then, Amy added that if he can't handle this himself, then he's not worthy of being her boyfriend. After some time, Amy quickly made her way forward, jumping from tree to tree. She stood on a branch and said that she definitely wasn't doing this because of feelings for him. She was just helping because she was also involved in this. She thought, but first, let him beg her for forgiveness. The next second, she jumped onto the window, and MC, sitting on the bed, shouted in surprise, who? After that, Amy covered his mouth with her hand and shouted that she would teach him a lesson. She smiled and shouted, how dare he? Then she looked at him in surprise and asked, what? At that moment, Sina, who was sitting on the bed, adjusted her glasses and, looking at her, asked, isn't she Amy? She cried out in surprise. Really? So that's how they see each other? She sneaks into the boys' dorm every night. Then Amy waved her hands and shouted, it's not like that, teacher. This is a huge misunderstanding. Then she said, quiet, they might be heard. She covered her mouth with her hand and added that she always found it strange that they were both so quiet and didn't see each other often. Then Amy shouted that it was her first time here. Chiron said that they shouldn't be seen together, so she snuck in to see him secretly. But what is she doing here late at night, teacher? She replied that she came to give some advice about the exam. There is quite a tense atmosphere in his class. She asked, is that so? Then the protagonist handed her a cup of drink and said, her tea. She accepted it and said that she was grateful. What a pleasant aroma. Where did he learn to brew? Then she waved her hand and shouted, that's not why she's here, you idiot. And who's causing him to be humiliated? The protagonist screamed in fear that he was apologizing, and Amy continued to be indignant. Why didn't he tell her that he was being bullied? At that moment, Sina awkwardly said, maybe they should sit down after all? She suggested they talk about the exam first. A few seconds later, they took their seats, and MC sipped his drink, surprised, wondering what the hell was going on. Then Amy, who was sitting next to him, asked, is the exam about teleportation? Isn't that dangerous? They said Chiron never learned magic. Sina said it was the director's decision. She was also worried, but she was sure he did it for a reason. Amy thought it was all the director's jokes. She wasn't surprised. Then the protagonist looked at Amy and asked, is it really that dangerous? She replied, well, of course. He knows that teleportation spells use light attributes, right? He answered, yes. He'd heard the photonization theory before. She said light possesses absolute speed. No matter in the world can surpass it. Teleportation spells use this speed to transcend the boundaries of space and time. The protagonist asked, do they mean it allows you to transform into light? The teacher replied, although it seems insanely complicated, surprisingly, even a beginner can master teleportation. According to this theory, the speed of light is divided into 4 categories. Teleportation requires light speed magic. A spell for this can be used at a speed of at least 1/100th of the speed of light. However, this will lower the level of photonization, significantly reducing the mass of the body. Then, the protagonist said thoughtfully, despite the simple theory, there is a risk of collision. He looked at the teacher and added, now he understands why teleportation is prohibited on academy grounds. She smiled and replied, as expected, he's a quick learner. The next second, Amy looked away and wondered what was going on. Since when had they become so close? Had teacher Sina always been so friendly? MC asked, but how could they conduct such a dangerous exam? She answered, that's it. At that moment, Amy coughed and said that a place without any obstacles would be prepared for it. The protagonist was surprised. What? Does such a thing even exist? Before he could finish speaking, she raised her index finger and said, yes, it does. The protagonist looked at the ceiling and thought, up there? Maybe in the air? The bridge that cannot be crossed is a training ground for teleportation. The altitude is 1,000 meters above sea level. The length of the bridge is 700 meters. Sina said that the information is unconfirmed, but there is only one place for such an exam. They will compete in the fastest movement from one mountain peak to another. He said, wow, amazing. Indeed, there will definitely be no obstacles there, but you can say goodbye to your life if you fall from there, right? He laughed awkwardly, and Amy said that the first one to cover the distance in the exam would win, right? Wouldn't it be difficult for the 7th grade to even try? Sina said that if no one finished, the one who crossed the farthest distance would be considered the winner. Of course, the training ground's difficulty would be set to level 1 to avoid danger, using necessary measures, but they were worried about the students themselves. If their desire to win reached its limit, they would attack each other. Amy said worriedly. In that case, it was obvious that Chiron would be the rest of the students' target. At that moment, MC wondered if he could do it. The difficulty of the exam didn't bother him much, but he didn't want to face the whole class alone. He disliked the fact that someone could get injured even more. Was it right to agree to this? Then Sina said that she apologized. She had wanted to see him in the 5th grade ever since the entrance exam. It seemed her greed had only added to his problems. He replied, "Oh, come on, it's not her fault." She lowered her head and added, "That's why she's going to personally tutor him from today on." At that moment, Amy asked why she was going so far. She replied because she felt guilty about making the upcoming exam unreasonably difficult. She planned to do everything in her power. She countered, no, if she did that, it would only make things worse. She placed her hand on her chest and added, given how important this exam was, if even a single soul found out that the teacher accepting this was training Chiron, his chances of winning would vanish. She would take charge of Chirone's training. The difficulty would be set to level 1, right? She would teach him. At that moment, the protagonist wondered if high school student Amy was angry with him anymore. Sina said that made sense, but she remembered she wanted to take the early exam for her senior year. Did she really have time to study? The protagonist looked at her in surprise and shouted, "Wow, senior year?" He thought, God, if it's true, then. Graduating class. Everyone envies the students recommended by professional wizards. The level of graduates is considered pre-professional, and considering they study at a respected institution, they will be written about in the magazine of the Royal Academy of Magic. However, as soon as you cross the threshold of the classroom, you can forget about the idle school life. All that awaits you are endless competitions and hellishly difficult training. From the very beginning, Amy wanted to get there before all her classmates. MC looked at her and asked, already? Isn't it too early for their age? She answered awkwardly about that. Then she thought, it's all his fault, the idiot. He's progressing too quickly, and the only place she can escape is the graduating class. At that moment, he looked at her with admiration and thought, she's so cool. It's not enough for her to just be first among high-level classes. She doesn't care about the subsequent tests. She has the courage to go towards them. At such an important time for herself, she came to help him. Then Amy smiled, looked at Sina, and said, no matter how busy she is, everything is fine, teacher. She smiled back and said that she understood. She wanted to help her boyfriend, but she should leave the preparation to her. This would be his first time learning magic, so it would be better if a teacher helped him. But Amy didn't want to lose and, looking at the protagonist, shouted at him to choose himself. He shouted in surprise, what? And she added, her or the teacher? He awkwardly uttered something inarticulate, and then Amy rose from her seat, smiling, and said, it would be better if his girlfriend taught him, right? Then he smiled awkwardly and said that he would just do it himself. They looked at him in bewilderment and shouted, what? Then Amy jumped up to him and shouted indignantly, idiot. Doesn't he understand how unique this opportunity is? He replied that he didn't want to be a burden. They had an important test ahead of them, and the teacher would be among the examiners. She shouted, everyone will be hiring expensive tutors to master this spell. Besides, his classmates are already against him. This isn't something you can learn on your own. He smiled and asked, so that's one of the reasons she's planning to graduate early, right? Because she can't sit back. She knows what opportunities lie ahead. For him, 5th grade is a step toward becoming a wizard, just like for her. Then she coughed, and the protagonist added that he asked her to believe in him, teacher. He couldn't say for sure that he'd pass, but he would do everything so as not to regret his decision. Then Sina rose from her seat and smiling said, okay, if that's what her student wishes, she agrees. She had to go now. But if he had any questions, he could come anytime. This applies to all students. The protagonist bowed and said that he was grateful to her, teacher, and she added that they should finish their conversation and make a final decision. And Amy, she would close her eyes this time. But if she continued to sneak into the boys' dorm through the windows, she understood, right? She stood up from her seat and bowing, answered yes. Then she thought, that was it? She sighed with relief and sat down on the bed and said that she was so scared. Then she was surprised and, abruptly getting up from the bed, said that it was time for her to go too. The protagonist approached her and said, yes, he was grateful that she had come all the way here, a high school girl. She turned to the window and told him to tell her honestly. Why was he avoiding her? He should have just told her that someone had bullied him. It wasn't just his problems or his pride. She remembered Siriel's words and added, was she hurt? He replied that he just didn't want to distance himself from her. Then she started coughing and thought, is that true? He said it because she was his target, a high school girl. She thought, that's it. Then he smiled awkwardly and scratched his cheek, adding, honestly, when he came to the academy and saw her name at the top, he immediately wanted to try his best and catch up with her. He didn't think things would turn out like this. The relationship between them was already weird. If he said he was being bullied, everything would get even weirder, she thought. His target. Damn, to think she got the better of such a brat. She remembered the words, if she knew anyone who worked at the Magic Academy, she should introduce him to them. She thought, such a strange fate. After that, she looked at the protagonist and asked, is he joking? He was surprised, him? She walked closer and pointing her finger at him, shouted, he keeps telling her, a high school girl. With that cute smile on his face, he's trying to sneak up on her from behind like a coward, right? He shouted, is that the same thing? He thought, why is she acting like this again? Then she went to the window and, opening it, said that if he wants to overcome her, he should stop calling her a high school student. He was surprised. What? She shouted that they were facing each other on equal terms. But if he doesn't keep up with her, then he will call her a high school student for the rest of his days. She climbed onto the window, and then the protagonist called out to her, and she was surprised. She thought, so fast. He told her to just wait. He will definitely catch up with her. She smiled and said, then he must study as hard as if his life depended on it. By then, she will have already graduated from the academy. She stopped in midair, and then MC looked after her and thought that he couldn't even see her. He sighed and thought it was too bad Amy wouldn't help him. But he was sure the bullies were watching his every move. He needed to achieve everything on his own. There was only 1 month left until the early transfer exam. The next day after classes, the students gathered in the courtyard and began to chat. Was he preparing for the early transfer exam? He was already going to a tutor today. Learned teleportation in a month. Time was running out. There would be about 20 participants. The omniscience part was simple, just apply the formula. But omnipotence was more difficult. Application. At that moment, the student looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked, has that guy also applied? After a while, MC placed a stack of textbooks on the table and, looking at them, thought he had said he would learn on his own, but the problem remained in application. The environment a wizard encounters in real life simply changes. For a teleportation spell, information about the terrain is vital. As the position changes, the amount of omnipotence and light will need to be adjusted, but this calculation only works for 10 to 20 square meters. Is there anyone who can do such calculations? After a while, he hit himself on the head and said, no, he shouldn't give up. They wouldn't give him an impossible task. He thought, even the teacher Sina said that teleportation is learned quite easily, but what if he can't do it because he never studied magic? 7th grade students can surely handle it. They've been taught from early childhood. They've hired the most expensive tutors to hone their skills. Will he be able to fill this gap? After a while, Mark flew forward and his coach clapped his hands and said, unbelievable, he's doing great at teleportation. He really is the son of Mr. Slider, the technical consultant of the Magicians Association. Mr. Mark, a 7th grade student named Slider Mark, turned around and said, it's nothing. He was taught by a superb certified 9th rank mage. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that he was worried, but everything turned out to be very simple. His mentor then said that since the test was relatively easy, he'd be able to judge distances and concentrate at the same time. Teleportation couldn't be perfected in just a month, but if he quickly learned the required materials for the test and devoted the rest of the time to practicing, he'd surely pass. He laughed in response and said he thought he should thank that idiot for that. He'd be able to skip 2 grades in the blink of an eye. He then took a sip of water from his flask and asked what the idiot was doing, by the way. He replied that they'd been keeping an eye on him, as he'd ordered. He was studying on his own, using textbooks. Mark was surprised. On his own? From books? He thought, what the hell? He thought he'd use his connections to find a top-notch tutor. Or was he just faking it? Then he told them to continue surveillance, not to relax. You can't learn magic from a couple of books, right? At this point, the protagonist continued studying, then put his hand on the book and thought that he had done everything he could. He spent a lot of time trying to understand omniscience and memorize every necessary theory. He was unsure of himself, but time was running out. Sometime later, the 7th grade training ground number 14. MC stood in the center of it and stretching his joints thought, well, now he will try it in practice. He sighed and said that there was no other way. He would hope that the spell would activate at the time he calculated. First of all, he needed to recreate the photonization theory in his state of mind. The person who stands between omniscience and omnipotence is none other than him. He must erase himself between them. Then his body glowed, and he shouted in surprise, it worked! It activates. Now he needs to teleport. He thought that a person cannot calculate the required amount of light. When a wizard focuses, their mind becomes so sensitive that they sense everything around them. It's said that exceptional wizards can even count the leaves on a tree from afar. This hypersensitivity is a mental state of mind. A wizard in this state sees the outside world, its supernatural potential, and can ultimately manipulate reality. He experienced this completely. The time remaining until the test was 13 days. 9 days. The students in the class turned around and wondered what had happened to him. His face. Was he training without protection? Really? At that moment, the protagonist with bandages on his face thought that after all, his first attempt at instantaneous movement had failed. To correct his mistakes, he had no choice but to collide with this body of his. Then he fell to the ground and grabbed his knee, thinking, this time he felt unsteady in the knee area. There were 8 days until the exam. The protagonist was busy taking notes and thought, the error in the calculations is plus or minus 0.02 meters per second. This method, of course, is crude, but the days leading up to the exam followed one another. The protagonist studied every day, making mistakes. As a result, only the memories of practical study remained. 1 day remained until the exam. MC was practicing again. Beads of sweat pouring from his body, falling to the ground, and he thought, what to do? The test is already tomorrow. He corrected the errors again and again, but new ones kept appearing. Well, there was nothing left to correct. Everything should work out. He was confident. Then the world began to blur before his eyes, and he began breathing heavily. Then he slapped himself across the cheeks and shouted that he had to come to his senses. Come on, I have to do it. Then he screamed loudly and, running forward, thought, teleport. In the blink of an eye, he was thrust forward and, trying to catch his balance, cried out in surprise, but then he still fell to the ground. He said it didn't hurt. He laughed lightly instantly and noticed that he had succeeded. He wondered how far he could go with this. No time to rest. Now it's a combo. He needed to practice some more, but the next second his eyes closed. The next morning, Mark was standing by the window when the instructor approached him and called him over. Then he asked how he was feeling. He turned around and answered, of course, fine. Today, after all, was the historic day of his promotion to Class 5. Just some 700 meters, he would cross it in a flash. After a while, Maria reached for the door handle, but at that moment Mark asked, "Hey Maria, how's studying for the exam? Did she give up too?" She looked at him in surprise and said, "Oh, so it's him, Mark." She thought, as luck would have it. He came closer, and she asked, "He didn't go to the training ground? Was he also training on his own?" In response, he laughed and asked, "Does he seem like the kind of scum that would study on his own and wouldn't even be able to pass the exam?" She looked at him in fear, and he came even closer and added, "He wants to ask what she's doing here. That's why she's doing so well. She should go to the training ground and at least give herself a tour. Studying by watching others do well is also something you need to know how to do." She turned away from him and said, "Right, then he must be strong." She hoped he'd pass. He laughed lightly and asked, "Really?" She wanted him to pass the exam. He leaned toward her and added, "Hey, she's incredible, huh? And she even knows how to snitch to the teacher." She yelped in surprise. How could he possibly know that? He laughed and yelled back, naive. He was just testing the waters. She dropped her bag and he added, "He gets information about everything." It was a little strange to see a timid student like her suddenly go to the teacher's lounge, didn't she? He pinned her against the wall and added, "So far he's tolerated it because they're on the same level. But after he gets higher, what will happen then?" Her hands trembled with fear, and Mark pulled away, thinking she was shaking so much. What kind of mage would she even make? That's why she can't get up, even though she's 4 years older than him. Then he walked in the opposite direction, and still smiling, said, "In any case, she should look forward to it." At that moment, Maria sank to the floor, covering her mouth with her hand and trying to hold back her tears. Then Mark looked into the room and asked if they had finished strategizing yet. One of the students said that as soon as they start, 2 will stick to Chiron, and the other 2 will cover him, Mark. Therefore, they will only have 2 chances to eliminate that guy. Then Mark said that his jump distance is 10 meters, so they must eliminate him at least 10 jumps away. Then the student said to listen. If he succeeds, he will do as he promised, right? He asked, "Oh, is that what he means?" Of course. When he is promoted, not only will they get private lessons with an official mage, they will not have to worry about finding a job, even if they don't graduate. His dad is the technique advisor of the Mage Association. They know that, right? If they help him today, he will never forget it. He will carry them through to the very end. He smiled and thought that he wouldn't allow the slightest mistake. You can't be careless with geniuses. After a while, the students gathered in the right place and started chatting. Wow, so this is the bridge that can't be crossed. The finals will be held here, right? But there were definitely more people than she thought, especially the older ones from the 5th grade. The student thought, if a brat shows up in the same class with them, they should, if possible, give him the cutest one. The 6th and 4th grades were also chatting while the judges were preparing for the exam. The next second, a bright light appeared at the top of the mountain. Othello looked at it and, turning around, said, "Well, the time has come. 21 students taking the exam will begin the test in 10 minutes. At that moment, a student at the starting line looked ahead and said in surprise, "Damn, this is a sheer cliff. And where's the bridge?" The guy next to him said, "You idiot. There it is." He shouted in surprise, "What kind of bridge is this?" At that moment, Cyril, looking through the binoculars, said, "Here. This is the best place. You can really see well from here." Amy stood behind her and said, "Huh? She doesn't even have time. Why did she even come here? It's just some 7th grade." Cyril asked, "What is she talking about?" At times like this, she should be encouraging her boyfriend to get the best grades. She said, "Whoever passes, passes, and whoever doesn't, doesn't." What kind of support? Then she thought, but by the way, will he really be able to teleport? At that moment, a student approached Mark and called him. He was warming up before the exam and asked if they had found Chiron. He answered, "No, the thing is, he's not here." Mark was surprised. "What?" Meanwhile, the protagonist opened his eyes and abruptly sitting up shouted, "What time is it?" At that moment, Amy looked through the binoculars and shouted in surprise, "What? He's not here? What do you mean he's not here?" Cyril awkwardly said that she had already looked everywhere, but still couldn't find it. Amy said in surprise, "Really? She thought he couldn't teleport? She told you so. You can't learn teleportation on your own." At this point, the students continued to be surprised. "Wow, is there really nothing down there?" Then Othello said, "The rules were simple. At the teacher's signal, they must run toward the abyss. The student who covers the farthest distance using teleportation will be the winner." They were surprised. "Seriously? Jump from here? If they can't get to the other side, then the only option is to fall? Are there any protective measures in place here at all?" Then Ted said that if they were afraid, they should stay. He put his hand on his side and added, "They should know that in the process of learning magic, they can die. This is the early transfer exam, necessary to select a student worthy of entering the 5th grade. In other words, he advised taking it only if they were able to protect themselves. If they were insufficiently prepared, they should retreat." Then he lowered his gaze, but internally laughed and thought, everyone's frozen. To prevent accidents, it's better to scare them. The really dangerous ones are those who want to compete. With these thoughts, he turned his gaze to Mark. He in turn thought, They volunteered to take the exam, but aren't sure if they can reach the finish line. People like that will grovel before him in the future. I wonder how true the rumors are that that guy with connections studied teleportation on his own. Apparently, he screwed up. The idiot. The main thing is that his plan is ready. Then Athela raised her hand and shouted, "They must line up in a single line, please. They're starting the exam." Then she looked ahead in surprise, noticing the protagonist running toward them, and asked, "Huh?" He approached with every step, breathing louder and louder, while the other students looked at him, and one of them thought, "What?" Then he ran up to them and, resting his hands on his knees, shouted that he apologized. He looked ahead and shouted, "Can he still take the exam?" At that moment, Serial, looking through binoculars, said, "Amy, there he is." She snatched the binoculars from her and shouted, "Where the hell was he? Why did he just show up now?" Idiot, she thought, this idiot. Why is he all covered in wounds? Did he practice without protection? At that moment, Sina turned around and said, "Principal, there's a call from teacher Athela asking if the exam should be postponed because of a latecomer. Althea said the students should take care of themselves while preparing for the test. They should begin as planned." She replied, "Understood." Then, at that moment, a bright light appeared in the sky behind Athela, and she raised her hand and shouted, "Attention! The exam will start on schedule. Chiron, if he wants to cancel, he can let her know at any time." He replied that he was grateful for the concern. He was fine. Then the student pointed to the spot next to him and told him to stand here. The protagonist walked up to him and thanked him. The student looked at him and thought, the first step is done. They'll make him fail in 10 jumps. At that moment, MC tried to catch his breath and thought, he needs to focus. He needs to give it his all. Then Athela raised her hand again and shouted, "They're starting the 7th grade early transfer exam. Everyone, ready." All the students took their positions, and at that moment, Mark looked to the side and thought, he has an idea, so he should just follow it. Then a bright flash appeared above Athela, and all the students suddenly ran forward. The exam time is 1 second. All the students had undergone rigorous training. However, for the first time, they found themselves facing an abyss. What will they feel when the only thing beneath their feet is the endless sky? Fear? Or will excitement tickle their heels? Pure uncertainty. They could only think of one thing. At that moment, the student ran forward and thought, first, he has to be first. He will have at least some chance if he is ahead. The exam time is 2 seconds. The cliff is 20 meters away. Mark ran forward and thought, just fast legs won't get him first place. What's more important is where he starts teleporting. The one who correctly times the jump will finish. It will be impossible to close the gap, even with several leaps. Of course, if you have the guts. Then the student ran to the cliff and shouted, "Damn it." He used teleportation, and the student behind him shouted, he too. The exam time is 3 seconds. The cliff is 5 meters away. The first group began teleporting. At 3 meters, the student shouted, "Damn it, he's at the limit." Then the guy shouted that he was apologizing. "Mark, he can't go on any further." Mark shouted, "What will he order if his guards surrender first? Damn wimps." Then he approached the cliff and thought, what if he falls? Then he used teleportation. Mark is 2 meters. Exam time is 3.5 seconds. At that moment, the guy running on par with the protagonist thought, this psycho. Why isn't he stopping? The student running on the other side thought that they were alone. At this rate, they're really going to fall. Then the protagonist approached 1 meter and thought, not yet, I need to catch up with them. The others looked at him in surprise, and Sina shouted, what? And Athela clicked on her watch and said, he just jumped. Chiron is 2 meters further than the cliff. Exam time is 4 seconds. A year ago, Ogenta State, Ryan's room. He said, Chironi, he really is amazing. Both during the sword fight and now, he'd never seen anyone act so fearlessly in front of his father. Wasn't he scared? The protagonist smiled awkwardly and asked, oh that? It was nothing. He'd once read in a book that the essence of fear is based on imagination, on the idea that he'll die in a certain situation. For example, if he jumps off a cliff, he won't die until he hits the ground. That's why he needs to focus on the present and not waste his time thinking about the future. Only then will he be able to find a solution. Ryan asked, Chirone, is he completely stupid? He was surprised. Stupid? He shouted that he'd die if he fell off the cliff. Him? He could die. What the hell is he talking about? He replied, no, that's not the point. He shouted that he should think about it, that he'll die when he jumps. In the present, the protagonist's body began to glow, and he thought, I can't lose consciousness. Otherwise, his spirits would dissipate. He extended his hand forward and then teleported, overtaking several students. One of them shouted in surprise, what? He thought about how late he jumped if he'd managed to overtake them all at once. From another cliff, students were shouting, wow, it's happened. It all happened in a second. But at that moment, the 5th grade students were chatting. Did he see? Yes, the new student just jumped. Then Serial said in surprise, Amy. She said it was his first time using magic. Amy was surprised at that moment and thought, he's late, but he still has a chance. Chiron will definitely be first if he keeps this up. At that moment, Mark thought, damn it, where did his team go? He tried his best, and this idiot is still ahead of him. Maria Erlen. She had a talent for magic from the very beginning. A little earlier, the teacher had asked, Maria, why have her grades dropped so much lately? She, with tears in her eyes, replied that she was being bullied in class. She couldn't take it anymore. He said that bullying from classmates was natural. They were competitors after all. Others did well and got ahead because of it. How did she plan to become a sorceress if she couldn't even resist that? So she stayed in the 7th grade for 6 whole years. She then said that she didn't like competitions, but she hated bullying even more. She couldn't let Mark transfer. By the end of the 3rd stage, the students participating in the exam were divided into 3 groups. Mark and Chiron's team were in the lead. The middle group was about 3 meters behind them, and behind them was the last group, who had used a spell out of fear before anyone else. At that moment, a student was flying forward and thought, damn, he can't even use a flight spell. The upperclassman said it was safe to fall, right? He screamed loudly and, losing concentration, began to fall. He shouted that he wanted to leave the exam. At that moment, one of the examiners said, as expected, the students who can't overcome their fear are the first to fail. Then one of the falling students screamed in fear, where are the safety measures? How much longer do they have to fall? The next second, the falling students were caught by huge fans. Then they fell to the ground and screamed, what? So mean. Why didn't they tell you what was going to happen? Everyone in the last group failed. The 200-meter mark. A student pointed her hand forward, breathing loudly, and then began to fall, screaming, he can't take it anymore. The others screamed, teacher, he has to help. Many of the middle group also lost their grip, but Mark flew forward and thought, idiots, they shouldn't even have tried. It was clear they were going to fail. Then he noticed the protagonist in front of him and thought, problem. Damn, he wasn't wrong. The distance between them had widened. He flew forward and thought, he doesn't look tired at all. How is this possible? At the beginning of the exam, he felt like he was about to drop dead. Damn it, what the hell? The protagonist flew forward and Athelas said, Chiron is really capable. He constantly uses compulsion, and he repeats the same sequence of actions, like a machine. At that moment, the teacher behind her spoke up, while Mark's actions were noticeably erratic. He's the best in the class, but he's young and therefore too hasty. She's amazing, Miss Athela. She felt it from such a distance, using synesthesia. Impressive. Then Alpheus folded his arms and thought, capable, Then Syria looked through the binoculars and asked, is he deliberately increasing the compulsion level? Wow. Where did he learn this advanced technique? Amy thought, he learned it. Normal magicians learn to consciously use the unconscious, but he's different. It seems he directly controls the unconscious. This isn't something that can be learned. Then Mark thought, I'm going to run out of strength soon. After that, he shouted, let's go. Then the student thought, now? But it would be too obvious. Another student teleported to the side and thought, damn. He would squeeze out his remaining mental strength, and maybe he could do it at least once. The next second, he teleported forward, and the MC thought, I heard a wave-like sound. Someone had messed up their sequence. Then he looked forward in surprise, then moved to the side and shouted, what? The student appeared in front of him and thought he was apologizing, but his life was on the line. He gritted his teeth and thought they would fall together. And the protagonist thought, is he really gonna hit him? The next second, the student flew down and thought, did he dodge? And the protagonist also flew down and thought, huge problem. The pent-up fatigue from messing up his sequence had washed over him. He can't lose consciousness. He needs to concentrate. And the guy thought, it's a monster. Then the 5th grade students started chatting among themselves. Did their movements seem strange to them? Wrong direction? Did he just almost run into the person in front of him? Iruki then said it was on purpose. The guy turned to him and asked how he understood that. His comrade added, who would want to do that on purpose? Iruki. He sat on the ground, arms folded, and said, one person blocks the way, the other attacks from the side. It's an excellent tactic, simultaneously blocking both the benefits of teleportation, the instantaneous movement, and the interdimensional jump. If the newbie hadn't deviated from his path, something terrible could have happened. He spread his arms wide and added, but in his place, he could have easily avoided something like this by stabilizing his movement. Then the boys turned away and thought indignantly, damn braggart. Then they started chatting, but as Iruki had said, his friend added, the teachers, they might not know this. They probably have a plan. At that moment, Mark continued to teleport forward and laughing loudly shouted, he's first. First place is his. He thought, everyone will be jealous. Those stupid classmates and the 6th graders he'll pass, they should be looking at this. He's a genius. He laughed loudly, and the protagonist flew after him and thought that Mark was in good shape. He was sure he could finish. If he wanted to win, he needed to overtake him faster, but he would break his plan if he carelessly increased the distance from the teleportation. Instead, he would increase his speed, beating Mark by half a second. He rushed forward, and the students watching what was happening shouted, wow, Chiron is catching up with him. Only the 2 of them remained. Mark, he needs to speed up. At that moment, Amy, looking through binoculars, shouted, his body is not in perfect condition, so overdoing the magic. Then she looked ahead in surprise and shouted, is that it? And Mark asked in surprise, is there something there? The next second, a huge rope rushed towards him. He flew through the center of it and shouted, what was that? He thought he was going to die. MC was behind him, and then the system announced, attention! The bridge mechanism system that cannot be crossed has been activated. Level 10. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and shouted, what the hell? What do you mean level? At that moment, Sina shouted teacher. He ran forward and shouted that he was going to the control room. He lifted off the ground and then moved forward. Then Sina turned around and shouted, director, we have to stop the exam. The teacher next to her shouted, but this is a test to move up 2 levels. If they cancel everything, they'll face terrible discontent from all the families. What should they do? Alpheus looked at them and shouted, are they asking this question in a situation like this? They must signal to stop the exam immediately. The next second, a bright flash of light shot upward, and MC thought the test had been stopped. After a while, Ted arrived at the right place, and turning around, said that he had seen a yellow signal. They stopped the exam? Oh no. A pile of protest songs would definitely fall on his desk. Then he ran to the door in the cave and shouted, Brad, did he drink until he was blue in the face again last night? He clearly literally told him that this exam was very important. He grabbed the door handle and added, this time seriously. Then he thought in surprise, locked? It doesn't look like an accident. He concentrated the energy in his hand and thought, what? Someone is at the door. He directed the energy forward and asked, who is it? She must open it immediately. If she doesn't, he will blow her up along with the door. And then Maria said that she asks him to do so. No one will notice that she's gone anyway. Ted frowned and thought, that voice. He said, is it her, Maria? She was sitting near the door, hugging her knees and crying. The teacher started banging on the door and screaming. Does she even know what she did? She must open the door now. This is not the kind of thing that will be forgiven with a light punishment. And she lowered her head and screamed, no, in any case it's over. If Mark transfers, she will again be like in hell. What's the difference between death and such a life? What? And then she screamed, instead. And then the teacher sighed loudly and said that he understood. She must do as she knows. If she doesn't want to open the door, then she doesn't have to. Frankly, it's not that urgent because the exam was stopped just as she wanted. Meanwhile, Mark looked in surprise at the bright flash of light and thought, did they stop the testing? Nonsense. He's so close to transferring. He turned his gaze to the protagonist and thought that he needed to win now so they wouldn't back out. There might not be another chance to get rid of this idiot. The next second, they both flew forward at the same time, and the teacher watching what was happening shouted, Principal, Chiron and Mark, going into the maze. Sina covered her mouth with her hand in alarm and said, no. Then the principal shouted, these stupid brats. Then the teacher shouted, why are they continuing? Out of pride? They have to stop them now. It's too dangerous. What the hell is Teacher Ted doing there? Sina turned around and shouted, Principal? And he thought he was a little different. If he acts recklessly because he's blinded by greed, he won't be able to find the right path through this labyrinth. And the students, also watching, were wondering what to do. Can they do anything? Serial called out to Amy in alarm. She shouted, idiots. Level 10 is only for professionals. At that moment, traps flew at the students, and the protagonist jumped aside, thinking that the trap's speed was too high. He didn't have time to avoid one and calculate the next. At this rate, he'd exhaust all his mental energy. At that moment, Mark flew forward and thought that they would both be expelled anyway. The one who gets the furthest would win. If he could impress them, his skill would be recognized. Then he rounded the trap from the side and looking slightly to the side thought, how's his technique? He'll always be in second place. At that moment, MC stopped abruptly and thought, no. Meanwhile, Maria asked, teacher, what is competition? Tricking your opponent to make them fail while they get to the top. Is this the kind of competition the Academy strives for? Ted sat down near the door on the other side and said that it was completely different, Maria. She shouted at him to stop embellishing. What could a teacher who was praised for his genius understand? She continued to cry and shouted that she did everything as he said. He said to be patient. She was patient, but the Academy only recognizes talented students. And ordinary ones, like her. He said that he was not sure if she knew about this, but he graduated from here. She had just arrived at the academy when he was graduating in his class. She asked what? He remembered. He told her to think carefully. Had she ever heard of a genius named Ted? She was surprised and then answered, never. He said that he was always last. In 5th grade, he got stuck for 5 years and became angry with his friends for moving on so easily. Maria said, no way, teacher. And he laughed and shouted. One day, the principal caught him and scolded him terribly. Not long before, he shouted, what? He started it. The principal then said, stupid boy, why are you so worried? He replied, he doesn't care about students like himself. But now Alpheus interrupted him and asked if he knew what a wizard should never do, compare themselves to others. Ted looked away and said he was interested in what he would say, but he was giving another lecture. He said that a wizard is a person who erases himself. He just needs to focus on himself. He can do it. He really will be able to erase himself. If he runs forward, looking back at the people behind him, he will definitely lose his way. At that moment, Mark continued on his way. He shouted in surprise, what? He thought he'd be blocked? A trap was approaching him, and he thought he shouldn't have come here. He held his hand out in front of him and thought, is this how he's gonna die? Then he started screaming in fear to be saved. One of the teachers shouted in alarm, Mark? No. Everyone started to tense up. But the next second, the protagonist grabbed Mark by the collar and lifted him up. The 7th grade students shouted, wow, he saved him. Chiron saved Mark. But this is an exam. Why save your rival? The student looked at the girl and shouted, idiot, is winning important when someone next to him is in danger? Then the student said, that's not the priority right now. How did he manage to do such a thing? Meanwhile, Mark was waving his arms and screaming that he had to save him. The protagonist continued to hold him and screamed at him not to move. He's trying to think. He thought these traps were some kind of labyrinth. To find the exit, he needed to analyze their plan from afar. First, they had to climb. He shot upward, dodging the trap, and the students cried out in alarm. The trap was following them. Vertical teleportation wouldn't work. He had to dodge. Then MC dodged to the side and thought that gaining altitude was useless. What should he do? That's it. He'd go back. He flew further, and at that moment, Iruki clenched his fist and shouted, yes, you don't always have to go forward. Sometimes you can go back, but... Then a student said it had only been a month. Had he really been practicing on his own? A student said she thought he'd gotten into the academy through connections and didn't know how to control magic. Another student said, maybe they've misjudged him. The next second, one of the students shouted, he can handle it. The others added, it's dangerous out there. He had to dodge. And then Serial said, could it be Chiron? Amy said, yes, the reason he trained so much isn't because he wanted to pass the exam. This guy just wants to be good at magic. Meanwhile, Ted said, competitions are just a method to get to the finish line faster. Moving slower is fine. Everyone crosses the finish line. Everyone becomes a magician anyway. Maria asked, isn't it too late? Now, he said that he will help her, so that she will show courage one more time. Then the director said that they should continue with the exam. He will take full responsibility. The protagonist continued moving forward, hearing the other students shouting, this is dangerous. He must dodge. He approached the trap and thought that it looked and moved as if it were alive. He can't predict anything. The movement pattern is too chaotic. Because he is trying to save Mark, his situation is getting worse. At that moment, he screamed that he didn't want to die. And MC thought, first, I need to get a feel for the entire structure. And at the same time, I need to focus on that. He'd done this before. It was like using an evasive form. Then he gritted his teeth and flew forward between the holes in the traps, getting further and further. The students watched in bewilderment, and the academy director thought, what should I do? Danger increases abilities, but usually the limit is reached when one is satisfied with one's achievements. However, this boy feels neither satisfaction nor thirst. So, he has no limit? At that moment, Othello, standing near the cliff, thought a shocking sight. Chiron doesn't dwell on anything. Because of this, he has no extraneous thoughts. The density of his state of mind approaches 99.9%. He calculates his path in a trance. She recognizes his outstanding talent, but this time he is in real danger. At that moment, the protagonist continued on his way and realized the distance between the obstacles had become smaller, about a meter. He wouldn't be able to overcome these 10 meters using teleportation. Then he would split the teleportation into 1/10. Order, right, left. He passed one trap after another, and then noticed a particularly large trap. The next trap wouldn't let him fly straight through. The space was extremely narrow. Then he too flew through the hole and thought he'd split it. Iruki followed. He shouted, rainbow drop. So that's what he's going to do? The others were surprised. Do what? The light curved? Iruki, how is that possible? Light can only move in a straight line. Then he raised his index finger and said, are they asking him such a simple, fundamental thing? If you divide a circle into parts, you get an infinite straight line. And then you can split the teleportation distance into 1,000th. The others were surprised. 1,000th? How can you even calculate that? He said it wasn't a matter of calculation. In other words, it's insight. Could you even say that the level of his omnipotence is astounding? Or should we consider him a genius with the opposite inclination? Then the student said, insight. His comrade added, amazing. At that moment, the traps continued to move forward. The protagonist flew forward and thought, huge. And the teacher shouted, no, the dragon's labyrinth. Sina walked forward and shouted, what the hell is Teacher Ted doing? She used teleportation. And at that moment, Mark asked, where is he? He opened his eyes and noticed a dragon-sized trap approaching him. And MC thought, I need to remember everything. The sequence in which the labyrinth was created. Mark started screaming loudly, and waving his arms, he shouted, monster, there's a monster. The protagonist thought he needs to move left in a circle. Mark shouted that he will become good. Please, he must spare him. At that moment, Sina arrived at the right place and shouted, teacher, what is he doing here? He looked at her, surprised. Teacher Sina, there was a problem. She came closer and shouted, they don't have time. He must stop the device now. He asked, what is going on? The exam has already been cancelled. She shouted, no, Shironi and Mark are still in the test area. He was surprised. What? He ran to the door and shouted, damn it. Then another teacher flew towards them and shouted, Teacher Sina, Teacher Ted. Sina turned around and asked, Teacher Othello? She shouted, Teacher Chiron. At that moment, everyone cowered in fear. A second before Othello's arrival, everyone was visibly nervous, sweat pouring down the protagonist's face. A second before impact. The protagonist thought he should relax. He was still alive, so he had to think. 1/10 of a second. 1/100th of a second. 6 turns. Only 9 teleportations on the way to the exit. 1,000th of a second. The next second, he thought he was wrong. It was impossible to escape with Mark this way. He had to find another way out. Then the trap rushed forward, and Serial, tucked fearfully into Amy, shouted, Chiron. The principal pointed his hand forward, and the protagonist abruptly teleported further, moving from side to side. The students ran to the cliff and shouted, it can't be. Then the protagonist landed on the cliff, dropping Mark next to him. The others were surprised. Did he really get out? They're not ghosts, right? Then Othello looked at him and turned around abruptly, and MC tried to catch his breath and wondered what happened. Did he pass? He couldn't remember anything. Then the system reported that the bridge mechanism that couldn't be crossed had been deactivated. Level 0. Then the student looked at his comrade and said that it was level 10. He passed the test for high-level classes. After that, the protagonist crouched on the ground and, sighing heavily, said he really thought he was going to die. Then Serial, putting her hands on Amy's shoulder, said that he did it. He did it. And Amy sighed and thought that he was almost cool. Those who passed with all their strength wouldn't show off or act arrogant. After that, the students surrounded the protagonist and shouted that they congratulated him. He was so cool. He went straight to 5th grade. The kids from 6th grade will just be jealous. Then Sina teleported to them and shouted in surprise, did Chiron really pass the exam? She missed such an important moment because of Teacher Ted. At that moment, Ted looked at her indignantly and said that he would explain everything to her later, but he really did his best. She shouted, he's no help. Then she adjusted her glasses and said, in any case, they crossed the finish line at the same time, so they need confirmation. Director, he should announce who. Then she looked back and called out to him in surprise. Director? And he closed his eyes and thought, was his worries in vain? He was grateful. To think he managed to show them such a bright light. the light of the Milch family. Then Ted thought that this nickname was bestowed on the man who established a new definition of photon. Sina asked in surprise, why is he acting like this? Ted thought, and to whom the emperor even presented an award, a golden circle. However, Chiron's exceptional talent sparked a spark of greed, just for a second. He then approached Alpheus and bowing said, Headmaster, please, he must say something. He believes a person has appeared who will illuminate the academy's future. The headmaster then laughed and said, yes, he must have been thinking too much. He was lost in memories of the past, seeing the talented student. The headmaster thought he envied his innocent aspiration to magic. He didn't believe in fate. It had been a long time since his heart had beaten so fast. Then he stood before the students and said, only one person will be considered to have passed the exam. But he also admired everyone who participated. May the courage they showed today be a driving force and lead the world into the future. The person who passed the exam is Chiron. Then Mark, standing on shaky legs, walked forward, and the others were surprised. Mark, does he really want to appeal the decision because he finished with Chiron? But the newbie saved him, and the collision situation is suspicious. Mark frowned and thought, how could this happen? He saw it with his own eyes. He is a real genius. And the protagonist thought, he really wants to go and sleep. The others shouted, so cool. At that moment, Amy turned around and said that they should go. Cereal. She looked at her and was surprised, huh? She thought it would be better to be with Chiron at such a momentous occasion. She sighed and said there was no time for that. She thought he had shown himself. Now it was her turn. The next second, the protagonist shouted, Amy. He pointed at her and asked, he kept his promise, right? He'll catch up with her soon. The others began to shout in surprise. Wow, did he even call her by her first name? She was jealous of his girlfriend. So jealous. He's so cool, Chiron. And Amy stared at him, perplexed. When he woke up later, Chiron didn't remember it at all. Chiron had entered 5th grade. Then Athela thought, how strange. She was sure she'd been following him with synesthesia. Had she really missed him in the dragon's labyrinth? After some time, silence fell in the palace. The disciplinary committee met. Maria meekly admitted all her misdeeds and expected punishment. However, Chiron, Mark, and even the overseer, Brad, who had been subjected to the binding spell, declared their opposition to Maria's punishment. The remaining students, realizing their indiscretions, began to confess their trespasses. They even revealed a plan to interfere with Chiron's exam. And at that moment, the situation spiraled out of control. The protagonist carefully observed the reactions of his rivals and wondered, was he trying to keep his promise to take responsibility? At that moment, Alpheus explained that, of course, he understood Maria's situation. She hadn't triggered the mechanism with the intention of harming anyone, so disciplinary action would be taken according to academy rules. The protagonist wondered what was going on. He, too, needed to be punished. He ignored the signal to suspend the exam and headed into the labyrinth, having no other option but to drag Mark into this dangerous place. At that moment, Alpheus smirked and wondered who would have thought he'd see such a thing at the academy. Ted bowed his head in sadness and realized that everything had turned out just as the headmaster had intended. The students had been blinded by rivalry, pride, and envy, unable to see the truth. And to become decent wizards, they must confess their wrongdoings. Ted breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they could teach them even in this way, and that Alpheus always allowed them to learn something new. At that moment, he slammed the table so loudly that the order was about to be carried out, and the surrounding students began to weep in grief. Mark approached Maria and bowed to her with tears in his eyes. Sina, watching the proceedings, reflected that for the first time since the Academy's founding, a decision had been made regarding the punishment for everyone. The minutes of the disciplinary committee meeting and the meeting were written down on paper. This included Maria, who was sentenced to a 2-month suspension. Mark, too, was suspended for 2 months, while the other students only received 1 month. Chiron was also required to submit a letter of apology. Why had he entered the labyrinth even after seeing the signal? He smiled and said that, at that moment, he wanted to avoid losing. The only thought was that he had to get through this labyrinth and couldn't quite remember why. Sina turned to him in bewilderment, then blurted out that he had a persistence she hadn't expected, and that he seemed very naive. Then she looked again at his age and physique, wondering if it was because he was a boy. After a while, Chiron lay down on his bed and immediately fell asleep. At that moment, he dreamed of someone shouting his name and of being in danger. He used the dragon's labyrinth, and a bright beam of light illuminated the entire area. He demanded concentration and clenched his teeth in anger when he suddenly realized he was erasing himself from space. He repeated this several times and felt as if he were being torn into pieces and scattered across the world. He himself became this world. And suddenly he paused in these rays of light, and a magical barrier appeared above him, which began to disintegrate into small pieces like glass. He fell into this labyrinth and realized it was boundless. He began screaming loudly in fear and falling into this magical hole. At that moment, he heard music and opened his eyes, waking up. He was surprised to hear the sound of a piano, and was also surprised that it was already morning. 3 days had passed since he escaped the dragon's labyrinth, and he doesn't remember anything, but it seems he had a very difficult time in the dream. That's right, Amy lent him this notebook, and it really helped him remember the rules of magic. He needs to return it today during their joint training, because he wants to repay her. After all, she supported him until the very end. Suddenly, he noticed something odd in the notebook and wondered what was going on. Sometime later, he arrived at the second joint training room. He greeted Amy, who turned around in surprise, and at that moment Serial greeted him and asked how he was feeling. Was everything okay? He smiled and replied, yes, thank her. He wanted to thank them. He brought a basket of fruit, and Amy asked again, what, did he want to thank them with apples? He replied that he hadn't been keeping an eye on them, but it seemed to him that she liked apples. Amy got angry because she liked cherries and asked again, perplexed, why she liked apples. At that moment, she began flipping through her notebook, frightened and anxious, when she suddenly came across some apologies. In Korean, the words apology and apple sound and are written the same, so he confused them, and Amy, frightened, began screaming that she knew nothing. Serial was alarmed when she saw this reaction and asked again, where is she running? Class is about to start. Chiron also didn't understand what was happening to her and was dumbfounded by what he saw. After what happened, Amy easily passed the transfer exam to the senior class, but it seemed a problem had arisen in her clever head that defied solution. A month later, the students gave up their seats to him and shouted it out loud. They were 7th grade students returning from a month-long suspension. Chiron raised his hands in fear and said they didn't have to do this every time. It surprised him, but during every class together, his former classmates began saving his seat, as if he had become that dreaded high school student. At that moment, Serial approached him and asked if there was room for her, calling him an underclassman. He grinned and said, of course, she could sit down, she was a senior. She smiled and said he looked sad. Was it because his girlfriend wasn't there? He laughed and replied that she looked lonely since she was always with her friend. She replied that that was why she was planning to graduate. And at that moment, Chiron became alarmed and asked, is that true? Serial replied that she had planned to graduate and live a normal life, but she and Amy had inspired her, and she didn't want to waste her entire youth on that. And Amy seemed to have decided to become a soldier. Chiron was dumbfounded by this and asked, does she want to become a soldier? So she means she wants to go to war? Serial asked, perplexed. Are the two of them really dating? Chiron wondered, but isn't this dangerous? Even though Tormia is peaceful now, if a conflict breaks out later, it would be in danger. Serial replied that if war does break out, all mages must participate because it's their duty, which is why they are encouraged and supported in every way. Amy's specialty is using magic against single targets, and she'll obviously be participating in reconnaissance missions. That's great, after all. Amy is a beautiful scout. Chiron responded with concern that this was indeed the case, worrying about number 1. So she chose this specialty, and starting in 5th grade, she should consider working as a magician. Being good at something will be a huge competitive advantage, and maybe for that reason they shouldn't speak ill of those with low grades. At that moment, a classmate approached him and asked if he was training alone again. It was Nade, who was very friendly, and said that if he had any difficulties, he could contact him anytime. He's a friend he's truly grateful to, and the only one who talks to him despite his shyness. Although his grades are average, his unusual omnipotence allows him to control lightning, and it's not a friendly omnipotence at all. He showed him how to breathe, and Chiron thought that everyone has their own unique ability. 7th grade was very different from 5th. Even though they were the same age, he feels more mature. At that moment, the other boys called his name, came closer, and asked him to listen to them. What did they think about this situation? The boys asked again what they meant, and one of them said that he had already said he didn't agree. The protagonist didn't understand. They wanted to discuss something. In his opinion, that was pretty bad. Would they start keeping their distance from him if he didn't understand what they were talking about? What would it be? Chemistry or biology, or maybe literature? At that moment, a classmate said that they liked the teacher Athela or Sina better. The protagonist was dumbfounded and asked again, perplexed. What? Nade asked why they were asking such nonsense, and Chiron noted that he was right. He shouted that he was on teacher Sina's team, and at that moment, Chiron clutched his head in horror. An argument broke out in front of the boys, and Nade continued, don't they understand that teacher Sina is the smartest and most beautiful? His classmate was shouting that teacher Athela had a hidden side that made him want to protect her. They were teenage students who liked to discuss all sorts of nonsense. At that moment, one of them approached him and asked, what do you think? Chiron didn't know what to say and was incredibly angry. Surely, to have no problems at school, he needed to get along with everyone, but he respected both teachers, so he'd have to choose someone. At that moment, he clenched his fist and shouted, him? The boys were a little startled by his reaction and apologized, saying they'd be back a little later. Chiron didn't understand what had just happened and asked again, what? Was it because he couldn't answer? Nade replied that it was all because of him. It was Iruka. He came closer and asked what they were talking about so animatedly. Nade chuckled and said that they were asking which teacher was prettier and such, because that's what kids do. They weren't kids anymore, but it happened. Chiron saw his reaction and realized what a sudden change in behavior. At that moment, he introduced Chiron to Iruki, and they greeted each other. Nade asked if they were meeting for the first time, right? Iruki was the 5th grade outsider. He extended his hand and said it was nice to meet him, since he knew him. Honestly, who in the academy wouldn't know him? Chiron was stunned when he extended his hand and realized that the voice looked familiar. This guy had once asked him to stop hesitating, and if he wanted to do something, he had to act. He came here to become a magician, right? That's when he heard that voice. At that moment, he started screaming loudly. It was him. He was thanking him, since thanks to him, he was able to successfully use the evasion form. A huge thank you to him for that time. At that moment, Iruki smiled after a moment of silence and asked again, "So he's a boring guy?" He asked again, "What?" At that moment, Nade started laughing loudly and asked him not to worry since that's how he usually spoke. But what was that tone? Iruki, perplexed, replied that it was a compliment and that he should try anyway, since 5th grade was full of all sorts of weird kids, so he should be on his guard. Nade asked again, "Where is he going? Had he forgotten about class?" Iruki replied that he was tired of it all. Shironi didn't understand. Was he really tired of magic classes? Nade sighed with relief and said that he was always like that. He should get to know him better and realize that he really wasn't such a bad guy. Chiron replied that he was quite unusual, and that he continued, saying that trying to know everything at once was just tiring, so in truth, he was a genius too. The point is, he's a genius in a strange area, and Shironi asked again, "Is he a genius?" At that moment, someone shouted to look over there. It was Iruki. "Why did he go into visible zone again? He's not planning on stripping off and lying down here again, is he?" Chiron heard these words and asked again, "Are they talking about stripping off?" Nade clutched his head in horror and shame and shouted, "No, what is he going to do? They should go and see this." When Iruki stopped in the middle of this zone, magical beams of light appeared around him and spread throughout the hall. These beams were so bright that they illuminated the faces of all the students standing nearby, and they realized, could this really be a form of evasion? He had created it so quickly. The students are always amazed when they see it, and he must be the only one in the entire kingdom who can do this. At that moment, Iruki snapped his fingers and several magical balls spread out to the sides. The boys began to wonder, what are these things? What kind of targets are these? Athela, who was in the process of teaching the 4th grade, started shouting loudly, "What? He should stop doing this." At that moment, the magic balls were aimed at the boys, and Iruki cast a flame spell. A crush of people ensued, and they began screaming and running in fear, as everyone wanted to get away from this crazy idiot. At that moment, he abruptly stopped his magic, and a bright beam of light began to spread throughout the area. A terrifying expression appeared from the magic ball, and the boys became even more frightened. Amidst this chaos, Chiron stood motionless, simply watching Iruki's actions. He chuckled and said they would see more, then disappeared. Professor Athela became angry and shouted that he was causing trouble again, even though his suspension had just ended. Iruki shouted that he hadn't broken the mechanism. She knew he hadn't done anything. He's been suspended from school for 3 days again. Does he understand? He smirked and said, "That's so long." Chiron continued to stare at the scene in bewilderment and realized he specialized in evasion and flame magic. But what's wrong with him? He's the weirdest guy in 5th grade. His social skills are practically non-existent and his personality isn't particularly good. But the reason Iruki is called a genius is because he specializes in only one field. He got a lot of zeros on his midterms, yet he was good at math, biology, earth sciences, physics, and chemistry. This was savant syndrome, a rare phenomenon that occurs in autism or during the recovery phase of brain damage, resulting in abilities far superior to those of ordinary people. Iruki, in particular, is the king of computational physics. For example, he can calculate what will happen under extreme conditions, like absolute zero or temperatures above 100 million degrees, or determine any date 40,000 years from now in a minute. Does he think he can remember the entire number pi for the rest of his life if he wants to? However, in other areas, for example, during a literature exam, the teacher yelled at him. Was he really mocking his subject? In an assignment that required explaining the meaning of a line in a poet's poem, he wrote that since the speed of liquid flow over the surface of a leaf is affected by air resistance, the sum of the vector forces exerted by pressure moves in the direction of greater resistance. Below is an equation using the standard leaf model. The teacher yelled that this was a literature exam, not a math one, and it seems he wants to show off his genius. But there are many things that cannot be explained by mathematics. For example, profound images or emotions. Iruki reluctantly responded that there is nothing that cannot be explained by numbers, and if there is no way to explain the world through logical reasoning, then how can they live in such a terrible world? He knows his face could explode at any second, right? For example, a face flushed with anger is a poetic expression explained by a simple chemical process within his body. If the balance between hormones and autonomic nerves is disrupted by stress, blood pressure begins to fluctuate and the pulse becomes irregular. Then the blood vessels dilate and the face turns red, but the excessive constriction of the veins causes them to bulge at the surface of the skin and turn blue. The teacher yelled at him with incredible anger to leave the room. Let him go. He has 0 points. Does he understand? Chiron said it was simply amazing. He speaks with such confidence about what he believes, and could they really be his peers? There are people like that. Nada replied that in the past, teachers tried to take responsibility for Iruki, but in the end, they all gave up. Who would have thought he'd be interested in him? It was completely unexpected. He was so glad he started talking to him. Chiron asked again, is that so? But he was actually a little nervous, and in any case, Nadi knew everything about everyone. At that moment, a girl approached them and apologized. They both turned around, confused, and she asked Chiron if he wanted to join their research group. They were researching data on teleportation magic, and if someone with advanced photon magic joined, their research would advance quickly. Once he submitted his research paper, he wouldn't have to waste his vacation time on grading, and they could study together for the rest of the time. Chiron apologized regretfully, saying that his knowledge of the course material left much to be desired, so he'd better focus on that. It was a shame, but he had to decline, and the girl replied that if he changed his mind, he should let her know. He could join whenever he wanted. Chiron thanked her for these words, after which Nade said it was a shame, since those study groups were quite outstanding. He also had a classmate, Amy, so maybe that's why it hadn't caught his attention. Chiron didn't understand how this was even connected. Unfortunately, he still lacked knowledge and his grades were around 40. It was hard for him to improve his grades and he had no time to even dream of joining a study group. Nade was envious because of this, and Chiron asked again, doesn't he have such a group? He thought Nade could join a good group. Nade asked again, does he? He has one group, and he's the leader of this group. Chiron asked, perplexed, what? He felt deeply ashamed of his thoughts, and Nade started shouting, no, this group is small, and he even feels a little ashamed. There are only 2 of them, and their supplies have been cut. All the upperclassmen graduated, so he got this post. Chiron realized the graduating class, were there really graduates there too? If the research group included graduates, then this group must be more respectable than the others. Would he mind if he took a look at the lab? After a while, the guys went outside, and Nade said he thought he wasn't interested in research. He replied that he was very interested, but he thought it would be a hindrance if he joined the groups. Nade asked again, what is he talking about? Research groups aren't that strict. They also have fun and study, and here is their research lab. When Chiron went inside, he asked again, what is this? He replied that this was the magical Ista's storeroom, where all the academy's teaching aids were kept. It was a modern storeroom. He could place his belongings in a compartment, and they would automatically move to the room he needed. Chiron was surprised by this method, and Nade shouted at him to wait, because it only looked like that. But the interior was magnificent. He would be incredibly surprised. His older friends had guarded this place like a precious treasure. And Chiron asked again, is that really true? He could hope for something good, right? Nade confidently answered, of course, and then wrote several formulas on the board with chalk. He would be surprised by what he found inside. And right inside was Iruki, writing all these formulas on the board. Every time he found the item he was looking for, the structure of the storeroom changed. In other words, no one would find them here. The boys continued down the corridor, and Chiron thought about this refuge where no one would find him. Nade confirmed that this was their research lab and pointed to the side. There was a sign reading Society for the Study of Supernatural Psychic Sciences. Chiron looked at him in confusion. Supernatural Psychic Sciences? They really study mysticism at the Magic Academy? Nade asked, what do you think? That's cool. Let him talk about it. Spirits and ghosts, the afterlife, aliens, hell, gods, and so on. They were researching all that. Chiron shook and realized he'd stepped in the wrong place, but he was a little curious, although that was a bit much. Suddenly, he heard a loud crack, and a bright light appeared before him. He froze, wondering what it was. Nade smiled and said it was very dusty in here, but he'd get used to it with time. He started coughing and wondered why he needed to get used to this, when he could just clean up. When the dust cleared, his eyes widened in surprise, and he saw Iruki writing various formulas on the board with chalk. The boys stood there in silence for a moment, perplexed, and continued to watch him. After a while, Chiron asked again, Iruki? Nade replied that their group had a bad reputation, so they weren't allowed to reveal the members' names, which was why he couldn't tell him about it earlier. But was he really interested in the supernatural? Nade replied that it was the opposite. He joined here to refute everything, and it was perfect bait for someone who believed that everything in the world was subject to logic. At that moment, Iruki turned around with a smile on his face and asked again, Chiron, what brought such a genius to this humble place? It's good that he came here. He should listen to him. Chiron replied, yes, and Iruki continued by saying that even if matter were destroyed, the atoms would still remain, right? Chiron wondered if he was jumping into a discussion so quickly. Iruki continued to say that he thought it was possible to destroy the atoms themselves. But what would happen then? Chiron was surprised by this question and reiterated his words, but said that he wasn't sure, but he thought that a huge amount of hidden energy would be released afterward, and Iruki shouted with joy, right, he knew he was an amazing guy, and he had drawn the right conclusion himself. After these words, he shook his hand, and Chiron asked again, was he really right? Iruki continued to say, yes, there is a lot of hidden energy inside, and it is so much that it can destroy an entire city. What does he think will happen then? Chiron asked in confusion, what? But in that case, people will get hurt? Iruki asked again, what is he talking about? There is so much hidden energy inside. Does he really need to think about it? At this moment, Chiron tensed up and shouted, what, does he even understand what he is saying? The director told them they were wizards and had a responsibility to think about the impact their magic had on the world. Nade tried to intervene, but to no avail, and Chiron continued shouting. Did he really think it was okay to sacrifice innocence for his own intellectual pursuits? At that point, Iruki took a cherry from his glass and declared that he really was boring Chiron. He thought other wizards knew how to do it, but they didn't. They simply couldn't. And here's why. His genius intellect was given to him so he could achieve more. Chiron shouted that it didn't matter whether they were geniuses. It was better to be an idiot than a genius who put people in danger. Iruki replied that a handful of geniuses led a crowd of idiots, and history confirmed it. That was the world they lived in, and he hated that idealism more than anything else. He spoke up. No, his logical reasoning makes him feel defeated. It's entirely possible to achieve perfection in life. At that moment, Nade tried to intervene in their conversation again, declaring in a trembling voice, what a great discussion they were having. Iruki chuckled, and Nade continued asking, but they knew better than to think less emotionally. He suggested they sit down and calm down and talk about it calmly. Chiron left the room, saying he had nothing more to say and was leaving. Nade yelled at him to stop, saying he didn't know where the exit was. At that moment, Iruki smirked and said he just needed to follow the path that led him here. If he couldn't even do that, he was a complete idiot. Nade's mouth dropped open in insult and he yelled, "Why did he do that? Couldn't he have explained it all to him so he'd understand?" Iruki sat down on a chair and said he'd admit he was on edge, since he was his rival. Nade asked again, so he was doing this on purpose? Besides, who would have thought he'd even use the word rival? He was simply interested in numbers. Iruki replied that it was because he only understood numbers, but had he seen Shironi's translation exam? Nade asked again, did he mean the teleportation test? Of course, that's how he got into their class. Iruki replied that for someone who had just enrolled in teleportation, he knew how fast he had to think to pass level 10, and especially the dragon's labyrinth. Nade became wary after these words, and Iruki continued to say that it was impossible without time splitting, and that at that moment, the time needed to be achieved by a 10,000th of a second. Nade asked again, a 10,000th of a second? Iruki burst out laughing and shouted that this was the secret of insight. The more precise the knowledge, and the faster, the better. The speed of insight couldn't be defeated by conscious calculations. But Nade, what if it was him? Nade smiled and said it was all clear. A clash between calculation and insight. He wanted to find out with that test then? Is this the upcoming rapid-fire exam? The next day, the students at the school pondered. Is the exam in 2 weeks? If they fail this time, they won't be able to advance to the next grade. The students continued to discuss this topic in the classroom, and at that moment, someone turned to Chiron and remarked that he was good at practical work. I wonder how high his scores will be. At that moment, Chiron heard everything and was thinking about the rapid-fire exam. During the test, he needs to use active magic, hit targets, and earn points. Those who don't have offensive spells, such as magic, healing, or support, can also participate. All he needed to do was eliminate the target that appeared in one stage to move on to the next, and all they cared about was hitting the target quickly and accurately. However, he told the teacher he didn't yet know how to control active magic, and asked how he could pass the rapid-fire exam. To use omniscience-level magic, he needed at least 60 points. Sina replied that she saw his grades improve the most in the chemistry class she taught, and it was worth it. She wasn't teasing him since he understood the material perfectly, and used all his knowledge simultaneously. But he had something else, right? A field that only utilized certain knowledge. Chiron asked again, what did she mean? Was she talking about photonization theory? Teleportation magic, derived from photonization theory, is a passive magic that transforms the body into photons. The duration of this magic is so short that it's hard to mistake it for passive. That's why he hadn't even considered it. He hadn't known that photonization theory could be used for active magic. Sina replied that this proposal had just recently been submitted to the association, and he began to think that he hoped magic using photons would be cool. At that moment, Sina handed him a book. It was a text on photon emission, the association's officially registered magic, red line. Chiron realized this was his first active magic, and quickly began leafing through the book. He came across a new discovery in the theory of photon emission film adaptation, where a researcher demonstrated photon emission, and explained that, as the name suggests, this magic emits light. Photon emission can illuminate the surrounding space, but it's not as effective as light magic, so further study is needed. He noticed this and asked the teacher again. Was she sure she wanted to recommend this to him? He could take the exam, but he didn't think he'd be able to. Sina smiled and replied that at first glance, it seemed useless, but photon emissions had a bright future. Light has the greatest speed, and direct light has the advantage of being easier to control. At the Ivory Tower, where advanced magic is studied, they predict that photon emissions will be a breakthrough in information communications. It's already well studied and used in various magical devices they haven't even heard of. If they continue in this vein, photon emissions will develop into a new field of magic, and they'll have an advantage when releasing them. Chiron realized it was all clear. It would be a good idea for him to master everything beforehand, and he'll do as she said. This is magic that will open up a new field, and he'll be interested in studying it. When he went outside, he tried to use this magic among the trees, but for some reason, it didn't activate. He couldn't understand it. It simply couldn't be. Couldn't he really control it at this level? Sometime later, the boys were on Site 32 for practical training. It was a 5th grade practical training session. At that moment, the protagonist attempted to use magic, making a motion to summon magic with his hand. Of course, magic doesn't originate from the hands, but from the center of one's state of mind. However, it's easier for him to summon magic by imagining photons emanating from his palm. He looked at his hands and realized that forming photons wasn't so easy. Perhaps this was because he had a convergent state of mind. It's similar to the defensive type, after all. At that moment, teacher Yahello came to them and announced that she was pleased to see them, 5th graders. So, are they starting classes? Everyone was stunned to see her wearing teacher Yahello's clothes, but more importantly, her glasses had disappeared. appeared. Chiron wondered with confusion, what kind of outfit was that? One of his classmates remarked that she must have come straight from her training. He asked again, what kind of training? Where and when was it? He replied that teacher Athela was the famous bishop of the Karsus monastery. Chiron asked again, Bishop, does he mean she's a cleric? He replied, yes, that's the title of the high-ranking official who protects the 12 relics. There are only 12 bishops in the entire world, and one of them is teacher Athela. She received the title of Ion, which is awarded to a wizard with outstanding abilities in the realm of spirituality by the kingdom, thanks to mental strength. Now he understood what was going on. Despite her appearance, teacher Athela was incredibly powerful. Nade, meanwhile, looked at her lovingly and shouted that from today on, he was on teacher Athela's team. He was so excited about the special practical lesson and was incredibly happy, while the boys watched his actions in bewilderment. Chiron also watched her and realized how amazing it was that they were learning magic from such an amazing person. At that moment, Athela asked if they were preparing for the upcoming rapid-fire exam. The students started shouting loudly, and she announced that before the test day, each class would have a practical lesson similar to this one. Today, they would learn a technique to enhance their omnipotence, and she brought a student from the graduating class for a demonstration. The classmates began to speculate. What, the graduating class? Seriously, but where is it? She announced that it was a spiritual verbal mage named Samuel. At that moment, the mage greeted the 5th class and said that, as the esteemed teacher Athela had requested, he had come here despite the fact that he didn't belong here. He hoped he could help them at least a little, so please take care of him. The girls started shouting loudly when they saw him, and Athela explained that he specialized in Kododama magic, which is closely related to the topic of today's lesson, so she asked them to concentrate and watch carefully. Many of the boys gritted their teeth in anger at the graduating class, as this was beyond their capabilities. Nade wondered in confusion, when did that even happen? He explained that Kododama magic can use the power of words to strengthen a spell, and it would be better if he demonstrated it than talked about it. He would first demonstrate hurricane magic, and he held his hands out in front of him, his eyes glowing with magical light, and he was able to create a magical ball. Chiron, watching, realized this was the same magic the principal had demonstrated when he was much younger. Suddenly, a powerful hurricane appeared before the boys, and everyone began screaming loudly. This frightened them, as there was no time for jokes here. Samuel asked them to remember this magical power, as he would now strengthen the magic with the Wild Mother Earth spell. He wished to lend this power and asked them to take his hand. Looking down on everything from the sky, he unfolds the history of several generations in a single moment. The Temple of Nature lives in his heart, and he enshrines the will of the wizard in this land, singing a song of complete glorification and praise. An ash flash can ignite something, and a hot wind can cause a hurricane. All the boys were amazed at how he cast these spells, because his voice was so amazing. 3 minutes later, he was still chanting the necessary words. Bound by spirit to his body, they summoned to him. The wizard fears not the power of a lion, nor the sun with the ocean, nor the ocean above the earth, nor the earth-bearing wind and the wind of hundreds of millions of years. He will achieve boundless devotion. The boys were already incredibly bored and wondered when he would finish. He shouted at them not to fall asleep with a serious expression and exclaimed, "Hurricane!" At that moment, an incredible wind appeared around him, and the boys screamed for salvation. They were incredibly surprised and thought they would be blown away. Samuel replied that he wasn't simply casting a standard spell, but putting his will into it. Of course, this doesn't count for nothing. It's pronounced word for word, with an understanding of values and a reflection of one's desire. These are the words that enhance magic. This is the principle of Kododama magic. However, the process is quite lengthy and can't be used in combat, and what he was about to show them now was called a supersonic technique. The boys wondered if he really wanted to do this again. At that moment, he closed his book in his hands and chanted, "Wild Mother Earth, let it be granted to him," and he continued chanting spells the boys couldn't hear. He shouted loudly and began making strange movements, rolling his eyes. When he shouted hurricane, a strong wind arose again. After a while, when the dust cleared, the boys found themselves lying on the ground. He said, "Excellent." They had all been watching the upperclassmen's actions, hadn't they? At that moment, Chiron grabbed his head and thought, this is already incredible power. What level was a graduating class? A wizard graduating from the academy is awarded an uncertified rank 10. He couldn't imagine how powerful Athela, the teacher, was. She was a certified 6th-tier mage. She thanked Samuel, who bowed and said he would always be at her service. So that's what this world was like. At that moment, one of the boys turned to Athela and asked if they would have to use Kododama magic. She replied no, they would need to specialize in it. The boys breathed a sigh of relief, and Athela announced that instead, they were learning a technique called sequence. This would increase their omnipotence by concentrating on counting numbers. Chiron raised his hand, meaning it would increase if they simply started counting. The other boys wondered, why numbers? She replied that numbers are symbols that follow a base, so they harmonize perfectly with one's state of mind. Of course, they don't just count. but like in Kotodama magic, they put meaning into it. And now she'll demonstrate everything with an example. She will strengthen her state of mind with a sequence, and will recite the numerical sequence corresponding to the number 10. At that moment, she exhaled and said 100. A magical barrier formed around her, and the guys wondered, did she really just say 100? How did she count from 1 to 100? Her state of mind really did increase. At that moment, she said 400, then 1100, then 1700, then 2400, and Chiron grabbed his face, realizing that it was simply impossible. How could someone count so quickly and so easily? After some time, she reached the number 10,000 and exhaled with relief. This barrier extended to all the guys in the area. Just with the sequence technique, her state of mind quadrupled. Does everyone understand now? While in Kotodama magic they visualize the spoken words, in the sequence technique they think. The faster they count, the stronger their state of mind becomes. This won't increase, but their strength, precision, and aim, all their abilities will be enhanced, and he realized that, apparently, he could form a photon thanks to this. Athela explained that, of course, the sequence isn't omnipotent, and if they lack mental strength, the technique won't be effective. They shouldn't forget that the foundations of strengthening their state of mind are discipline and reason. Is everything clear? The boys shouted, yes, and began to disperse. Chiron was alone, looking around. He realized it was a good thing he'd counted to 1,000 in 1 minute, and it turns out counting without doing anything is harder than it seems. If he'd trained his concentration during class, he wouldn't have succeeded. But at that moment, he decided to stop himself, and realized that during the teleportation, he'd used a technique that allowed him to sense complex counting. Then, with the sequence, he could divide the numbers into hundreds and count them all at once, and he could do all this in about 10 seconds. Maybe he should try firing a photon toward the tree? At that moment, he pointed his hand in front of him and cast a photon burst spell, causing bright beams of light to emerge from his hand and approach the tree. Everyone around him was stunned by what they saw, and the beam of light began to penetrate. They wondered what that was. What did that bright light mean? Chiron was stunned by what had happened and realized it was incredibly bright. The boys continued to discuss. Wasn't that a photon burst? He learned this specifically for the speed shooting exam. The shot speed is very high thanks to the light, but learning it only because of the exam seems strange. The spell also has no striking power. Athela noticed what was happening and realized that Chiron, who specialized in defense, had already learned active magic. She thought he'd mastered the sequence, and he turned to the teacher and shouted in fear, "It looks like that." Athela asked again, maybe he should practice in the visible zone then? After a while, she asked, will he immediately begin practicing high-speed shooting? That's interesting. When he finished the sequence, he should call out the targets. He answered, yes, then closed his eyes and decided to strengthen his spirit with the sequence. A multitude of numbers appeared in his head, and a bright magical force appeared around him. The targets were called out, and the system reported his level as 1, count as 0, and time as 1 minute. A bright magical ball began to glow in his eyes, and he extended his hand directly toward it and uttered, "Photon emission." At that moment, a bright beam of light began to spread everywhere, and he realized this was what he needed. Because the shot speed is close to the speed of light, it feels as if he's aiming and firing simultaneously. His count reached 11 in literally 5 seconds, which was incredibly fast. The guys who saw everything happening started shouting, was he really hitting the target even with barely any aim? It was like an instantly activated type of magic. Athela frowned and thought, it was clear. Using a sequence, he combines numbers into large groups and counts them. This is a modularity technique used in information magic. Perhaps he acquired this knowledge on the bridge that cannot be crossed. What a rapid development. Chiron continued to act, using his magical powers to spread them everywhere, and a moment later, his count was 342 when time ran out. The guys exclaimed, isn't that an ideal result? He hit 342 targets in 1 minute. Maybe he should also use Photon Burst, but it would be better not to. After all, Chiron only succeeded because he also mastered Rainbow Drop. He clutched his head and exhaling, thought that it seemed he wouldn't have any problems passing the exam. Nade said he'd struggled with this magic before, but once he figured it out, he earned 342 points, which was simply amazing. At that moment, Iruki arrived and remarked that it was a so-so result. Nade asked, what? But for a first time, it's not that bad. Iruki smirked and said with hatred that the result wasn't great, but still interesting. At that moment, he raised his hand and told the teacher he wanted to try it too. She was surprised when she saw him and asked, is that Iruki? She asked him to act without any nonsense. At that moment, Shironi, wiping his face with a napkin, heard his name and, turning around, realized he didn't like the way he thought, but it was interesting too. At that moment, Iruki stepped onto the field and pulled his hand out of his pocket. He straightened his back and a ton of magical energy appeared around him. As a beam of magical energy shot out into the sky, the boys began to discuss what was going on. Is this rapid fire using an evasive form? But that simply can't be true. They're different. So he's going to hit the room just by looking at them and not use synesthesia? At that moment, he snapped his fingers and the targets began to shrink. Shironi saw this and wondered in horror, what was he going to do? Suddenly, he realized what was happening, and all the targets merged with each other, when suddenly they began to explode one after another in bright flashes of light. The people watched in awe, and his count reached 13 in 3 seconds. He continued to act, and all the light spread across the sky. Chiron, like the guys around him, gaped in astonishment because he didn't even need to look, and he would easily beat Chirone's record. He frowned, and Iruki smirked at him, because it would be hard for Chirone if even this surprised him. At that moment, he extended his hand and continued to amaze the guys with his magical powers. They shouted that it was amazing and his speed had increased. Was Iruki really that strong? Chiron thought about it. Upon closer inspection, he realized he wasn't looking for targets with his eyes, but predicting their movement using a motion equation. But how could he follow them with his evasive form after determining their movement? Why was he so quick? Was it all about consistency? Nade replied that it was, but Iruki didn't count in hundreds or thousands. He asked, so he can count more than 1,000? Nade smiled and replied that it was millions. Chiron was dumbfounded by this, and a moment later, when the time limit ran out, he scored 548 points. The guys started shouting, "What's going on?" He was simply incredible. How did he hide such skill? It's hard for him to hit a target with a small evasive form. Was he even human? Athela said that he really surprised her and that it was very ingenious. At that moment, Iruki walked to the edge of the stage and turned towards Chiron, then asked how he liked it. Was that performance worth watching? Chirone replied that it was incredible, and he didn't know that the evasion form could be used like that. Iruki laughed and asked again, "Is that all?" He was a little disappointed. Chirone asked in bewilderment, "What?" He replied that it was amazing he'd even thought of breaking it down into modules. He wanted to know how he counted millions? The protagonist frowned and replied, "But should he really share that with him?" He supposedly considered him a rival. Iruki replied that it didn't matter, because even if he found out, he wouldn't succeed anyway. Chiron remained silent, and the surrounding guys wondered what was going on. Iruki replied, "Nothing special. He used a logarithm to reduce the unit of counting." At that moment, Chirone was dumbfounded by what he'd heard, and realized that it was impossible, that it couldn't even be called a method. The guys also gaped in astonishment and asked again, "What? Is he crazy?" Calculating with a logarithm can give you an intuitive feel for huge numbers, but even using a sequence as a calculation method makes the calculations more complex. This is savant syndrome. Iruki asked him again, what did he think about it? Would he still be able to beat him? He shouted that he wasn't doing this to win, it was just an exam. Iruki laughed and said that was the typical statement of a weakling, so he should listen. If he lacked skills, he should stop talking about idealism and pretending to be the coolest, because it didn't sound convincing at all. Chiron shouted back that if he beat him, he'd prove himself right? He chuckled and replied, "Of course." But he knew it didn't matter how amazing his insight was. Compared to his calculations, it was no better than a worm. The guys around him, stunned by this insult, continued to listen to their dialogue. Chirone was very angry, and Nade and his friends watched the unfolding dialogue with incredible interest, because it was very exciting. Rules of the speed shooting exam. The final score is determined by the number of targets hit, and you have 1 minute to complete this test. The number of targets increases with each level, and even if only one target remains, you can't proceed to the next stage. Furthermore, the higher the level, the faster the summoned targets become, and you can't summon new targets without destroying the old ones, which also affects the score. The average score is around 400 points. And so far no one has scored more than 700. Assuming he never misses, to achieve this score, he needs to reach level 30 in a minute. And to do that, he must complete each stage in 5 seconds. At this moment, he prepared for battle and raised his hand, after which, multiple flashes of light appeared in the sky. People shouted in amazement that this was simply amazing, and that the protagonist was trying to get ahead of everything. The guys discussed among themselves that Chiron was clearly not in the mood for jokes. He wasn't even turning his head toward the target. Was that even possible? He'd improved his score by 200 points in just a week? His time was up, and it was a visible state that had been lifted. His firing rate continued to improve. He never missed a target. His continuous shots had improved too. It seemed like he'd fired 4 times in 1 second. At that moment, Chirone began wiping sweat from his face and asked, "Well, did he get his score?" At that moment, Iruki began to rise from the floor and asked, "Is it his turn now?" Chirone began to watch his every move closely, and he began to accelerate even more. His mental state had been lower than before, and this had become faster. How was that possible? After a moment, he raised his hand and declared that he was finished. He'd scored 568 points, and his score had also improved, but the difference with Chiron was only 1 point. He'd been so close, but he'd lost, and he'd soon catch up with Iruki. His entire score increase was higher. Chirone realized that the 1-point difference was no accident. The next day, the situation remained unchanged, as did the day after, and the day after. The significance of the 1-point difference became obvious. To beat him by 1 point, he needed a thorough calculation from level 1. And at that moment, Chirone realized that this meant that, even if he wasn't giving 100%, he had no trouble defeating someone like him. After a while, the guys at the school wondered if Iruki would win this time too. After all, Chirone was an amazing guy. He already had over 600 points. But Iruki was too strong, and she thought Chirone was trying too hard. At that moment, the guys approached Iruki and invited him to join their research group and teach them his skills. What was the maximum result he could achieve? Everyone approached him specifically, while Chirone sat alone and thought, "That's right, he hasn't proven himself yet, while he's giving it his all. If he doesn't realize this, any strategy will be pointless." At that moment, Nade patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile that he could handle it because he believed in him. And frankly, he didn't care who won because they were both his friends. Chiron replied that he wasn't in the mood for jokes. Even when he ate, He couldn't tell whether he was gnawing on food or numbers. Nadi replied that he felt sorry for the spectators, who were having so much fun because they could both get a better score. Chiron asked again, is there really such a thing as a better score? But what was that score? Was it set by the wizard who released it? Chiron asked him to wait and not tell him he didn't know his girlfriend's score. Chiron asked again, what did he mean? He replied, it was a senior named Amy, who scored 987 points. After a while, Siriel went outside and seeing Amy on a bench, exclaimed her name. She had lost weight since they last saw each other, and it seemed like senior year was really tough for her. Amy smiled and replied that she would soon be the same, and that she had brought the materials she had requested. Amy handed her a stack of documents, and Siriel asked again, is the transfer exam really that hard? She replied that it wasn't exactly that, just a higher level. Even an excellent result doesn't guarantee passing. She felt as if they were checking everything she had done before. Siriel shouted that it was incredibly scary, and Amy asked her not to worry. Even though it was called graduating class, in reality, it was no different from being at the top of the 4th grade, and she was a capable girl, so she wouldn't have any problems. Siriel was surprised and realized that the aura around her seemed to have changed, and she thought she had become mentally stronger. At that moment, Amy asked how Chiron was doing. She shouted that it was just terrible. They hadn't even met once. Are they really dating? Something very interesting was happening here. She told her about this story, and Amy asked again, does that mean Iruki is competing with Chiron? Come to think of it, she remembered how he'd picked on her when she was in 5th grade too. Wasn't he weird? He pretends not to understand other people's emotions, but in reality, he uses them to provoke them and win. Siriel asked again, so he's some kind of genius hunter? What about their Chiron? Doesn't he need help? She bowed her head and asked her not to fuss, because he didn't need her help. Siriel yelled that she was really angry. Wasn't she being too heartless towards her boyfriend? Amy replied that she didn't mean that, because Chiron knew exactly what he needed to do. At that moment, Chiron had 500 points and was trying to catch his breath from the horror he'd experienced. The guys never thought they'd see someone with a 700-point score in 5th grade. How determined this guy is. He's a monster. You can't get that kind of result without finishing 10 levels in 10 seconds. It's amazing how that's even possible. The protagonist was very tired after the ordeal, and Iruki confidently congratulated him, saying that 700 points was an excellent result and that it was amazing. Chiron said he just needed to prove something to him, and Iruki replied, well, then everything's clear. The guys started discussing among themselves. Would Chiron manage to win this time? Amy asked again, what's so important about victory? It's just an exam. Siriel started shouting, what? Didn't she boast about her invincibility last year? Has she forgotten that she beat Iruki? She holds the record for 987 points in speed shooting. Amy replied no, she never competed with him. She simply ignored his provocations, but if they really competed, then she probably would have lost. At that moment, Siriel was surprised and asked again, what? Suddenly, Iruki got a score of 701, and everyone started cheering. It was simply amazing. He'd beaten the protagonist by 1 point again. Everyone was shouting that they were still within 1 point. He was so relaxed, even after scoring over 700. What was his limit? Chiron was sure he couldn't beat him. After a while, he returned to his room and sadly bowed his head. He looked out the window and thought about how the exam was after the weekend, and he only had 3 days. He couldn't find another way to defeat Iruki in that time. Maybe he should give up? It's just an exam. In his mind, this was a typical weakling statement, and he silently looked ahead. He recalled Iruki's words, saying that if he lacked the skills, he should stop talking about idealism and pretending to be the coolest. Chiron continued to recall everything that happened at the school and realized that no one would believe his words. He lit a candle and reflected on how he'd lost touch with reality after spending so long in an aristocratic academy. In fact, he wasn't wrong. The world won't listen to someone without power. He wasn't gonna give up, and to surpass Iruki, there was no way but to go beyond numbers. What are these numbers? What is sequence? What is the essence of this existence? He wouldn't think about it. If he got lost in his thoughts, he wouldn't be able to see the big picture, so he simply felt it. How far could he count? How far could he go? At that moment, he dissolved into space in his thoughts, wondering what this was. Could this be the end of numbers? But that can't be true. It's infinite. So what is it? The barrier before him shattered into tiny pieces again, and he, terrified, wondered again what it was. The floor beneath him began to collapse, and he became terrified, certain he'd been counting numbers. What was that? Maybe he was hallucinating due to stress, but was he really imagining it? He felt a powerful sense of tension. It was hard to explain, but the numbers haunted him. They existed for more than just counting. Later, he realized it had been more than 40 hours since he'd closed his eyes. The next day, the sun rose, and the first joint training ground began. It was the day of the 5th grade speed shooting exam. The boys were very nervous when they saw the tables with the exam results, and they discussed among themselves why younger students had come to the 5th grade exam. Another boy replied that they just wanted to see, because they'd done the same thing in their time. Suddenly, they saw a crowd of kids gathered around them, shouting, "What are the older 4th grade students doing here?" Among them was Siriel. He clutched his head and screamed that the pressure was too much, His friend asked him not to overextend himself, as everyone was there for the competition between Chiron and Iruki, most of them, in fact. At that moment, Serial sat down in an empty seat, and everyone was waiting in anticipation. After all, today was the main event, and Chiron and Iruki were in Group 20. The kids were discussing among themselves, wondering who would win this time. Until then, Iruki had been ahead by 1. Serial raised her finger and said it was too early to jump to conclusions, as the real exam was conducted in pairs, and with an opponent right next to them, the results could change. If the situation was realistic, Chiron would have a chance to win. After a while, 1 minute passed, and the exam was over. One of the kids scored 427 points and shouted joyfully that he had won. Another guy said he knew there was a test, so why was he angry? Serial thought, even though she said it, what should she do? She was very nervous and worried. After a while, Nai breathed a sigh of relief, as he had also done well, and Athela said they had done well. Now it was time for the last participants, and the next group was 20. The surrounding students began to shout loudly when they saw Iruki and Chiron enter the battlefield. Chiron looked incredibly tired, and Nai noted that he was completely focused. The surrounding students asked him to be quiet, and everyone watched in silence. They would be given 1 minute, and many students were paying special attention to them both. She hoped they would do their best during the test. The protagonist and Iruki didn't even exchange glances, and began the exam. At that moment, the signal sounded, and the protagonist's eyes glowed with a magical light. At that very moment, they both sprang into action and began fighting each other using bright flashes of light. Everyone around them was shouting that it was simply unbelievable, and they were moving in the same direction. All the targets exploded as soon as the test began, and they were both simply amazing and insightful. Iruki's spirits even weakened. So this is what his evasion form she'd heard so much about looks like. Serial noted that it was understandable why Amy called him a strong opponent. Suddenly she froze and asked again, what? Did Chiron really have more points? Was Iruki a scoundrel? He had 119 points, while Chiron had 121. Was he really faking it to turn everything to his advantage in the end? It was truly cruel. Iruki laughed and realized everyone was mistaken, because he'd been giving it his all from the start. This guy had done something in the last 3 days that allowed Chiron to now overtake him. Athela also watched with interest and realized that this was how it happened. The first time, it might take a while, but once you've experienced it, you'll get there faster. This also applies to counting, but he'd gone too far. Iruki screamed that he was truly insane. At that moment, the protagonist continued to struggle and activated modularity. Athela realized he was combining the group's numbers and immediately counting them. This strategy is used when they reach the limit of their subconscious counting. To do this, he had to enter a state of hyperfocus before the exam, but if he did, he could miss even one matrix and the entire sequence would collapse, so he needed to concentrate at all costs. At that moment, he continued his counting, which increased much faster than Iruki's. People began shouting that the score difference was growing, and Serial continued to cheer for him. Everyone shouted at him to act faster and interfered a little. The guys continued their fierce struggle, and Iruki was dumbfounded. It was a kind of mental doping. He had changed the counting order, which meant he was trying his best. He admits that Chiron is just as crazy as he is, but his game is on a whole other level, so he clenches his fist and suddenly begins to accelerate. The students wondered if something had changed. His score had suddenly increased dramatically, and he was much faster than Chiron. But Chiron hadn't slowed down, had he? The rhythm of Iruki's explosions had somehow changed. It simply couldn't be. They didn't think Iruki's state of mind had a strange phenomenon of visual perception, in which, after fixating on an object for a long time, a person continues to see its residual trace, even after the object has disappeared from sight. Serial realized that this wasn't this phenomenon. He had 2 states of mind. How could that be possible? Athela also realized he was using dual states of mind. This is a unique feature of the split mind evasion form, and she never thought she'd see a student using it. Moreover, he simultaneously performs 2 sequences and uses logarithms. He may have savant syndrome, but it's a very rare ability, and she can't believe this kid hid such a skill. This was another unexpected change that had occurred within the academy's walls. Serial said that Amy was right because Iruki really was crazy. He quickly overtook his opponent, and Chiron realized it was the end. The results were obvious, and he was just incredibly unlucky. Chiron realized there was no way he could win. He'd given it his all, but he couldn't even show half of what Iruki was capable of, even though he'd done everything he could. At that moment, he clenched his fist and asked himself, was that all he could do? No, he was still afraid, and he didn't know if he was allowed to go this far. At that moment, he swung his hand and struck the magical barrier, declaring that he was going to go beyond numbers. At the moment of impact, a bright light appeared in front of his face, causing him to freeze in surprise. Athela also noticed this and gaped in shock. She wondered what he was doing. At that moment, the magic circles were pierced by bright beams of light. People turned their attention to Chiron as the light was growing. They were all stunned by what was happening, and Chiron paused when suddenly the microparticles became too dark and the bright light continued to emanate from him. At that moment, his number began to increase, although Iruki was still overtaking him and shouting loudly. After all, no matter how much he accelerated, he still counted faster than him and could calculate all the numbers in this world. He was winning, and he would win, and he only had 1 second left when suddenly he clenched his teeth and realized that time was passing too slowly. A moment later, it was all over, and he fell to the ground. It was a good result after all, He had 1247 points. Does that mean he won? And what was happening to Chiron? He turned to his enemy, who was starting to lose consciousness. Serial grabbed him by the shoulders and yelled, "Is he okay?" He looked at her in confusion, and she started shouting that he'd won and that it was a new record. He had 1253 points, and all the guys started congratulating him with incredible pride and smiles on their faces. He asked in confusion, did he really win? Iruki approached him and announced that wide-range magic was prohibited in the rapid-fire exam. Chiron thought that if you think about it, the entire exam area was bathed in light. He smirked and said he was incredibly boring. Okay, he was joking, because photon emission isn't photon magic, so he was congratulating him, because he won. At that moment, everyone was even more surprised by Iruki's blunt admission of defeat in front of everyone. Did the sun really rise in the west? The protagonist shook his hand and asked again. So now he admits that his point is correct about life being more important than research. He answered confidently, yes, he's right. And Chiron asked again, seriously? Iruki replied that he'd misunderstood something. Explosions aren't violent, they're simply a huge amount of energy, and for them to become violent, they need to acquire the desire to harm someone. The people around him were stunned by this and couldn't react. Chiron explained that this type of energy is controlled by the person, and the danger itself remains. Iruki continued to explain that he meant the one responsible for this had to handle such a huge amount of energy, and he had a favor to ask of him. From now on, let him be responsible for it. Explosions are simply an enormous amount of energy, and it's impossible to control. But if he succeeds, it will become energy capable of saving 100,000 human lives. A new era will begin, and they will stop fighting the limitations of nature. And of course, he has no faith in this noble idea. He asked if it would have been better if he had said this from the beginning. Then they would have avoided any misunderstandings. At that moment, Iruki said that he wanted to know what category of person he belonged to, and Chiron was dumbfounded by what he heard. Is he the kind of person who considers the use of force, or the kind of person who knows what fear is? At that moment, Chiron realized that Iruki was afraid. He was afraid of becoming an indomitable force. Iruki kept saying that by defeating him, he had proven his will true, and therefore, he was the one who could stop him. He wouldn't set foot in this place unless he was responsible for it. Those around him began to wonder, was he really saying he wouldn't budge because he was afraid of his own power? Chiron thought he'd somehow lost track of what he was saying. He didn't know who he was anymore, an otherworldly idealist or a realist, but he knew one thing for sure. The fear in his eyes was genuine. At that moment, he made him promise that when the time came, he would stop him. Everyone around him exclaimed, "What?" Nade grabbed them both and laughing shouted that it was simply awesome and very cool, and that he was very proud that they were his friends. Athela approached her and asked if Chiron could come over for a minute. He said yes and followed the professor into the room. When she stopped, she spun around abruptly and grabbed him by the shoulders, then shouted, "Chiron, does he understand what he's done? Did he really want to leave?" Chiron didn't understand what was happening and asked again, "What?" Athela replied that she meant the zone he'd entered. If he entered it, he'd cease to be himself. He apologized as he hadn't known it was so dangerous, and Athela explained that the space he'd stepped into was beyond numbers and was called the boundless space. Wizards call this the function of immortality, and their bishops call it nirvana. At that moment, he was dumbfounded and realized that people can achieve boundlessness, but those who succeed will become nothing. Beyond the numbers, in that place, he saw a vast emptiness, and this emptiness consumed him. When he woke up in the morning, he tried to catch his breath from the horror he'd experienced in his dream. He had had that nightmare again, and he'd seen it every night since he'd been there. And this strange feeling. He stood up to pour a glass of water, but immediately turned it over because his hands were shaking. He feels this fear from time to time. He consulted with teacher Athela, but they couldn't find any abnormalities in his body. What's going on with him? Lately, he feels like some kind of ghost is stalking him. When he told the others about it, Nade and Iruki turned to him in confusion. Afterwards, Nade thought it was a joke and laughed, saying he looked so serious that he even got nervous. He started screaming. That's right, they themselves said this was a supernatural research group. Iruki said that this is what the experiences were like, the genius who bypassed him. But Nade asked why he was taking it seriously. Chiron asked again, had he really asked something stupid? As he thought, everything was happening differently. Iruki grinned and said that in the dream he'd described, he'd been in a pitch-black empty space, right? And the stars were disappearing somewhere? Chiron replied, yes, and Iruki continued, saying that at the end, there was a trembling thread of light, right? Chiron replied that it was as if it were beating in time with his heart, and Iruki replied that, judging by his stories about the size and speed of space, that was a number no one on the continent could guess. For fun, we could assume this place exists, and then it would be called outer space. The boys asked in surprise, he's talking about space? Chiron asked. He means the space they write about in books? But how could he dream of a place he'd never been to? Nade replied, no, he'd heard of that before. 200 years ago, a criminal sentenced to death participated in an experiment on consciousness transference, and if the soul is made of matter, then presumably it can be disassembled into its component parts using electricity. A sealed conductor, in other words, a person is placed in a metal box fed with electricity. However, the experiments were ended abruptly due to their inhumanity, and the man condemned to death survived. his consciousness returning a month later. However, he knew about the conditions of countries beyond the continent, places he'd never visited or even heard of. Chiron was frightened and asked again, "Is this true?" Nide replied that the information he'd given had been verified and proved accurate. The electricity had split his consciousness, which began to ionize, ultimately causing electromagnetism. Could this force be responsible for attracting information about the world to the man condemned to death? That's the hypothesis. And then there's that strange tingling sensation the man felt. It could be called supernatural. Chiron was frightened, clutching his body and asking again, "Is this the same tingling sensation?" Iruki jumped up and shouted, "What does this mean?" This is how Chiron saw space. If they assume that his consciousness was ironically affected by electricity, and this caused a quantum phenomenon, then it means there's a possibility that he's transcended space and time. He was very surprised and asked again, "He's transcended space and time?" Iruki continued saying that in the microscopic electronic world, things happen that defy human understanding, and a world defined solely by probability cannot be simultaneously observed and measured. If we assume that the soul weighs less than an electron, then the connection with space and time will be disrupted, and it will be possible to sense cosmic forces. What does he think about this? In his opinion, this is exactly his situation. Chiron blushed in surprise and asked again, "Have they really found an explanation for this? It's simply incredible. They may look like they are, but they are a real research team." Nade noted that this was nonsense, and Iruki replied with a smile that it was just a hypothesis, and if they wanted to develop it, they would need more information. So why didn't he just admit it? Chiron asked, perplexed, what he meant. He replied that something had gone wrong with his photon emission during the rapid-fire test and that he'd been plagued by nightmares every night since. Could he tell them what really happened? Chiron's gaze fell and he said that frankly, teacher Athela had told him something. And a moment later, the boys asked again, "The immortality function? What's that? Iruki knows what it is, right?" He grinned and started laughing loudly, saying, "Oh, that was it. I see. It was the immortality function. He'd heard about it from his father once. It was a mathematician's ultimate dream. A function that could be the key to everything in this world." He mentioned that the teacher had said it was very dangerous, and Iruki shouted, "Of course it's dangerous. After all, everything is nothing." He needed the immortality function to defeat him. This amused him greatly, and Chiron asked why. Seeing them laughing it off, he felt relieved and decided to join the Society for the Study of Supernatural ESP. At that moment, the boys became overjoyed, and Nade asked, "Is this true?" Chiron replied that he didn't want to be afraid, so he would explore it and fight face to face. And with them, he was sure they'd find something. Nide was delighted and shouted that it sounded great. The immortality function or whatever it was, they'd uncover it. And since they now had enough members, they could become an official group again. And they'd also get funding again. Iruki asked, "But would the teachers approve of Chiron joining? They didn't exactly have a good reputation." Nade asked to trust him and held the application for admission, because he would do everything without the teacher's knowledge. The boys asked, "Are you sure he'd be okay?" He hugged his friends and shouted at them not to worry. They were now going to the cafeteria to throw a welcome party for the new member. He would be paying for everything today. Iruki chuckled at his pennilessness, and Chiron said that this was his research group now. They should start with a thorough cleaning of this office. And despite Nade's hopes, the most dangerous teacher, Sina, found out about everything and exclaimed upon seeing the documents, "Is this really Chiron?" Sometime before this incident, Sina approached Ted, who held stacks of documents in his hands, and said that these were applications to join research groups, something that always happens before the holidays. The students create groups, then immediately disband them after receiving their grades, but they needed to sort this out quickly. Suddenly, one of the sheets of paper fell to the floor, and Sina reported that he had dropped it. He exclaimed that this was very bad, and Sina picked it up and immediately began reading it carefully. Ted realized it was the study group of Nade, Iruki, and Chiron. Could this really be the same society for the study of supernatural ESP sciences? And was this the same Chiron? When Sina realized what was happening, she crumpled the document in her hand in anger. Sometime later, the sun rose behind the mountains, and Sina arrived at teacher Athela's, apologizing for being busy with training. Athela replied that she didn't think she'd come all this way for such a trivial matter. They sat on the floor over cups of tea and began their conversation. Sina informed her that, in truth, Chiron had joined a research group, and Athela, surprised, asked, "He finally decided to join? What kind of group was that?" Sina replied that it was a society for the study of supernatural extrasensory perception. At that moment, Athela choked on her tea, and Sina blurted out that she knew even before they became teachers, this group was a constant source of trouble. They only had to remember the daily complaints from students' parents. Why did he choose this group? He was a promising academy student after all. When he should be working harder on his studies, he'd be wasting his time. Athela chuckled and asked, "But hasn't the group's composition changed?" Nade is currently the president of this group. He's a well-behaved student with good relationships with his peers, and she doesn't think they'll have any problems. All the bandits have already graduated, and the current head of the Magic Association, Tramia Mikhail Gold, was the former president of this group. She's confident they'll set a good example for each other and follow the right path. Meanwhile, Nade was enjoying himself on the couch and asked, "Is Chiron back here?" He got very angry and covered his face with his hands to protect himself from the dust that had accumulated again. he asked. Didn't they go to class and aren't they going to study? Nady chuckled, saying he wasn't feeling well today, and Haruki added that he always skips class. They started playing chess, and Chiron, looking around, realized he'd definitely been cleaning, and here it was again, a mess and dust. They weren't studying, conducting research, or even going to class. He might regret joining the group, but he couldn't leave. He grinned and exhaled, saying he would study. He sat down at the table with a book in his hands. The boys exchanged glances and called him an educated student. At that moment, Haruki turned to Nade and asked if he had finished his new invention. He replied, "Of course," and Haruki asked, "So it's an invisibility cloak?" Chiron flinched when he heard this and began eavesdropping on their conversations about what a cool, amazing invention it was. It would only last an hour, but if they connected it differently, everything would be completely different. It was simply incredible. Chiron also became very interested and stood up from his seat, shouting that he wanted to see it too. Meanwhile, Sina said they were talking about Nade, but the problem was with the other students too. Haruki was a scoundrel, staying in 5th grade and stubbornly pretending to be stupid, but she had seen his abilities, hadn't she? And Chiron being able to defeat this monster, releasing their students, would be a turning point for the academy. What if Chiron hangs out with this bad guy and turns into one too? He could become the Magic Academy's worst bomb. Yahello was scared and asked again, "A bomb?" She thought she was exaggerating too much. Meanwhile, the guys were screaming in surprise that Nade had done all that himself. It was a magical fragmentation grenade. But isn't that dangerous? Nade laughed and shouted that he'd hidden them so he could put on a big show one day. Haruki replied that he was just bragging and dreamed of becoming a magical engineer. That's why he was studying. Chiron asked again, "Magical engineering? That's great. That means he'll do everything using electromagnetism." At that moment, he used his robe and disappeared from sight. Suddenly, he noticed a book and asked, "What is that?" The guys noticed it, and Haruki exclaimed, "What? Human body research groups? What's that doing here?" Chiron was surprised and looked away, wondering what the hell this was. Wasn't the book about their academy's students? He blushed with embarrassment, and Haruki realized it was there. Nade added that it was some kind of informational booklet distributed by the research group. The drawings weren't very good, but it contained a lot of academy rumors. It was just entertainment for people who didn't do anything. Chiron asked again, "Does the academy prevent this?" He suddenly froze and exclaimed when he saw a picture of Amy. The others asked why he'd gone silent, so he was really dating that upperclassman? He got angry and exclaimed that they weren't allowed to look at this. What the hell was that? Nade didn't understand what was going on, and Chiron asked again, who could possibly be conducting such a study? Haruki replied that it was a shadowy group, and since there were so many records of graduating students, they were most likely from the graduating class themselves. Chiron realized that this is how groups play around in the graduating class. Meanwhile, Sina was saying it was true. The shadow group is made up of dark mages who exploit childish pranks. And the problem is that the pranks pulled by the academy's most talented and intelligent students are beyond all bounds. They're completely evading the attention of the academy's investigation team. They left the Oisin alone because they were no longer an official group. But the smart kids are trying to revive it, and she'll seize this opportunity to disband the Oisin group. Athela smiled after a brief silence, understanding her concern for the students' future. The academy doesn't interfere with research groups without reason, and to foster independence and a sense of responsibility in the students, the groups are recognized as independent. They must be responsible for their own decisions, and if they, adults, take away the children's ability to choose, they could live their entire lives afraid to make a choice. Why shouldn't you give them a chance now? Sina frowned and lowered her gaze, saying that of course her words were true, but she believed it was the role of an adult to nurture students' talents and prevent them from straying. Athela sensed that as a teacher, Sina valued Chiron and wanted to give him enough time to figure out his own direction, but she shouldn't take Sina's enthusiasm lightly. She apologized for not telling her sooner, but she had something to tell her about Chiron. During the recent speed shooting test, he achieved nirvana. Sina was stunned by what she heard and exclaimed incredibly loudly, "What did she just say?" Her scream echoed throughout the forest, causing a huge echo to reverberate. The children began to fall to the floor, wondering what was going on. Nade shouted that this was very bad and they should hide everything quickly. He asked again, why, and what was going on? Haruki reported that one of the teachers was manipulating the storage room, and Chiron didn't understand what to do. The guys told him to just sit and wait. This was a surprise test. Sina entered the storage room, thinking that she would need 3 minutes to summon the necessary room, enough time to hide all the evidence. When the guys sat Chiron down on the couch, he yelled that a teacher had arrived and they wouldn't even greet her. Just sit there? Nide shouted that everything was fine and he should act naturally. Haruki added that if they were caught, they wouldn't get off with a simple probationary period. The research room was their territory, but if he got scared, they were finished. Chiron replied that he understood everything, and at that moment, Sina burst into their office and looked around. The guys sat motionless, waiting. They pretended everything was calm, and Sina noticed this and thought that before it was too late, she should disband this research group. The room was tense. Sina sat down in a chair and asked, won't they even greet their teacher? The study group was autonomous, completely at the mercy of the students. Even teachers had to follow a certain procedure to express their opinions, so she expected at least some kind of reaction. But Nade casually crossed his legs and said that she had caught them right in the middle of a discussion. If she had officially informed them of her visit, they would have given her a more cordial welcome. His behavior immediately began to irritate her, and what infuriated her most was that Chiron, under their influence, was behaving the same way. Although he maintained a calm expression, he was deeply worried inside. Sina said that after all, they had guests. Not offering her at least a cup of tea seemed too much. Nada asked if she was sure she could calmly drink the tea they poured for her. She adjusted her glasses and smiled, deciding to get straight to the point. She wants them to vacate the research lab. The three of them stared at her in shock. After which, Nade jumped up from his seat and exclaimed, what's the reason? She told him that she had looked through their reports and was having a hard time finding a reason not to disband their group. For example, over the past 4 years, they hadn't presented their research results once. Another reason for disbanding is an insufficient number of participants for more than a semester, and their budget had been cut long ago. According to the rules, there is a possibility of keeping the group if they present their results within a month. Nade immediately began bowing to her, asking for her help. They would do anything, but not a presentation. She knows, right? She wants to disband the only research group that has become the voice of reason in a magical society fixated on science and logic. They will do anything but a presentation. She chuckled and said that if it comes to that, she would have another condition. Let them exclude Chiron from the group. All three of them stared at her in shock again and asked why. When she told them the reason, their expressions dropped and she asked, so they already knew about it? The immortality function is not something the academy can handle, and it is too dangerous for a young student. Chiron could disappear forever. He said excitedly that he knows it is dangerous, and he promises it will not happen again. She said that that is not all. The problem is in the redundancy that occurs later. MC did not understand what she was talking about, and Iruki said that most likely she is referring to the disease of geniuses. He developed this disease when he was 8 years old, but it is nothing serious. His father said that he is already crazy, so he just needs to accept it and live with it. Nade laughed nervously and said that he does not know anything about it. Sina tiredly covered her face with her hand and sighed heavily, saying that all the problems are precisely because of the way it was presented to them. Overload is a phenomenon in which the consciousness cannot cope with the volume of a suddenly awakened ability, like a dam that cannot contain an excessive flow of water. This terrible symptom can lead to a nervous breakdown. But because society calls it a disease of geniuses, children who miss the opportunity to recover suffer from it for the rest of their lives. Overload manifests itself when using the immortality function, and she cannot even imagine how dangerous it is. Chiron thought that this was entirely possible. After constant nightmares, he felt like he could really go crazy. Sina continued, saying that Chiron's course load would be reduced and he would undergo a course of intensive psychotherapy. She would handle it herself and would not allow what happened to leave its mark on him. If they truly cared about Chiron, let them expel him from the group. But Naidi did not agree. He stubbornly said that he, the president, would not even consider it. She asked indignantly, does he think now is the time to argue? Iruki also stood up for Chiron and asked if he shouldn't decide what he wanted himself. They understood her concerns, but she was overstepping her bounds. Nate agreed with him and exclaimed that he thought she was only doing this because she liked Chiron. She calmly confirmed this and asked, is everything decided now? Nate grabbed his head and shouted that of course, nothing was decided. Can a teacher have feelings for a student? She answered him that from a probabilistic point of view, it was possible. After all, they were a man and a woman. He exclaimed, how could she even say such a thing? He got completely carried away and asked if that was the case. Then, there was a possibility that she liked him too, right? To this, she coldly replied that he had no chance. Her cruel words deeply hurt him, and she told him that she did not succumb to black and white thinking, that he should stop his hysteria and come to terms with reality. Iruki said that if Chiron couldn't handle the excess, it would mean he had reached his limit. He wouldn't die from it, would he? Sina said that she thought that at least he would understand, since he had experienced something like this. This wasn't some trifle, but a function of immortality. He said that the function of immortality was an unexplored area yet. This was Chiron's state. Shouldn't they trust him? Her worries about him were beyond all bounds. One could even call it an obsession. She pursed her lips nervously and remembered how she was surrounded by numerous ice spikes, someone shouting that she needed to get out of there. MC said that, as he thought, the decision should be his. To be honest, he was scared too. Like she said, sometimes he felt like he was going crazy. She worriedly said that that was why they had to do it, but MC said that, in fact, he felt better now. She stared at him in confusion, and he asked, this doesn't happen to everyone, but only to him, right? Honestly, he's afraid this nightmare will end. He feels like then, he won't have another chance to discover the secrets hidden within himself. If he's asked a question, he wants to find the answer. He wants to overcome everything, not run away. Sina remained silent and remembered the boy who helped her back then, and thought that he was the same as him. Seeing no point in persuading him anymore, she said that she respected his decision, and therefore was lifting the condition of his exclusion from the group. All three of them were happy, and she said with a smile that this meant they were returning to the original conditions. They would be able to deliver at least some results within a month, right? This made the boys upset. Now they faced a difficult task. They went outside to get some air and think, and while Nade was breathing his last, Chiron worriedly asked what would happen now. They had to make a presentation in a month. They don't have any records of past versions? Iruki answered him that, as far as he knew, the Supernatural Science Society had never held a presentation. If it were possible, supernatural psychic sciences would already be published in scientific books. Still, there's no way to prove the existence of ghosts. Nade completely collapsed. He apologized to the former president. The research group's time was up. To avoid getting upset himself, MC asked him to come to his senses, and Iruki, noticing a pretty girl on the horizon, told the others about it, and Nade immediately perked up. Seeing a beautiful girl with purple hair walking across the square, he asked admiringly, "Who is she? Is she from the graduating class?" Iruki said that there was no one like her there. Maybe she had already graduated? Chiron asked, so he remembered the faces of all the girls from the graduating class. When he looked at her, the image of Sina immediately appeared in his head, and he exclaimed in surprise that it was the teacher. Nadi was very surprised and said that couldn't be true. How could someone change so much? Iruki teased Chiron, saying he had an eye for women, and he excitedly said that wasn't true at all. But where did she go on her day off? She was dressed so beautifully. Iruki assumed she was going on a date. She was that age, after all. Nade was shocked by the thought of her dating a man, then got up from the bench and said that this was their chance. They would follow the teacher, find her weakness, and exploit it to prevent the group from disbanding. MC was shocked by his idea, and Iruki agreed with Nade. Tracking down an officially certified 6th level mage is no easy task, but they can do it with the invisibility cloak. Chiron was surprised that he'd agreed to this gamble, after which the two ran off to do the job. The plan was this: Iruki would follow the teacher, Chiron would go with Nade to the lab, where they would pick up the robe, and then meet up with Iruki. This was their only way to save the research team. When Chiron heard the plan, he exclaimed, "Why aren't they using their brains for studying?" Finally, the surveillance began. Sina walked through the market, occasionally glancing back, and Iruki noticed that she was always on guard. They'd been on the brink of detection many times before. MC sighed heavily and asked why they were even doing this, and Nade laughed maliciously and said he was sure there was something fishy going on. Who did she want to meet? Chiron said doubtfully. This was all very strange. Nobles don't usually go on dates in the commoners' district, right? Throwing a suspicious glance to the side, the teacher hurried away somewhere, and Iruki said that this was indeed strange. She was acting very cautiously. Nade exclaimed excitedly, "Was she really selling unusual items to make money too?" MC noted that she definitely wouldn't follow his example. They followed her to a house. Before knocking on the door, she looked back several times, and then a man came out to her and they hugged. Seeing this, Nade was delighted. It was a sensation. The teacher's secret lover is a commoner? Dangerous encounters between two lovers whose relationship her family opposes? MC suggested they drop the matter since she had already entered the house, and Nade, jumping out from under the invisibility cloak, ran toward the house, exclaiming that they needed to go after her and collect all the evidence, all for the sake of the group's existence. Even Iruki, who had initially approved of his idea, was now shocked. They made their way to the backyard, where the entrance to the basement was. Iruki used his magic and easily opened the lock, and Nade said he knew the lock to the basement storage room was too flimsy. He and Iruki infiltrated the basement, scouted the situation with magic, and Chiron wondered why they weren't using their supernatural brains and drive to study. Although he was against the idea, he followed his friends. Hiding under the invisibility cloak, they crept down the hallway and heard a female voice behind a closed door. MC had already started crying. He was so afraid of being caught and asked them to leave. And Nade said that this battle was started by the teacher, not them. They have no other choice. He pressed his ear to the door and heard her ask if she should change. The man said that she could stay in these clothes today, and she asked if she could take them off. He asked her to leave them. It was prettier this way. The guys were sweating with excitement. Chiron said that they should stop eavesdropping, but apparently he was also curious. After all, he could have left this adventure a long time ago. Sina asked when his wife was returning. He told her that she should be back in about 2 hours. And these words shocked the guys. They immediately decided that she was dating a married man, and when the two got down to business, Iruki said that they had already discovered her weakness, so it was time for them to leave. But Nade couldn't let it go that easily. He decided to stop them, and so the three of them burst into the room, tearfully begging her not to do it, that it was a crime. But when they saw that what was happening inside the room was not at all what they all thought, they froze. The door they had knocked off its hinges slammed shut in the ensuing silence. It turned out that the man was simply drawing the teacher. Such a thing would never have occurred to them. Sina was deeply embarrassed and indignant, after which she forced them to kneel and raise their hands as punishment. Nade apologized to her, thinking she was committing adultery, and then she indignantly exclaimed, "Who do they take her for?" When they returned to the academy, they would not be able to escape punishment. Iruki pointed at Nade and said that they would gladly receive punishment through him, and he indignantly exclaimed that they were traitors. They followed him and didn't say a word against him. MC told the teacher that this invisibility cloak also belonged to Nade, and then the man returned to the room, asking Sina to stop scolding them. He was fine. The door was already in place. They followed her because they were worried about her, weren't they? She told him that although she had missed the surveillance due to her carelessness, breaking into someone else's house was a terrible offense. He smiled and said that they probably snuck in without asking permission because their teacher was there. He headed towards the exit of the room and said that he would bring them tea. Why don't they talk for now? The three thought he was just an angel and thanked him, and Chiron, noticing how he was feeling the objects next to him, thought he was blind. But why did his head suddenly feel so heavy? Is this feeling because of the portrait? Sina tiredly covered her face with her hand and said that luckily, Armin had a wonderful personality, and the students immediately began to wonder who he was and why she had acted so cautiously before meeting him. She told them that Armin was an upperclassman with whom she had studied at the same academy. Iruki asked, "So he's a wizard, but his eyes can't see?" She sighed heavily and sadly said that Armin lost his sight because of her. She had experienced redundancy when she was younger. In those terrible days, she could only do one thing, just run away. On that rainy day, Armin ran after her because it was dangerous. The rain was causing the water to rise too quickly, and she, afraid of hurting him, kept running. Due to her carelessness, she fell into the river, and Armin, without thinking, jumped in after her. Luckily, they were able to stay afloat thanks to a log. He told her to hold on tight. If they held on and floated downstream, they would be rescued. But there was a blockage of logs ahead. He called out to Sina and said that she needed to go into the water. Could she do it? She became worried, and he told her to hold her breath. He would support her head so that she would not surface. They would survive if they could hold on for just a little while. She went underwater, and he remained on the surface and ran into sharp pieces of wood, sacrificing himself for her. At the moment, Sina said that this is how Armin, a genius student at the academy, lost his sight and gave up the idea of becoming a mage. She was shocked when he recently contacted her and said that he became an artist. Iruki asked, is that why she was so worried about redundancy? At that moment, Armin entered the room with a tray and laughed, saying that she grumbled too much. They thanked him for the tea, and he said that despite this, Sina worries about them more than anyone else. She always talks only about her students. Nade awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said that they also respect the teacher very much. And MC, looking at the easel, asked if he wouldn't consider it rude if he watched him paint. Armin was surprised by his request at first, and when the others also started asking about it and how he could paint without sight, Sina exclaimed that they were rude. Armin smiled and said that everything was fine. There wasn't much time left, so he really should get back to painting. He turned to Sina and asked if she was okay with it, right? She agreed, although it embarrassed her a little. Armin continued working on the painting, and Nade said that it was amazing. How does he do it? Iruki said that he definitely uses his state of mind, and his friend asked, so he must be at least a zoner level? Shironi noticed something strange at this time. He called out to Armin and asked if he could see, right? The man's hand trembled. He turned to him with a smile and removed the blindfold, saying that he had been waiting for this. He wondered if he would notice. MC's eyes widened in surprise when he saw his eyes glow. He got up from his chair in excitement and, without taking his eyes off him, hit his friend on the head several times, telling him to just look at his eyes, but they didn't react at all. He looked at them to check what was going on, but no one in the room moved. It was as if time had frozen. Because of this, he became confused and asked what it was, and Armin told him that it was a spell. It was called Pause. Chiron exclaimed in surprise that it was impossible. He never thought that he would be standing in front of a time wizard who had reached the speed of light. Armin suggested that they sit down and calmly talk about everything. They had plenty of time after all. MC laughed nervously, and the man said that, to be honest, he was worried. He knew that he would soon understand everything. Normal people perceive light with their eyes and then transform it into visual information, but his eyes themselves are light. He understood this as soon as he saw it. He experienced the same thing. He asked, does he mean that same feeling? Armin confirmed it. He is talking about the function of immortality. These words made his heart beat faster, and he asked if he could tell him about the function of immortality. He answered him that this is the door of infinity. Those who open it are called openers, and he opened this door. The minds of those who succeeded quickly flow into infinity, and thanks to this, they feel great power and liberation. Seeing his reaction, he told him not to worry. If he does not overcome the barrier, his mind will not be destroyed. Chiron asked doubtfully, is this really normal? To be honest, he sees the universe every night in his dreams. Armin was intrigued by this and said he'd hidden it from his friends, but the supernatural sensations made him feel like he was going crazy, and he also sensed a certain danger. Armin noticed sparks around him and said with a smile that it seemed like he was being loved by magic. Firstly, the symptoms are completely normal. The place he reaches is a limitless space, a universe. A person faced with an infinite and overwhelming limit feels an immense fear, which, as an effective stimulation, leads to enlightenment, and most explorers acquire the omnipotence of space, large-scale magic. However, the fear he feels does not relate to space. He has encountered something completely different. As soon as he understands what this something is, his anxiety will disappear. He asked how he could find out about something, and he answered that he would find out with time, but he cannot say exactly when. Maybe it will happen very soon, or maybe it will take his whole life. Well, he shouldn't worry. This something is already inside him. He's just not in a state right now to give it a name. He asked thoughtfully, something that he hasn't discovered yet? Universes exist, but inside him. He doesn't understand at all what they're talking about. Or maybe it has something to do with the light and the threads he sees in his dreams. Armin said it must have something to do with gauge symmetry. Scientists believe this world is perfect. A perfectly fitting rule of physics. A world that can be explained by mathematics. It's all similar to the constant speed of light. Perfect symmetry appears to be an intricately arranged product of someone's will. However, when they continued investigating, they realized that this symmetry had already been broken. MC looked at his friends and remembered that Iruki had once mentioned an unknown world of probability. Armin continued, saying that their universe isn't perfect, nor do they know what broke the symmetry. He can handle this unnamed something. Of that he's confident. Chiron's eyes lit up with admiration, and he sincerely thanked him and happily said that he thinks he can do it. He was only keeping an eye on the teacher, but he was so glad he was able to meet him. Armin looked at his friend and asked him to keep an eye on her. She was more soft-hearted than she might seem. He wondered why he was hiding from her, that he could see. She was his friend, after all. He answered that Sina always worried about him out of guilt, and it wasn't like he had regained his lost sight. He shouldn't burden her further. It was wrong. The world came to life again, and Armin continued drawing, and while Iruki and Nade were chatting about something, MC looked at the man with a smile and remembered his words. He was already married, and he wanted to help Sina live her own life, so he should promise to keep his secret. Armin soon finished. He painted a beautiful picture and thanked Sina for her help. He left the house to see them off, and she said that today was her last day. Should she write him a letter after he settled in a new place? He answered her that of course she could write to him. He would answer her. After that, he turned to the guys and told them to study hard. He said goodbye to his friend, and at that moment, his wife's loud and cheerful voice was heard. She ran up to the house with a bunch of bags in her hands and said that she had bought everything. Had he finished the painting yet? Seeing Sina, she asked if she was leaving already. Maybe they could at least have lunch? The guys felt uneasy around her, and Chiron thought that Armin had an unexpected type of woman. His wife looked closely at Sina's face and asked why she was so blushing. She called her husband, saying that she was not feeling well, but Sina was so worried that she quickly said goodbye to them and ran off with her students. Armin waved her goodbye, and his wife's behavior changed dramatically. She sighed tiredly and said that she was interested in something. Will the management believe that Armin, the eyes of light, has such a ridiculous expression? He asked her to stop grumbling and reporting, and she said that they needed to leave Creus and move to Kelber. There would be a lot of mongrels along the way, but these were trifles for Armin, the eyes of light. Or would it be better to call him the thinker of eternity? He went into the house and said that he would adhere to the contract, so he should stop talking nonsense. She asked. He didn't tell Sina, right? He should not forget. The lives of those he loved were at stake. He stopped and told her that she didn't need to worry. She didn't know anything. Meanwhile, Sina lined up the three of them in front of her, and when she sighed heavily, Nide said that this was bad. Her mood was very bad. When they returned to the academy, they would be punished for stalking and trespassing, which meant the end of the research team. Sina didn't say anything and was about to leave, and Nade called out to her, asking if they could eat before returning. Iruki and Chiron supported his idea, and she gloomily said that they probably needed to gather their strength, because they would be far from eating for the rest of the day. She went further and said that they would eat until their stomachs burst. They were glad that everything worked out. Nade thought that they would cheer her up and avoid punishment, and Iruki was only thinking about how he would order something expensive for himself. MC thought that she was upset about being away from Armin, so they should cheer her up. 2 hours later, Sina got so drunk that she started to row, and her students begged her to stop drinking. What happened to her? 2 hours ago, when they were brought food and she poured herself a small glass of alcohol, her students asked in confusion, was she going to drink? She looked up at them with displeasure and asked, what's wrong with that? So they can break into other people's houses, but she can't drink? Nade nervously laughed and said that it was already her day off, so she should drink more. Chiron delightedly devoured the food, savoring the taste, and Iruki laughed, saying that he felt like he had never eaten anything like this in his life. Nade reached for the bottle to fill the teacher's glass, but she didn't let him, saying that it was too early for him to touch such things. He forced a smile and thought that he needed to cheer her up so that he could take advantage of her. While his friends enjoyed the delicious food, a cunning plan to find her weak spot formed in his head. An hour later, Sina was so drunk that she started pestering him. She pulled his cheeks and said that he was such a naughty boy. Why did his cheeks seem so soft to her? Iruki and Nade became slightly nervous, and when her attention shifted to them, they were so scared, because they didn't know what to expect from her. She pointed her finger at them and said that they both did amazingly well in the speed shooting exam. They are so talented, but why do they slack off in their studies? She burst into tears and said that she has so many talented students, but not all of them manage to make their dreams come true. Do they think she is a bad teacher? They immediately began to deny it, and she seemed to calm down, and then fell face first into the table with a slam. Time passed. They had already finished eating, and she still hadn't woken up. Nade got worried since she hadn't paid the bill yet, and the restaurant was not cheap, and MC started to wake her up, but she didn't respond at all. Then a man named Douglas approached them and said that it seemed the lady had overdone it with alcohol. Maybe they could use his carriage? But of course, this offer is only for ladies. He laughed, and Nade cautiously rose from the table, refusing him. The man said that children should not interfere. Adults will sort things out themselves. He told his friend to quickly help her, and when he reached for her, Douglas said that her body was great, but Chiron did not let him touch her. He roughly grabbed his wrist and ordered them not to touch their teacher. The man immediately pulled his hand away, and Douglas reminded them that they were, after all, students. Are they really allowed to be here at night? By this time, children should already be crawling into their mother's arms and fast asleep. They will be expelled at his command alone. Nade could not stand this and threw lightning at him, frightening him, and threateningly said that they better leave here quietly if they do not want to see a liar right here. The man excitedly noted that this is magic, and Douglas asked, "Are they from Althea's academy?" Iruki asked. "Is he an administrative official, Douglas Silver?" He immediately turned his gaze to him, and seeing his wallet in his hands, exclaimed, "When did he manage to steal that?" Iruki asked, "So he is a civil servant? If he wants to exclude them, then let him look for Iruki Mercodane. He will accept their challenge at any time." He threw the wallet at him, hitting him right in the face, but he did not react at all. Now he was only concerned about the Mercodane name. They are upper-class nobles, a family that has been royal advisors for 3 generations, and one of the Mercodane is right in front of them. They immediately ran in fear, and Iruki asked after them. If they were not going to start a fight, then why show off his influence? Nade asked why he mentioned his family. He hated doing that. He told him that idiots who believe in their connections are the exceptions. He suggested that they leave. They ate well, but their mood was now worse than ever. But before that, Nade had collected dirt on Sina, taking a photo of her with a bottle of alcohol. When they left the restaurant, he started spinning and jumping with joy, saying it was a sensation. Such a perfectionist got drunk and fell asleep. Now they would be able to prevent the group's disbandment. The MC, already very tired, called out to them and asked why he was the only one carrying the teacher. Nade asked what was wrong with that. He even envied him. Iruki said he was the strongest of them. Nade tried to carry her, but after 10 steps, his legs started shaking, and Iruki fell without taking a single step, leaving only Chiron left. Iruki decided to help him with advice. He could use a diagram. He asked if he could do it at will. He answered that if he knew how to use his state of mind, then everything would work with the diagram. Nade agreed with him. There were swordsmen in the kingdom who possessed magic, and Iruki said that he was sure he had the ability for this too. He was very interested in it and wanted to learn it, and Iruki told him to first close his eyes and focus on himself. He would ask him leading questions, and he should follow his voice. MC closed his eyes and concentrated. He did everything as Iruki said, and he asked him if he could hear him. He should breathe deeply and slowly, listen to him carefully, and answer the questions. He took a deep breath and told him to begin. And then Iruki asked where exactly he first kissed the high school girl Amy. Chirona opened his eyes and rolled them in irritation, and when Nade's loud laughter was heard, he realized that he had been deceived. They continued to walk in silence for some time. All this time, MC thought about what was happening and suggested that they not use the teacher's weakness as an argument. Nade turned to him and indignantly asked why. They had been through so much to get this photo. He said that the teacher had had a very hard and sad day today. Nade looked down, and Iruki said that she wouldn't want them to go through the pain that she had experienced. His friend scratched his head in confusion and agreed with them, but the previous president of the group entrusted it to him. If they were disbanded, he would blame him. Despite this, he tore the photo up and threw it into the river, and enthusiastically said that they would do everything in their power. His friends agreed with him, and then Sina suddenly appeared next to them, asking with a creepy smile why they were having fun. They screamed loudly in fear, and Chirona asked if she was feeling better. She threw on her coat and apologized for the trouble they had caused. She would keep quiet about their secret foray out of the academy. All 3 thought they misheard, and when she repeated that she wasn't going to punish them, they were very surprised. After that, she pointed her finger at them and said that she was giving them another month, starting from today. Let them show her a ghost or whatever. If they really love their research team, then let them proudly convince the academy of it. They should take advantage of this opportunity. Chiron stared at her in surprise, and Nade wiped his nose with satisfaction and laughed, after which he energetically exclaimed that with a presentation or something, they would proudly and confidently prove the value of the research team. Iruki said that they would use their brains, and the teacher ordered them to do their best. MC looked at them with a smile and thought that the situation hadn't changed, but now he was calm. They walked on, and the guys asked when she woke up. It turns out she was conscious the whole time and heard everything. A few days later, the academy. An announcement about a presentation by the Society for the Study of Supernatural Psychic Sciences appeared on the bulletin board, and when the students learned who the members were, they were very surprised. In the announcement, they promised to reveal the terrifying truth about the Magic Academy, but everyone had doubts. Was this really an academic presentation? 10 days ago, Istas. Nade clutched his head. He couldn't think of anything at all, just like his friends. Iruki sighed heavily and, looking at the huge pile of papers on the table, said that they had discussed so much without sleeping, and in the end, none of these topics were suitable. They covered various topics: spiritualism, aliens, the afterlife, ghosts, Ouija boards, exorcism, and so on. Nade said that even if all this happened in real life, they wouldn't be able to recreate it during the presentation. 3 days had passed since the promise made to teacher Sina. They confidently told her that their presentation would be a success, but they were researching supernatural psychic sciences. How can they demonstrate something invisible to the naked eye? Because of all this, Nade went crazy. Chiron yawned loudly and said that he can't do this anymore. And when he turned his gaze to Nade, in his place he saw a creepy grinning ghost. He was so scared that he fell out of his chair, but it turned out to be just a hologram. Nade laughed and asked, "Maybe they'll pull a trick like that? They can say it's a ghost." Iruki asked, "Isn't that a shadow of lightning?" MC stood up and said that it was looking at him. That's why he got scared, and his friend dismissed Nade's idea, saying that wizards definitely wouldn't fall for such a trick. He asked why that was. Chiron fell for it. Can you call a person deceived if the deception only lasted a couple of seconds? And then MC realized something. He jumped up and exclaimed that they didn't need confirmation. There was no need. Nade then suggested they find the teacher's weakness again, and Iruki looked at Chiron with interest, telling him to wait. He seemed to have a good idea. MC said he was scared, not because he'd been deceived, but because a fear deep within him had been triggered. Instead of making them believe by showing them evidence, they would bring out their hidden fears. Iruki liked this idea and asked, "He means they should change their strategy, not assert and make them believe, but first gain their faith and then prove it." He confirmed it. It was some kind of psychological game. Nade was overjoyed. He rushed to hug Chiron, saying that he would save their entire group, but Chiron tried to push him away since he hadn't washed in 3 days. Iruki, puzzled, noted that the inversion concept sounded quite original, but if they showed such terrible magic, even those who believe in the supernatural would renounce their beliefs. He turned to Nade and asked if he could move it more intimidatingly. He confirmed this, after which he used magic and made several movements, and the hologram began to repeat after him. He began to dance and said that he would use it 24 times per second and then achieve a smoother movement. He hadn't slept for 3 days, which is why he was acting like this now. MC said that they definitely wouldn't do such a thing, and Iruki asked if they wouldn't be able to build the device either. Nade calmed down and answered him that he had already thought about it, but there was a problem. He could add a program to the device and move the hologram, but if it didn't react to a person, would it even be able to scare anyone? Chiron thoughtfully noted that he was right. He was so surprised because it was looking at him. Iruki said that he thought he could handle it. They will succeed if they anticipate people's reactions. They will apply complex systems theory, and then, having analyzed most of the possible reactions, they will program them. For example, after they predict that Chiron will look to the left, the ghost on the left will look back at him. MC was surprised and asked, "Can he really do that?" He told him that everyone's day goes by the same way, so it is quite possible, but they need a lot of information and devices to store it. But, more importantly, they need a way to transmit the entire program to several devices. Nade noted that his lightning energy would not be enough, and then an idea occurred to him. He excitedly called out to Chiron and asked, can he use photon emission? He himself became excited and asked, can he really use that? He remembered how the teacher Sina told him about this. Photon emission can be used as a means of transmitting information. Nade was very excited about this idea, and happily said that they will be able to create the perfect ghost. Iruki remarked that he didn't think it would be enough to just scare them with a ghost, and turned to Chiron, asking if he had another plan, right? He took a piece of paper and wrote something on it, saying they could use this psychological tactic. They both stared thoughtfully at the paper, since they hadn't said anything. He asked if it was really that bad. If they didn't like it, they could change it. Nade immediately refused, saying the idea was incredibly cool. He never thought they'd be able to use it at the presentation. Iruki said that if it worked, he guaranteed that on that very day, the academy would turn around to 180 degrees. They both rejoiced, and Nade said that then everything was decided. He would immediately create a hologram projector, Nade would create a program that predicted the movements, and Chiron would prepare the photon emission. That way, they would definitely be able to save their group. They joyfully punched the air, but Iruki still had some doubts. He schematically calculated the required number of photon emissions to send data, and it would need 3 times more than Chiron had now, and they would also need to be held for at least 10 minutes. Hearing this, MC was shocked. He was faced with a truly difficult task. 10 days passed. Nade burst into the room and told his friends that he had hung up the notices and something had happened. Iruki, who had been creating the equation for the movement pattern all day, looked up at him warily, and Chiron, who was practicing photon emission, wiped the sweat from his face and turned to him in shock, asking what happened. He joyfully exclaimed that it was simply a sensation. Everyone said they would come. Iruki cursed and asked, is it because they wrote their names in there? There will be a lot of chaos. If more people come, the amount of work will increase. How many do you think will come? He replied with a wide smile that he couldn't say for sure, but it would be more than half of the entire academy. They gathered their strength and continued working. There were about 17 days left until the presentation of the Society for Research on Supernatural ESP. Meanwhile, a girl walked through the corridors of the academy. Everyone around was talking about the presentation and the group's members. She went outside, and a guy hiding in the shadows asked, is it true that the Society for Research on Supernatural ESP is going to show something? She told him that it hadn't yet been decided whether the group would be restored. According to her sources, if the presentation failed, the research lab would be returned to the academy. The guy said that of course, the group would end, Its glory days were over. Some girls said that they don't know for sure because there is Iruki with Savant Syndrome, Chiron, who disbanded the Dark Mages, and Nadi's abilities also can't be discounted. The guy laughed and said that they are still third-rate students. They should worry about what happens later. This is a war of the Shadow Research Group for the right to become the second hosts of Istas. Time passed. MC continued diligently training in photon emission, and it was very difficult for him. After finishing, he caught his breath and immediately fell to the floor and stopped the stopwatch. The so-called mental feedback is an extreme method for quickly increasing magic output. After you expend your willpower to the maximum, it takes about 20 minutes to recover. Then you repeat this until you reach the limit again. This is a stupid method that can endanger lives. And if the teacher found out that Chiron was doing this, she would definitely do something. But that's bad. The result of his mental overexertion is that he can only use photon bursts for 5 minutes. There are 7 days left until the presentation, and to reach his goal of 10 minutes, he has no choice but to continue until he destroys his consciousness. Nade popped into his room and asked how things were going, and he excitedly told him that everything was fine. He would make it before the deadline. Nade was upset and said that, to be honest, the goal was too exorbitant. It was beyond the capabilities of a 5th grade student. But if he couldn't do it, then the group would be disbanded. MC turned to him nervously and told him not to worry. He hurried to change the topic and asked if he was almost finished. He immediately perked up and said that he just wanted to test it with him. Chiron came out of the dark room and, seeing Iruki still working on a pile of papers, asked if he was okay. Had he even slept? Without taking his eyes off the papers, Iruki waved at him and told him not to worry. There was nothing to worry about. He would have time for everything. He smiled nervously and thought that he too was unstoppable, like a madman. Nade showed him what he had made so far, and seeing the large device in front of him, he was very surprised. He asked, "Is this a prototype?" Nade laughed nervously and said that the final test would be with its photon emission. They needed to test the performance of the optical cable Iruki's father had given them. He gave him an orb and asked him to use magic, after which he closed his eyes and concentrated. The orb glowed brightly. Light began to travel from it along the cable to the device, and he exclaimed with delight that it was so cool. Nade laughed contentedly and asked, "Does this look real?" Judging by Chiron's face, the projection looked very good. Time passed. One rainy night, hiding under the invisibility cloak, Nade came to Ista's and looked into Chironi's room, saying it was time for the presentation. Was he ready? Not seeing him in the room, he called out to him again, and then a pocket watch rolled across the floor and stopped right at his feet. He picked it up, his eyes widening in surprise. He excitedly called out to Chironi and asked, "So did it work?" He came out of the darkness with a satisfied grin and said that he was now ready. On the day of the presentation, many students had gathered. Everyone was excited. Organizers were handing out snacks and managing lines, and Mark Slider, who had returned after a 2-month suspension, was rather puzzled by the number of people there. A girl gave him a flyer and asked him to wait in line, and he thought the poster looked like it was drawn by a child. Seeing Chiron's name on the list of participants, he was immediately intrigued and thought he'd never forget it. But what kind of children's presentation was this? Who would even go to that? He thought he was a genius. Maria Erlin, who had also returned from suspension, glanced at the flyer with a smile and suggested he check out the presentation since Chironi, a senior, was there. She enthusiastically began to persuade him, and he said he was going to go anyway because it was an opportunity to learn something new. She grabbed his hand and immediately led him to the line. Maria and Mark had been studying under Ted during their suspension. More precisely, Mark had become attached to Ted and Maria. Meanwhile, some girls in line spotted the graduates, who turned out to be seniors Amy and Serial. They began to wonder why they were coming to a high-level class presentation, and when one of them revealed that Chiron, a senior, was her boyfriend, Amy became very embarrassed. She growled in displeasure and exclaimed, "Why do they need to watch a presentation of high-level classes?" Her friends smiled and asked how many times she would repeat this. Of course they would watch it, because it was her boyfriend's presentation. Realizing that she had brought this disaster upon herself, Amy grabbed her head, trying to make up for this shame. Serial noticed how the students began to crowd around one place and talk about a senior from the first class, and pointed her finger there, telling Amy to look. Senior Fermi was standing in the middle of the crowd, and everyone was very curious about what he was doing there. Did he really come to watch the presentation? And not only him, Senior Hershey and even Riken, who was nicknamed the Electric Beast, came with him. Besides them, Senior Richard from Alchemy and even Caden were also present. Everyone was shocked. What was even going on here? Serial also became curious about what the first class was doing at this presentation, and Amy asked what she thought they had in common. She's talking about them all. Rumor has it that they're members of a shadowy study group called the Golden Fleece. From the outside, they look and act like an officially registered study group, but the term shadowy means they break the rules or do things they're forbidden from doing. It's difficult to expose them, because the number of members is kept secret, and the list of names is often fake. Everyone began to slowly take their seats in the presentation hall. Teacher Sina was just placing glasses on the seats for the judges at that moment, and when she saw the director, she was very surprised and asked what brought him there. He laughed and waved at her and said that the students had prepared so diligently for their presentation that he couldn't help but be interested. She became excited and gave him a seat, and he thought that he was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to see what they had prepared. Amy and her friend also took their seats, and she looked around the hall suspiciously. There were recently suspended students, famous seniors, and even the principal. Was there something she didn't know? The spotlights came on, Nade took the stage, and ceremoniously announced the beginning of the presentation of the Society for the Study of Supernatural Psychic Sciences. And so their bold presentation began. Everyone was excited and expecting a spectacle, but 30 minutes later, the audience was already throwing food at them. They were very disappointed, because this wasn't what they expected at all, and they had been completely fooled. Amy was also surprised. Let's go back to the beginning. Nade thanked everyone for coming. Today, he would be presenting their work. The topic of today's discussion was spirits. Mark asked skeptically, "What kind of souls are these?" Nade warned them that some might find what was happening scary, so they should be careful. The large screen behind him lit up, and the principal laughed and remarked that the students were well prepared. Sina smiled nervously, thinking that it was a great idea to use the holographic background. What were they planning? An image of the academy appeared in the background, and Nade asked if they knew what happened before the academy was founded. He snapped his fingers, causing the image to change, and said that it happened 520 years ago. Originally, this place was a small village of farmers, but the world was going through a famous war of conquest. At that time, people fled the fighting to the mountains, and of course, civilians and soldiers were no exception. Suddenly, the lights went out, an ominous roar came from the stage, and Nada cryptically said that inhuman creatures appeared at that time. The audience grew nervous, afraid that something would suddenly jump out at them, and then a soldier in bloody armor came on stage and roared loudly, and Nade said that it was a man possessed by an evil spirit. Realizing it was a rookie, the audience burst into laughter, and when he barely dragged his feet backstage, they laughed even harder, and Serial said it was so funny. Her friend asked skeptically, "So is this a presentation or a play?" Nade continued the story. And so, one night, a guy named Noah came home. Nade ran on stage, calling for his love, Olia. Where is she? He came here to hide from the war and lost her, his most precious person. Maria became engrossed in the play and worriedly said that it seemed that by running away, he had found himself separated from his beloved. Mark grimaced with displeasure and thought, "What's going on? Isn't this a presentation? When will that guy show up?" Suddenly, the MC ran onto the stage, and he burst out laughing at the sight of him. Olia called out to Noah, her beloved, saying she was there. Everyone burst out laughing when they saw Shironi, a high school student, dressed like that, and teacher Sina was completely shocked. Serial was curious to see how Amy would react to Shironi in women's clothing, and when she saw her sparkling eyes and red face, she became nervous and asked her to control herself. Meanwhile, Noah worriedly exclaimed that he had missed her so much, and she clung to him and suggested that they never part again, not even for a day. They slowly leaned in to face each other. Mark turned pale with excitement. Maria covered her face in embarrassment, and the boys devoured popcorn, never taking their eyes off the two of them. Their lips slowly approached each other. Amy became nervous, because in plays they usually do this for real, and when their lips were about to touch in a kiss, the soldier appeared. He sank his teeth into Noah's shoulder, began to tear him apart. Noah begged for mercy, for salvation, but no one responded. This bloody sight shocked everyone, and then the lights went out. Maria pressed herself against Mark, as it all scared her a little, and he swallowed nervously from such abrupt closeness to the girl. The light returned. Nade said that 6 months ago, the source of this story, an old diary, was found during research into the history of the academy. Their research team immediately began an investigation, and the result was a shocking truth. Souls turned evil due to being consumed by bad spirits wandered the other world in search of people to possess. This continued until today. A sharp bell rang. The audience became nervous, and someone asked if the bell rang at midnight. It wasn't even 7 p.m. Nade continued, saying that midnight is the time when the light disappears, and that's when evil spirits come out. They had never seen an evil spirit at midnight, and that's not surprising, because they only show themselves to those who want to see them. But with their presentation, they should have at least become a little interested in them. In other words, they all tuned into the frequency of souls. Today, when the bell strikes midnight, let them look around. They will surely notice an evil spirit wandering around. His words frightened everyone, and he added that, of course, this would only happen if they were lucky. With that, they ended their presentation. They were confused by such an abrupt ending and only believed it when the lights came on. Now everyone was wondering only one question. Is that all? They expected more, so they got angry and started throwing popcorn, screaming loudly, and they called this a presentation? In the end, there is no evidence. They didn't even show them anything. They were idiots for believing Shironi and Iruki. Amy felt so ashamed that she immediately ran to the exit, irritably saying that she knew this would happen from the moment she got involved with those weirdos. Her friend rushed after her, and those upperclassmen also began to disperse. Sina felt so ashamed that she started apologizing to the principal, promising him to punish those students for sure, and he laughed, saying that this is what he expected from the supernatural science group, that she shouldn't worry so much. He left, and she sighed tiredly and clutched her head, asking why they did this. She trusted them in vain. At this time, Alpheus walked along the stage and, glancing at the bell, thought that they would not have started if they wanted to stop there. He chuckled and turned to Chiron in his thoughts, asking, He's right, right? Meanwhile, Nade laughed, turning to his friend and asking, did he see their faces? He wiped the makeup off his face and said with a grin that he was sure one look would be enough to understand that the seed had already been planted. MC pulled off his wig and said that the first stage had been successful, and if so, they would show them what spirits were. Night had fallen. The clock said it was 11:30. Nade looked into Chiron's room and said that the time had come. Was he finished with the meditation? He nodded confidently in response, after which they went to put the plan into action. The day before, Nade had installed hundreds of projectors throughout the school. Iruki had entered his behavior code into some of them, and all the wires from the projectors led to the sewers, where the main device was now located. Chiron and Nade went down there, where Iruki was already waiting for them, preparing everything. He looked at the time and said that there were 5 minutes and 15 seconds left until midnight. They couldn't rush. They needed to wait until exactly midnight. He told them to start when he gave the signal, and Nade, approaching the control panel, told Chironi that it was his turn now. They were all counting on him. He took the ball and nodded confidently, and when Iruki gave the signal, he released magic into the ball and a bright flash appeared, blinding them for a moment. Nade was amazed by such a powerful flow, and Iruki noted that he had achieved such a result in only a month. His friend was very happy, saying that this was expected of him, while MC frowned and said that it was strange, as if his magic was leaking somewhere. Hearing this, Nade became very worried. He immediately rushed to the device and began to check the indicators to see what was wrong. When it died down, Iruki asked, what happened? The guy turned to him and said with tears in his eyes that the indicators weren't growing. He also started to worry and asked if he could fix it. He told him that he didn't know. He'd calculated everything perfectly, but nothing was working. It turned out that the wires conducting the magic were damaged, and the sewer rats were to blame. Iruki looked at the time and said disappointedly that this was the end. They had failed. Nade declared that it was his fault. He was stupid and hopeless. He couldn't even take care of the equipment. He burst into tears and apologized to them for dragging them into all this. He had only made them all look like fools. He would take full responsibility. Shielding his eyes from the bright light, he told Chiron that this was enough, but he refused to stop. They tried, sacrificed sleep. They put all their effort into this, so he would not stop here. His eyes lit up. Iruki immediately called out to him, worriedly, and Nade stared at him in confusion, not understanding what was going on. When he realized what Chirone was about to do, he became very worried and exclaimed that this couldn't be happening. Was he trying to use the infinity function? MC had already moved to another dimension at this point, but his friends grabbed him and told him not to dare do that. Iruki tried to stop the magic, but it didn't work, and Nade shook Chiron by the shoulders and asked him to stop or he would disappear. He burst into tears even more and exclaimed that they didn't need this research team. He didn't want to lose him. MC, with a confident smirk, said that he wasn't afraid anymore, and at that moment, the barrier holding the infinity function split into many pieces, and the sphere began to pull himself out of him. He concentrated, remembering how Armin had said this, he wouldn't disappear. His body began to slowly disintegrate, but he constantly kept the thought of who he was in his mind. The magic continued to consume him, but he managed to build a barrier around himself and preserve himself. Meanwhile, the orb glowed even brighter. Chiron screamed, and Nade worriedly asked, "Is he okay?" He told him about photons, and Iruki asked him to look at the sensors. When he checked, it was even above the norm. He pulled the lever and gave Iruki a signal. Then he activated all the devices. Meanwhile, in the girls' dorm, it was already midnight. Maria decided to go to bed, since classes started tomorrow. Suddenly, her body trembled. She hugged herself, and thought that she remembered that stupid story again. They came up with such a creepy thing with these ghosts. She turned to the window, asking Chirone how he got to this point, and saw a disfigured woman stuck to the glass, looking straight at her. She froze for a second, then screamed loudly in fear. At this time, Amy also encountered a ghost. She threw a vase of flowers at him and ordered him to leave. Who is he and how did he get here? The ghost only smiled at her in response, which made her feel uneasy, and when it began to approach, she ran out of the room with a loud scream, and Serial ran out to meet her, exclaiming in fear that there was a ghost there. She asked, "So she saw it too?" Realizing that they both weren't imagining it, they slowly turned around and saw a crowd of frightened girls running towards them, followed by ghosts. The entire academy was now in a state of noise. The ghosts were not only in the dorms, but also on the streets and in the corridors of the academy. The students were very scared. They ran, but the ghosts pursued them. They ran outside, and the ghosts gathered them in a crowd. The girls cried in fear, and the boys used magic, trying to defend themselves, but the ghosts still approached them, which terrified them, and then they all suddenly disappeared. They calmed down for a moment, and then loud claps were heard coming from the roof of the neighboring wing of the academy. Nod clapped his hands and thanked them for participating in their performance at such a late hour. Sina, who was also scared of the ghosts, angrily walked towards them with a projector in her hands and exclaimed, "What are they doing in the middle of the night? Let them come down to her immediately. Do they even know how much they scared her?" Nady winked at her, saying that today is a sleepless night, and the students, seeing the hologram projector, realized that it was all fake. Alpheus arrived, he laughed, and Sina asked how he got there. He answered her that he decided to go to the end of the performance, and Nod meanwhile turned to the students and said that ghosts existed all this time. Now they believe in supernatural psychology? The guy shouted that it was fake. What do they think they're doing? While he was cursing, the girls behind him started wondering how they did it, and he turned to them, saying that of course they did it with magic. One of the students remarked that this was unusual. How were the holograms able to follow them? No matter how much they thought, they still didn't understand how they could pull off such a thing over such a large area. It would require a lot of information and energy. Alpheus created a small ghost with a hologram and laughed, asking how they could do that. He turned to the teacher, Sina, and asked if she could explain it to them. She smiled nervously and adjusted her glasses, noting that this was a high level for children's games. MC, meanwhile, thought that for a magician, the most important thing is intellectual strength. They can't contain their curiosity about knowledge. The guys were very angry that they dared to deceive them. They couldn't even imagine what kind of mechanism they used. Sina said that even if they used an intricate trick, their group didn't justify it. The director removed the hologram and said with a smile that in reality, everything was much more interesting. She didn't understand what he meant, and the students started cursing at them, saying that in any case, it was fake. Ghosts don't exist. How does this relate to supernatural psychology? Nade asked. So they still don't believe them? They confirmed this because it was just a show, and then he asked them, why are they here? They couldn't answer this, and he said that they ran here, shaking with fear, like frightened kittens. Were they scared of holograms? The emotions they were experiencing now are called the essence of supernatural psychology. They, not believing in the existence of ghosts, felt fear as soon as they saw them, which means there was a seed of doubt in them about the existence of all this. And they were in the role of gardeners, conducting research without knowing whether it actually exists. That's science. The girl agreed with his words, since even ordinary knowledge had previously been perceived as a lie. Nade continued, saying that by raising their doubts, their group had proven its worth. The three of them bowed to them, declaring the presentation over, and thanked them. The students exchanged glances, then laughed and exclaimed that it was a masterpiece. It wouldn't hurt to deceive themselves several times in such a gamble. Watching them, Alpheus asked where they had been and where they had gone. To raise someone's doubts, to show something that doesn't exist. In his opinion, it was a very important presentation. Ted agreed with him, and Sina laughed nervously and loudly announced the decision of the faculty council. They recognized the merits of the Society for the Study of Supernatural Extrasensory Sciences. The three of them looked at her with excitement, waiting for her next words, and she exclaimed irritably that they had recognized their merits, but they would be suspended for 3 days. Rejoicing at their success, they began to hug. Other students began to congratulate them, and Sina shouted, "Didn't they hear her? They were suspended." Maria applauded them and turned her gaze to Mark, whose eyes sparkled with delight, saying that Chiron was truly a genius. Cyril also really liked the presentation, and she said that it was great. Sometimes smart ideas come to a person when you want to surprise the whole world. Amy smiled and thought that she could not understand this. In a time when even after graduation there is endless study to be done, they waste time on such useless games. Watching them rejoice, she even felt a little envious. Meanwhile, the members of the Shadow Study group were annoyed. One of them said that graduates leave behind 2 strong students. Istas's domain will remain untouched for now, so they won't touch their ant language study group right away. Another guy said that even if so, it's just class 5. Are they afraid of them? His friend irritably told him not to talk nonsense, and the girl reminded them that they would soon be graduating. He needed to graduate this year if he didn't want to run into them next year. He said that she better watch her words. She was from a toy collecting group after all. Fermi told them to stop swearing. The walls have ears. They shouldn't forget that. Even getting together occasionally will not turn out well for them. They need to wait for the right time. Sina, who had been watching them for a long time, sighed heavily and thought that this shadow group was simply unbearable. When will they finally come to their senses? At this time, Alpheus looked at the hologram and said that this was incredible. Even he, who specializes in light magic, can't help but be amazed by this. MC was able to do something truly difficult while he turned a blind eye, and this kid can really make his wishes come true. At this time, Chiron lay down on the grass and laughed, saying that it was so funny. His friends settled down next to him, and Nade worriedly asked, "Are you sure you're okay? Is he dizzy?" He answered that he was fine, and Haruki asked, "Is he really an idiot? Who puts their life on the line for a joke?" He laughed guiltily in response, and he said with a smile that he really is the best. Nade agreed with him, and excitedly said that if he hadn't used the immortal function then nothing would have worked. Haruki fell on the grass and said that he withstood the immortal function and used the protective spiritual zone. He will go far. MC became embarrassed and asked why they were showering him with compliments. After all, they are geniuses too. Haruki calculated the entire school's movement patterns, and Nade created so many devices. His words confused them both, and Haruki asked, "So this is how a frog that fell into a well feels?" Nade said he never thought he'd use that phrase, and Chiron remarked that it was all so embarrassing. He looked up at the starry sky and extended his hand, saying he wanted to go even higher, like the brightest star. Iruki grinned and said he'd played around enough. Maybe it's time for them to graduate? Nade excitedly stood up and suggested they graduate together. If they go out into society, they'll be able to see so many interesting things. MC was interested, and Iruki remarked that it sounded good. He suggested they release their seal, and Nade extended his hand, saying it was a promise. They should walk this path together until the very end. They covered his palm with theirs, and Chiron happily said that they would definitely give it their all, and Iruki asked what their group's slogan would be. He told them to come up with any, and everyone offered their own. Nade said, "The science of paranormal things forever." Iruki said, "Let's try our best, frogs," and Chiron couldn't think of anything more original than, "Let's graduate from the academy together." Upon hearing about the frog, Nade laughed and said that it wasn't a slogan, and he said with a smile that he meant, "Let's not become frogs." MC laughed joyfully. That evening, he was sure that together they would become the best magicians. The next day arrived, his friends came for him and tried to wake him up, but he still wouldn't get up. Nade asked, is he going to waste his suspension time so stupidly? They needed to go play. Iruki said he was sleeping. He seemed very tired. Chiron couldn't move at all, as if he had sleep paralysis, and all because of that nightmare again. He fell into the abyss and thought, is this beyond the edge of infinity? The stars move towards their final destination, and a huge, flickering light awaits him again. But something was strange. He always woke up at this moment. When he realized something was wrong, space cracked. A flickering light rushed towards him and exploded, covering the space in different colors, and his body began to disappear. He immediately woke up and realized that the dream had changed. Was this how yesterday's experience affected him? He stared in shock at the flickering light circling above his head and wondered why this was happening. On the table, he found a note from his friends. They were going to the casino to use Iruka's calculations and get rich. He immediately had the thought that they would lose everything, and he wondered what he should do during the 3-day suspension. He thought about going home, but he imagined how worried his parents would be about the suspension, and so he decided to keep it a secret. Having dressed up, he looked in the mirror with a smile, and something occurred to him, something he had wanted to do for a long time. He headed for the exit with anticipation, but his reflection in the mirror suddenly stopped and looked at itself. It was flickering. After a while, he was already in front of the threshold of a bookstore. He had been studying non-stop for the last few years, so he wanted to buy himself a book. He remembered how an angry woman had chased him away as a child, and worriedly wondered what if she told him again that he couldn't touch them. When he entered the bookstore, the woman greeted him kindly and immediately began bombarding him with questions. Her reaction was not at all what he expected, which made him confused and told her that he just came to buy a book. She told him to go inside and feel free to look at whatever he wanted. He thanked her and thought that it seemed like she didn't remember him. Only 5 years had passed. He took the book and wondered if he had really changed that much. He paid the shopkeeper and then went outside and looked at his first purchase, his first book. He was so happy he started spinning around, attracting the attention of the commoners, and then headed down the street thinking that he hadn't been saving the money Sir Ogent had sent him in vain. Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand. It was a girl. She asked, "He's Chiron, right?" He became very flustered by her touch and asked shyly, "Who is she?" After making sure it was Chiron, she called her friends, and when he saw them, he immediately remembered his childhood. They were the kids he used to play with, but now they were all grown up. The guys were very happy when they saw him and asked, "Is it really him?" MC immediately recognized the biggest guy. It was Altor, and the girl next to him was Lumina. He was very surprised by such an unexpected meeting, and she asked if he had really forgotten what she looked like. He remembered how she used to walk around with a perpetually runny nose as a child, and said that he didn't recognize her. She had become so beautiful. She clenched her fist in displeasure and asked, "Does he mean to say that she used to be ugly?" He laughed nervously and told her that he didn't mean that, after which his friends began to look at him from different angles and ask, "What's wrong with him? Why is he dressed like a nobleman? He had changed so much." Altor smiled and said that they hadn't seen him for so long. Where had he been? They asked his father, but he wouldn't tell them anything. Chiron got worried. He didn't know what to tell them. Well, sooner or later they would find out the truth anyway. If he lied, it would hurt them later, especially Altor. When he told them that he was studying at a magic academy, they were very surprised, and Altor's face changed. It became somehow sad. He had been a cheerful and strong person since childhood. Thanks to this, he naturally became the leader of the children. When they were 10 years old, Altor, along with the others, often came to him and asked, "Is he reading something again?" The other children were surprised to see so many letters in the book and said that he must be very smart. They can't even read such things. Altor's shortcoming was excessive arrogance. He quickly snatched the book from his hands and asked why he was reading if he didn't even need to go to school. They must become stronger and work together. In a small settlement in the mountains, where there are many external dangers, there are rules that are more important than others, and this is to do as the leader says. That's why Chiron always smiled at him and said that he understood everything. The boy sighed heavily and returned the book to him, saying that he just needed to know this, and he laughed at him in response. The leader protects the population, and everyone follows him. That's the secret to survival in small mountain villages. Altor invited him to go play ball, but suddenly he heard Lumina's menacing voice behind him, running at him and yelling that she told him not to touch Chiron. She started hitting him, and he exclaimed, "Who's touching him anyway?" She exclaimed that he had just recovered from the flu, so he should stop teasing him. Altor got angry and exclaimed that no one would love a child like her. And at the moment, MC, remembering this, thought that it was so long ago. Altor smiled awkwardly and said that it was incredible. Does he really go to the academy? His other friends were delighted and asked him to show them magic, but he refused, citing that he was still bad at it, since he was just starting out, and using magic outside the academy was against the rules. They were upset, and Altor laughed, noticing that he was still walking around with books in his hands. He decided to see what they were reading at the Magic Academy, and grabbed his book, and he nervously asked him to wait, because it was a novel that he bought just for fun. He grabbed the book with all his might, and Altor pulled it towards himself. Because of this, they dropped it, and Chiron immediately rushed to catch it, because it was his precious book that he had just bought. Not paying attention to anything, he fell after the book and remembered how it all began, and this flickering glow. He grabbed the book, but he fell himself, and the girl immediately rushed to him, asking if everything was okay. She began to blame Altor for everything, which made him confused, and she exclaimed, "Why is he always making fun of him?" MC got up and told her with a smile that such things happen, and not to worry. She told him that she couldn't help but worry when he fell so suddenly, and he said that it didn't usually happen. Altor, meanwhile, nervously pursed his lips, feeling uneasy about the whole situation, and Lumina suggested that Chiron come with them so they could eat something delicious. Altor agreed with her and said that they were planning on having a party at Lumina's store to celebrate the sales. "How about we all have fun together?" The girl nodded excitedly several times, confirming this, and he happily agreed. He had nowhere to go anyway, so everything worked out just fine. After that, they headed to the carriage. Altor effortlessly lifted him and put him in, after which he laughed and asked how a man could be so light. He climbed into the carriage himself, and MC thought that while he wasn't looking, he had become a monster. And now he knows how to run a business. Perhaps he will become the next leader of the village. The carriage started moving, and Chiron stared at his friend the whole way. When they arrived at Lumina's shop, her mother met them, and she was very happy to see Chiron. She said that he was becoming more and more handsome every time. Her daughter must be very excited. She shyly asked her not to say stupid things, after which her mother set the table for them, and they decided to have a glass each. The guy looked around the table and said that everything here looked so delicious, and Lumina told Chiron to eat more. He thanked her, and one of his friends, staring at the mug, asked if this was really beer, but his friend quickly upset him, saying that it was just soda. Altor glanced sideways at Chiron. He must have wanted to say something, but one of his friends beat him to it. He asked Chiron to tell them about the academy. Since it was him, he must be in first place, right? He spat his soda back into his mug at the unexpected question, and his friend said he was so interested he couldn't help himself. Will he become a magician? The other guys were also very interested. They say only the nobility attend the academy. Is that true? Does that mean he studies with aristocrats? MC nervously asked them not to praise him in front of Altor, after which one of his friends laughed and said that there must be a lot of beautiful girls among the aristocrats. Had he dated any of them? He nervously waved his hands and told them that studying alone was already tiring him. Altor noticed how Lumina sighed with relief, then loudly put his mug on the table and told Chiron that studying is good. But does he have plans for the future? Uncle Vincent is responsible for providing for his family. After him, it will be his responsibility. And he also has to get married. Will he be able to do that after finishing his studies? MC didn't know what to say. There was no guarantee that he would graduate. Noticing his reaction, the guy said that they should be realistic, and he thought that he was so immersed in studying that he didn't even think about it. His friends are already helping with the family affairs. His father still does all the hard work himself. When will he be able to help him? Noticing how deep he was in thought, everyone felt uneasy, and Altor said that he didn't mean to create such an atmosphere. To ease the tension, he extended his hand with a smile and offered to wrestle him after so many years. After all, he was very good at it. Chiron was slightly surprised by his offer, and the boys began to support him. After all, in childhood they were often equal in strength in arm wrestling. They heard that Chiron was very good at it. He smiled awkwardly and remembered that he often did this when he was little, and he always beat Altor. But today is about saving his honor. This must be a selection for the well-being of the village. He rolled up his sleeve with a mischievous grin, agreeing to this, and Altor laughed, saying that the loser will pay the bill. The others began to support them, and MC thought that in order to save Altor's honor, he should hold out as long as possible, but in the end, lose. But as soon as it all started, Altor easily knocked down his hand and him, which he certainly didn't expect. Chiron, who fell to the floor, didn't even understand what happened, and Lumina indignantly exclaimed, "Why did he pull him so hard?" He excitedly answered her that he didn't know that this would happen either, since this had never happened in the past. She started scolding him, which made him feel uneasy once again, and he apologized to Chiron, saying that he would pay the bill. He immediately got up with a disheveled look and said that he would pay everything, since he was the one who lost. Someone laughed, saying that he didn't know he was so strong, and MC at that time reached for the bag of coins and carelessly dropped it, and all the coins scattered on the floor. His friends immediately began to collect them and admire them, and Lumina asked why he carried so much money with him. 5 gold coins is the sales revenue for the month. MC realized that he had screwed up big time and wondered what he should do. Seeing Alter's face burning with shame, he thought that he had ruined everything.